Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'd like to welcome you to the meeting on May 13th, 2020 for Deschutes County Board of Commissioners. Please join us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, I did want to make a comment that it's now too late to mail in your ballot. Ballots are due by next Tuesday at 8 p.m. And only 17% of Deschutes County residents have voted to date. So please get your ballot in by next Tuesday evening. And I believe the census people are still trying to improve the census numbers. So that's another important issue that we're dealing with.
I second that. Absolutely. I mean, voting's very important. The election workers are organized on the second floor of this building. The Deschutes County Clerk's office is the one that processes all this information. They're ready to go. Please participate as a community member out there.
Great. I do not believe we have any citizen input items not on the agenda today. We have received citizen input about agenda items. We now have our consent agenda. Any comments on that?
Well, my understanding is item number 4 is the approval of the tax exemption. I guess I feel like we really haven't had a chance. We got a big packet last week, but then we've been pretty tied up with the COVID-19 planning, et cetera. I'd like, and then we've got a bunch of emails that I was kind of surprised at, people wanting us not to do that, and I was kind of trying to verify why that was. So I'd prefer to have that next week in a discussion. I'm not necessarily not supportive. I just don't know. I'd like to read the whole packet, and I haven't had a chance to.
Okay. Any?
That's fine. So yeah, let's pull that item for today and bring it back next week.
I think.
Yeah. So I'll support removing item number 4 from the consent agenda.
Okay.
So with that, I would remove approval of the consent agenda. Items 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Henderson?
I vote yes.
Commissioner DeBone?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So now we'll go on to our action items. First action item today is going to be Cody Smith. Good morning, Cody.
Good morning. For the record, Cody Smith, Deschutes County Road Department. The Road Department prepared solicitation documents for the paving of South Century Drive, US 97 to Venture Lane project. The project includes repaving of about 1.9 miles of South Century Drive between the US 97 interchange and Venture Lane. That section also includes the roundabout at Abbott Drive, as well as the north leg, the Abbott Drive approach at the roundabout. That paving work will be occurring at night. If the board recalls, they approved a noise variance permit for that work to occur at night. Project also includes road race striping and recessed pavement markers being installed on South Century Drive, replacing 2 pedestrian ramps at the Abbott Drive roundabout, repairing some tree root damage to the multi-use path adjacent to the roundabout, extending the multi-use paths on the west leg of the roundabout to provide improved bicycle transitions from the multi-use paths to the bicycle lanes on South Century Drive, and improvements to the pedestrian landings at the northerly crosswalk across South Century at Venture Lane, which will improve accessibility to the pedestrian activated features on the traffic signal at that intersection. The department advertised for bids on April 8th. Bids were open on April 29th. We received 4 bids. Before you this morning is the notice of intent to award the contract to Knife River Corporation Northwest in the amount of $408,289.50. Adoption of the notice of intent to award will start a 1-week protest period. If no protests are received within that period, then the contract would be awarded administratively. The project work is anticipated to begin in mid-June. and we anticipate it'll be completed mid-late July. Notice of the upcoming work, including the nighttime work, will be displayed on South Century Drive via portable changeable message boards at least 2 weeks in advance of the start of work. And also the department will be issuing a media release ahead of that work. With that, I'll give it back to the chairman and happy to answer any questions.
Okay. I did notice that all the bids, 2 of them came from Redmond, 1 from Hermiston, and then the winning bid from their Bend location, so, and Tumalo. So it seems like it's a project that we definitely need to get done this summer, right?
Yes.
When would it start, did you say?
We're anticipating work will start around mid-June.
Mid-June, okay.
We don't have a detailed, once we enter into the contract, if and when we enter into the contract, our contractor will provide us a more detailed schedule for their work. The contract completion date is the end of July, so they have to have the work done by the end of July.
Okay, thank you, Cody.
It's good that we have the pedestrian ramp improvements and other pedestrian crossing safety improvements in there. So that's something that's been asked by the business park, and there's just that natural connection from the, kind of the shopping areas of the village to the business park. And that's been asked for a few years now. So that's real positive that we're able to include that in this project.
So I'd move approval for board signature document number 2020-087.
And I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Henderson?
I vote yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you, Cody.
Thank you.
Okay. I need to let Whitney know, we have a Zoom issue. Someone can't get into the Zoom link. Is that something you can help with?
Yes. Do you know the name of the,
It's Justin Livingston.
and is he trying to join by phone or?
He said he was trying to get through into the Zoom link, is what my text was.
We have a number of folks that are in the meeting, but they're in attendee status.
Uh-huh.
So I'm not sure if we can confirm if he is, if you can send me contact information, I will follow up with.
I will, okay, I was trying to do 3 things at once. Okay, I will send that to you.
So let's confirm, so the video is streamed of this through our standard platform, and Zoom is another tool to be able to participate in this meeting. So yeah, let's take a moment and kind of think about what's the goal is here. So as I say, this is a city councilor, but if he thinks he's just attending the meeting, he may want to be on the.
No, he wanted to actually give testimony for it, so let me do that.
And is that the procedure? Just so I understand, how does somebody provide testimony during, because this is good, this is our public hearing, first time we're doing
Public
this.
hearing. We'll
Yeah,
find
when
out.
I'm just referring to, what does the path look like for somebody that wants to testify?
Chair Adair is about to, and for those that
I'm going to read.
watching this meeting, Whitney Hale administration, Chair Adair is going to outline the process for how this morning's public hearing will be conducted. We do have participants that are waiting to provide testimony through the Zoom platform, and we've worked with CDD to develop a procedure for how we'll call on those folks and how they'll be able to provide testimony. So she'll outline that here in a few seconds.
Okay, I just sent you the contact information. Okay. To comply with the Governor's Executive Order 20-16, this meeting is being held remotely as much as possible. Public testimony will still be taken, and the procedures described below will result in a virtual sign-in, which is similar to how the board normally records public members who wish to speak. I will now summarize the order and the process of taking public testimony. Zoom has 2 categories of participants, panelists and attendees. Panelists appear on video, attendees do not and are muted. All members of the public are currently attendees. The muting purpose is twofold: to prevent audio feedback and to prevent an orderly recognition for those choosing to testify. Staff will begin with those attendees who are participating by computer. An attendee's name will be announced, and that person will be promoted to panelist and will be unmuted. This transition may take a few seconds. The person needs to state his or her name and provide a mailing address. The person gives his or her 3 minutes of testimony, then is demoted to attendee and then again muted. A second attendee's name will be announced and the process repeats itself. Once everyone participating by computer has been given the opportunity to testify, staff will call on attendees who are participating by phone. Staff will read the last 4 digits of the phone number and ask if that attendee wishes to testify. The attendee will be promoted to panelist and answer yes or no if he or she wishes to testify. If no, the caller is returned to attendee status and muted. If yes, the caller provides his or her name and mailing address, then gives 3 minutes of testimony. The caller is then returned to attendee status and muted. The last 4 digits of the next phone number are read aloud and the process repeats itself. Once all panelists and attendees have testified, the board may choose to close the oral testimony and or ask questions of staff or the applicant. So, that's the first order of business.
Yes.
So, now,
We have Peter Russell remotely in the meeting, and I think we were going to turn things over to Peter to provide some staff remarks. So Peter, I see you in the meeting if you want to go ahead and.
There I am. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Peter Russell, Senior Transportation Planner. I'll now read our opening process statement. This is the one that Chair Adair and I do a duet on. So this is the time and place set for a hearing on file 247-19-00894 PA concerning amending the Deschutes County Transportation System Plan and Tumalo Community Plan to add roundabouts at US 20 and Cook Obie Riley intersection and the US 20 Old Ben Redmond Highway intersection. The Board of County Commissioners will hear oral testimony, receive written testimony, and consider the testimony submitted at this hearing. Due to COVID-19, the hearing will be conducted remotely via Zoom. The board and staff will be panelists. The applicant and public will be attendees and will have their microphones muted until raised to panelist status by the chair. The process will be as follows. Staff will give its reports. Applicant will then be elevated to panelist. The applicant is the Oregon Department of Transportation and unmuted for his or her presentation, then demoted back to attendee status and muted again. We did do a dry run yesterday. We had a little bit of problems with the ODOT system playing with the county system, so we may leave Bob Townsend up as a panelist, but he'll be muted. For the public participating by video, the chair will announce the name of the person to be elevated to panelist and unmuted to provide his or her testimony, then be returned to attendee status with microphone muted. For public members participating by telephone, the chair will announce the last 4 numbers, staff will announce the last 4 numbers of the phone number, ask if the person wishes to provide testimony, the person will be elevated to panelist and muted, unmuted and respond yes, no if they wish to provide testimony. If no, they return to attendee status and muted. If yes, they provide their name, mailing address, and provide their testimony, then is returned to attendee status and muted. Okay. Now back to our standard language. The hearing is also being recorded. The board may make a decision on this matter today, continue the public hearing to a date certain, or leave the written record for a specified period of time. The hearing will be conducted in the following order. Staff will give a report on this issue. We will then open the hearing to all present remotely as described above. We can also provide the board with a copy of written testimony. Questions to and from the chair may be entertained any time at the chair's discretion by using the raise your hand feature in Zoom. Cross-examination of people testifying will not be allowed. However, any person who wishes to ask a question of another person during that person's testimony, please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. Chair is free to decide whether or not to ask such questions of the person testifying. Prior to the commencement of the hearing, any party may challenge the qualifications of any commissioner for conflict of interest by using the raise your hand feature in Zoom. This challenge must be documented with specific reasons supported by facts. Should any commissioner be challenged, the member may disqualify himself or herself, withdraw from the hearing, or make a statement on the record of their capacity to hear and decide this issue. At this time, do any members of the commission need to set forth any information that they may be perceived as a conflict of interest?
So I don't believe I have any. I've had limited conversations with this. I've read most of the documents. I'm familiar with the intersections. Driven through all of them many times, so I know what we're talking about, but don't have any personal interest in them.
And I'll acknowledge that I have prepared for this, but I also attended freight industry meeting in Salem, which was an outreach by ODOT with the freight. Somebody will have to clarify the freight committee that I attended that day. So I have basically attended a previous meeting to understand truckers' point of view for this coming TSP amendment. So, I mean, I don't feel compromised by this, but, I have been previously involved by that.
And I was on the Tamalo Advisory Board, and I did attend the planning, our Deschutes County Planning Commission meeting regarding this. I believe it was in February. So, and I do drive this road every day, several times. So, I have lots of knowledge of the area, but I don't really feel it's a conflict. I have listened to a lot of people and what they feel about it.
Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner based on conflicts of interest? And Whitney, I can't see, so you'll have to look to see if anyone's raised their hand in Zoom and, give it a couple beats to make sure folks have adequate time.
I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Okay. I'm going to turn back over to Chair Adair to read the last two statements.
Okay, the last two statements.
It's 6 and 7 on your script. Or I can do it for you if you can't find the script.
Oh, another page. Thank you very much. 6 and 7. As no challenges are presented prior to opening the hearing, does anyone have any procedural objections to the public hearing? Whitney, do we see any procedural objections?
I do not.
Thank you. Seeing none, the hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
Okay, I'm going to get ready to share my screen. I will say that since the hearing packet went out, we've received several emails this morning that I forwarded on to Sharon, who I think is forwarded on to y'all. They're from Bill Boyd, Tyler Neese, Todd Cook, and Nunzi Gould. So those all came in this morning.
So are you saying those are part of our consideration? I mean, I saw that they came in, but I kind of just briefly looked at them. So I don't know.
So in answer to your question, Commissioner Henderson, yes, they're in the record. So they're part of the record for this, and you can use them in your decision making and deliberations. Okay. Any other questions? I'll move forward. So this is just to let you know that you're in the right place.
Okay.
This is just, I'm assuming you all can see the screen in there because I can't see the room.
Yes.
Okay, so this is essentially what we've just gone through, how the Zoom hearing is going to work. We'll just put that in there again for the record. This is, again, talking about how the Zoom hearing, since we don't have the usual sign-up sheets, that's why we need people to give their name and mailing address at the start of their testimony so they can be on the record and receive a copy of the decision when it's made. This is the typical opening statement that we have just read. And so now we're open. So the overview of the ODOT application, we currently have a 2010 to 2030 Deschutes County Transportation System Plan and a 2010-2030 Tumalo Community Plan. ODOT, over the last 18 months roughly, has developed a roundabout proposal, working with Deschutes County and stakeholders to put roundabouts at the two intersections, the one at US 20 and Cook, Obi Riley, and Tumalo, another at US 20 and Old Ben Redmond Highway. The Planning Commission held a work session on January 23rd. The entire record was presented to the Planning Commission at that time. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on the 27th, later on deliberated and recommended that the board approve the roundabout, the plan amendment as proposed. And then we had a board work session on the 30th of March. So the current Deschutes County Transportation System Plan in Tumalo goes to 2030, as I've said. US 20 has operational challenges now, and those worsen by 2030. At that time, the TSP looked at a couple alternatives from ODOT, C4 and I3, both of which had grade separations at US 20, Cook Avenue, and Obie Riley. The transportation system plan during the public process selected I3, which means the county roads go under US 20. And also we had policy language that called for ODOT to do community outreach prior to design work for the US 20 Cook Obie Riley intersection. So this on the right is the illustration of the concept that was adopted into the TSP. Just a quick summary, US 20 has a right in, right out only at 5th and 7th Streets. US 20 on and off ramps connect to Obie Riley or Cook. Sisters traffic would use 5th or 7th. Strickler Avenue links Bailey Road and Obie Riley Road, and 7th and Cook becomes a right in, right out. So that's what we have in the TSP currently. After the TSP was adopted in 2012, ODOT continued to work with Deschutes County to how to improve operations at US 20. There's some improvements made. We also, at that time, when we did the TSP, we're dealing with the freight industry's opposition to roundabouts. Since the TSP was adopted in 2012, ODOT reached agreement with the freight industry regarding roundabouts on state highways. ODOT then does community outreach with Tumalo. They formed a stakeholders group, which Chair Adair was part of. Also, Chair Hudson from our Planning Commission was part of that. There were stakeholder committees meetings, and there was technical analysis. Through that long process, the roundabout emerged as a preferred alternative. But as you know, our TSP has I3. So to replace I3 in our TSP, we have to have a plan amendment, which is what ODOT has applied for. And both ODOT and the county have funds for the project. So in terms of Tumalo and the roundabout, US 20 has a right in, right out only at 5th and 7th Streets again. There are some handouts that I believe you received. There's also some in the room for Peter Kotowski has them. 8th and Cook becomes a right in, right out. 7th and Cook is unrestricted. In this diagram, Sisters is to the left, Ben's to the right. And the now constructed Wood Avenue links Bailey Road and Obie Riley Road. So in terms of the Old Redmond intersection, Bend and Redmond, US 20 again has operational challenge. Those again worsen at the end of the planning horizon of 2030. In the TSP, we looked at two alternatives from ODOT, a simple overpass, meaning there'd be no connection, much like Wilson Avenue goes over the Parkway, or a full interchange, much as like you have at Reed Market in the Parkway. Both were fairly expensive, so the TSP placed that solution in the illustrative category, which means unfunded. That's different from what we did for the I3 alternative with Tumalo, which is in the project list for being built over the next 20 years. And the TSP also can call for refinement plan work to be done prior to any construction at US 20 in Old Bend, Redmond. So here's a drawing, conceptual. You'll notice this doesn't have quite as much detail as the Tumalo one. The Tumalo one is farther down the road design-wise. It's what they call a 30% design. This is more conceptual. Again, Bend is to the right, Sisters to the left in this drawing. US 20 allows all moves at Mountain View Drive. Community meetings and stakeholder meetings would be forthcoming as ODOT entered deeper into the design process. ODOT will address whether funds identified yet for this. So here's your reason for your plan amendment. The current TSP has different improvements at those two intersections. They're very specific. So the roundabouts came out of a public process as the preferred alternative. Our county road department also participated in that process. They agree with these solutions. A plan amendment is just a general symbol for the type of improvement. It's not at construction level detail. As I said, Tumalo is at 30% design. Old Bend Redmond is more conceptual. So the next steps in the process of why we're here today is that the applicant, ODOT, will give a presentation, and when they're concluded, the board will then accept public testimony. After the public testimony is finished, the board has 4 general options. You can continue the hearing to a date certain, meaning you can leave oral record open and written record open. You can close the oral record today and leave the written record open to a date certain. You can close both the oral and written record and set the date certain to deliberate, or you can close the oral and written record and begin deliberations today. So that concludes my portion of the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
So, Peter, one question I have is what's the estimated cost of each of the projects, and what is the state paying and the county paying?
So I'll defer to ODOT for that because I'm just more of the land use and the plan amendment. They have more of the dollars and cents figures.
So are we able to hear Robert Townsend then?
What will happen now is Whitney will elevate Bob to a panelist and unmute him, and then he'll begin the ODOT presentation.
Bob, it looks like you're unmuted. Would you like to go ahead?
So, I mean, if he's not testifying yet, then we should finish up questions with Peter Russell first, right?
If you have any for me, yes.
Okay. I was wondering on the improvements at Cook Avenue and Tumalo. Were they just not considered as a possibility back 10 years ago? I mean, it seemed like we went a completely different direction, which was more conventional. Has this been a change? Like, I mean, how was it not considered originally, I guess? Or
So if I understand your question correctly, Commissioner Henderson, you're wondering why we ended up with the overcrossing at Cook and O.B. Riley. So typically intersections go through kind of an iterative stage of improvements. Originally, ODOT realigned that intersection because it was skewed. They also did some minor improvements upstream at 7th, adding a raised median at 7th and Bailey. The next level would be, do you do the grade separated crossing, for which there was no funding at the time. There was, you wouldn't do a full interchange there because the full interchange, the footprint was so large, it would pretty much disrupt much of the community. So they went with a smaller approach that would be not quite as costly. There wasn't any money for it. And then there's the roundabout wasn't an option at the time when the TSP was done. After the TSP was concluded, the freight industry was beginning to be more amenable to roundabouts. The roundabouts cost less and operate fairly well. And also ODOT was beginning as an agency to look towards using roundabouts more often than not. We did have a discussion about, do you put a traffic signal there? The county has policies at that time about driver expectations and how traffic signals don't really meet that in an urban unincorporated community. And so a traffic signal also had operational difficulties, even if we didn't have county policies, much like we were discussed at the Terrebonne example. You just have huge backups on the highway, which would ultimately start blocking county roads and secondary roads that fed into those county roads. So that's how we went from the overcrossing option to the roundabout option. So I hope that answered your question.
yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Commissioner, Chris Doty.
Yes. Good morning, Chris.
Yeah. Good morning, Chair Dare. Thank you for allowing me to jump in. Commissioner Henderson asked a question about financing and contributions. To date, the county has invested $1.1 million, both in the preliminary engineering part of the project, as well as a preemptive right-of-way acquisition in giving that money to ODOT to allow them to purchase right-of-way. What we've scheduled in our 10-year capital improvement plan is an additional $6.7 million as a county contribution towards that project, subject to board approval, of course.
Chris,
The remainder.
excuse me, are you talking about Tumalo or both projects?
I'm talking specifically about Tumalo.
Okay, good. That's what I thought.
Yeah, sorry. I can talk about both though. So we've planned for an additional 6.7 subject to board approval in fiscal year 22, with the remainder of the Tumalo project being funded through ODOT. At least that's been the conversation to date. Regarding Old Bend Redmond, ODOT has not approached the county with any contribution yet towards that project. And Bob Townsend, I'm sure, will go into details on both of those, the cost of the projects as part of his testimony.
Well, so the so we'll have spent $7.8 million on the roundabout and the prepping and all the stuff. How much more does it cost?
Well, Bob will get to that. I think, and if you can unmute, maybe you can answer that question right now. The cost estimate has been changing as the design has been more refined, and he would have an update number. What we have in our plan, at least right now, is I believe 11.6, but I'm sure Bob can refine that a little bit.
I'm certainly happy to answer if I can. If I need to wait my time, I'll cover it there as well, whatever your pleasure is.
Is it possible for Bob to give us the costs now? Is that possible, Bob? Or do you have a whole presentation? Are there any other questions for Peter or Chris? You have any? No? Did you, Phil?
No, I just was thinking, as this is a hearing, we probably should have people, we shouldn't ask people kind of out of the audience. So Bob right now is in the audience. If he is the next person to testify, then it seems like then we would ask him. I don't know, I'm not the expert on virtual hearings, but.
Well, he's the applicant, he's representing the applicant being ODOT, but yeah, so at some point he'll be able to provide
Don't you
as much as.
agree that we should do it as people testify, then we ask them questions as opposed to
Right.
if you.
Well, as I say, ODOT is the applicant, so he's representing the applicant, so, yeah. You can either do that now or as a follow-up.
Well, it seems logical that Bob would do a presentation
Yeah.
now. So, Bob, do you want to continue on?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Pretty well, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and I do have a presentation, but I'll answer these questions first, just so I make sure I capture them. As we practiced yesterday, this took a little bit of time to get to my screen, so I apologize for the delay. I guess as we're waiting for hopefully my screen to pop up here in a little bit. As for the cost, so the cost for the roundabout at Tumalo and some of the other, it's not just the roundabout, it's the connections, some additional intersection improvements off the main highway, sidewalks and things like that is around 10.5 to 11 million right now. The variance there is we also have, as part of this project, we've been developing a multi-use path undercrossing north of the intersection in question. And so right now it's not funded, but we've been discussing our advisory group too, it's an important part of the Tumalo area, and we've been working towards that. So that adds some additional funds beyond those, and it's certainly still something that we're working to what we call a DAP level design, so that we can identify right away and true costs if we do want to add that in the future or under this project. As far as the Old Bend Redmond, it's around 4 to 5 million, a lot less right away. We're not doing some of the urban improvements with other street connections, sidewalk, etc. And the ODOT is funding the full amount on that intersection improvement.
Has that funding been earmarked already then, Bob? The 4 to 5
Correct.
million from ODOT?
That's correct. And so all of these, or this project, depending on the funding that Chris had mentioned and the board's approval here for the TSP amendment, we have a project slated in our capital improvement program for construction, in 2022, that includes both these roundabouts, paving, widening on US 20, and I'll get into that in a little more detail here in a second. Can everyone see my screen then?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So a lot of the stuff Peter covered as well, but I did want to capture some of it just for additional background information if you guys had questions. So just going over a little background, going over the decision-making process and how this project came about, and then just
Bob?
getting into some of the particulars. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Sorry to jump in. You are now displaying the Zoom meeting, not your PowerPoint presentation. I think there you go.
Well,
And then PowerPoint is not in presentation mode, it looks like also.
The presentation mode on my second screen, that's the
Oh, okay, yeah,
my
so it's
issue.
backwards
Let me-
to what you're thinking then.
Yeah. Let me, I'm going to pause here and then redo this. So I apologize for that.
Nope, you're doing real well. We're all learning as we go today. Okay, and now it does seem to be on the full screen
looks-
presentation mode.
it looks a lot better now.
Okay. Okay, sorry about that. So I was going to get into some of the safety and traffic improvements detail. I don't want to get into a lot of the weeds on that because I know you have a heavy schedule. And so I'll present some of the information, but certainly happy to answer detailed number questions around crash reduction and things like that if you need be. And then I also wanted to talk about next steps, including the upcoming project and some of the funding breakdown.
Do you just want to repeat, though, the safety from the roundabouts? I know that's a critical factor for the decision-making of going to roundabouts.
Correct, and so I'll be covering that in detail. So some of the background information I just wanted to get for context is I'm sure a lot of, or the board has been part of some of these discussions, but then just for community information as well. We really have what we're calling a roundabout corridor here that's either in the works, some close to construction, some like these requiring improvements, but I wanted to capture them all so that the board had an understanding that these aren't one-offs. This is a calculated corridor improvement across many jurisdictions. And so on the screen, you can see we actually have 8 roundabouts on US 20 in the works, some a little farther than others. Of course, the Barclay roundabout in Sisters is complete. The roundabout Locust is under development. It doesn't have construction funds at this time, but we're under design work. And the US 20 Oregon 126 roundabout is in the City of Sisters at DSP. As you look to the diagram on the right, obviously Cook Avenue and Old Bend Redmond are here before you today for TSP adoption. Roundabouts at Cooley and Roble are in similar processes with the City of Bend, and their TSP will be amended to include those as well. Ward Hamby is on the county portion of US 20, and already in your TSP, it includes a roundabout as the improvement. We're under design with construction happening later next year for that one, and that's fully funded. Likewise, the Cooley and Roble roundabouts are funded for construction as well in partnership with some private development and the City of Bend and ODOT. So I just want to give a little context to that these certainly fit, and I'll be talking about some of the benefits of having particularly these 4 roundabouts from Tumalo into Bend and how the system sees improvements from those. Just because Commissioner Adair always gets me on traffic volumes, I want to get this in the packet just so you could all have an understanding of what type of volumes. The numbers on top are average daily volumes, so total volumes at different sections along Highway 20, so you can see the drop off as you're leaving Bend and going towards Sisters. The diagrams down below are peak hour turning movements, and you don't need to get into the weeds on these necessarily, but I just wanted to show what we're kind of looking at from a morning peak, Sunday midday due to the high amount of tourist traffic we get on Highway 20, and then our PM hourly. So if you look at a diagram, basically you're traveling in that direction of Highway 20. And so the first number is how many vehicles an hour making a left turn movement, making a straight movement, or making a right. And not necessarily important for you to memorize, but definitely I wanted you to have it in your packet for people who ask questions, what type of volume certainly we're looking at. As Peter mentioned, this has been a very long project in the works. Back in 2008, we made some minor improvements on the roadway, including the median, to correct some safety issues we were having, just short term. We looked at long-term alternatives, and this is where we started with the 18, and then we got down to the two options that Peter had mentioned. And again, the reason that roundabouts were not on that list at the time, we had a moratorium on them because we had not reached consensus with the trucking industry on their use on ODOT highways, so we couldn't even look at them in planning documents. But certainly, if we would have been able to, they would have been on the list of 18 alternatives. In 2018, as Chris mentioned, the county provided some funding to start working on this, and ODOT matched it as well, just to get back in the groove of let's review the adopted concepts again, and now let's add a roundabout option and see how it met all the criteria as well, since now we have industry approval to use those when appropriate. And so we added the multi-lane roundabout as one of the solutions that we were reviewing. Phase 2 of that was to get stakeholder input. We had some public meetings, utilized the Citizens Advisory Committee that Commissioner Adair served on and mentioned. And then now that the state has funding identified in our capital improvement program, and hopefully the county can add theirs in, we are working towards a final design. We're approaching our what we would call 30 to 40% design level now, so that we will be identifying the exact right-of-way we need within the next couple months. And with approval today, we'll continue that process to a construction project. Just as a little bit of time, how we're on, and I'll cover this later. We've had stakeholder impact, obviously. Our stakeholder committee has met several times, and I'll talk about their thought process here in a little bit. We've had a couple public meetings. Depending on the outcome of today and over the next couple of weeks, as the record's closed and the board hopefully chooses to review this, we'll have additional public meetings just to outreach and share our current concepts and what impacts they have. And then certainly as we move along and we have details around construction staging and things like that, we'll have more public outreach. But all things considered, if things move forward, we'll start right-of-way acquisition, and we'll proceed towards that construction project in 2022. And it'll be a one-year project. We'll start in the spring and have the roundabouts operational by Labor Day. The board's seen this diagram before. This is our similar to Terrebonne, or similar to any of our projects. We have on the left there a project management team that includes ODOT, Deschutes County consultants, and just a variety of different resources. We get input from an advisory stakeholder committee that includes business owners in Tumalo. We had 3 at-large positions for people who represented the Tumalo area. Planning Commission member, of course, Commissioner Adair, some other Deschutes County representatives, state parks, and other people like that. I'll show the list in a little bit. They help the project team make decisions, and we relay information back and forth to get their feedback. But ultimately, the final approval comes before the Board of Commissioners, and then our Transportation Authority, which in this case has already approved the project funding. So really no further action will be required by them. Here's the actual stakeholder committee, not going person by person, but you can see we have a wide range of people that are affected by the project, community members. Obviously, Knife River is very important as not only from the trucking perspective, but as an adjacent property owner and so on. These goals remain the goals on a lot of our projects, right? And this is what we based our decision on. When we developed the multi-lane roundabout concept, we measured it against the interchange concepts based on this criteria. This is a common set. This has been before you before for different types of projects, but in this instance, the community advisory group actually helped us establish these goals and the narrative behind them. So basically, I just wanted to share, these are not the concepts now, but basically what we ended up reviewing and taking to the Citizens Advisory Group based on feedback from at public meetings and so on was a roundabout concept and an interchange concept. This is a little bit modified to the original I-3 just because we had a combination of raising the road and lowering O.B. Riley Cook Avenue just to get the best possible use. There wasn't a lot of benefit to look at a full overpass and a full underpass because the effects on the community were just too substantial. A compromise in the middle was really well reviewed. And then we took those two alternatives, and I'm not going to go into the scoring system in great detail. It'll be a part of the record, but we went through the goals that I had showed you beforehand and had the Citizens Advisory Group score them with assistance from the project team. And these are just samples of how we do it. The black circles are obviously high scoring. The open circles are low scoring. Here's some of the traffic analysis I mentioned. Obviously, you can see both options meet traffic needs. The roundabout has a little better volume to capacity ratio. Basically, generally 0.9 or 1s are, let's just go with anything over a 1 is bad. You do see that we have over 1s for both of them, and that's why I added the note before. What makes them not work is the amount of people taking a right turn onto Cook Avenue in the evening peak hour, in the outer years, but that's easily controlled on the roundabout. We can add a slip lane. On the interchange, you would add an additional exit ramp, if you will. So that's why the notes are down there below. But basically, both of them meet traffic requirements in 2040. So, we took the final scoring, like I said, to the stakeholder committee for a recommendation. The recommendation was near unanimous with a couple people not voting. But the recommendation was to proceed with the roundabout. And, a lot of the details were around the community feel aspect and how they didn't want to be separated by a large interchange option. And then also the funding did play a factor in the fact that interchange funding, it's not on the foreseeable future. ODOT certainly doesn't have the money. The county doesn't have it in their capital improvement programs. The roundabout was something that could be built quickly and met all the transportation needs without the negative impacts of destroying the community. That's some generalized comments from them. I know a few of them may be giving public testimony today, so I won't overstretch their thoughts. That's what happened with Tumalo. Old Bend Redmond is a little different because what generates this project to the top of the list are safety concerns. It actually meets ODOT's, and not that Tumalo doesn't meet some of the factors too, but Old Bend Redmond has had some more significant crashes due to the higher speeds. And so it meets the context of safety improvements for ODOT and meets our ARTS, which is an acronym for All Roads Transportation Safety. So ODOT had some funding set aside to do some improvements here to improve safety, not necessarily what was in the TSB, but other safety elements. And that included, a couple items listed here: closure of the west leg of O.B. Riley, or Old Bend Redmond Highway that connects to O.B. Riley, just to minimize the amount of conflicts. It included what we called an acceleration lane, where if you were traveling south or traveling on Old Bend Redmond approaching US 20, you would take a left onto Highway 20, and then there would be a center median where you would be protected to accelerate up to speed. So a lot of these options were just quick fixes and really weren't addressing the concerns. The grade separated interchange was a really significant cost and had some operational issues as well. The roundabout, as mentioned here, had expected 82% reduction in fatal injury was something we could fund and get to the timeline that we were looking for. Similar, here's the same traffic analysis. Basically, the analysis here is either roundabout or this interim improvement, which obviously the roundabout, you can see the low numbers on the volume to capacity ratio, but I won't get a lot of detail on that unless you have specific questions. The question came up before, and I added a couple slides here from last time because we continue to get this signal. Why are we putting signals at these intersections? And so I just wanted to provide a little more detail around that. These intersections are unique, as Peter mentioned. The county has some guidance on when to use signals, and certainly not in these rural locations. That's not the end all, but that's based on sound science. In these types of intersections, that introducing a signal where speeds are coming from high to low on tangent sections actually increases the major crashes on the roadway. Now they do reduce some of the other small fender benders, but they do have a fatality rate, whereas roundabouts nationwide are at practically a zero fatality rate, and we just don't get those with improvement. So for those reasons, and the backup at the end of queues and all the delays, right, those are detrimental too, and I'll show the delay analysis here in a minute, but it's really around safety. If you're stopping traffic, you can imagine the queues back up significantly, whether up the hill or down. And those crashes at the end of a queue where a truck doesn't see slowing traffic are very severe. Whereas in a roundabout, we don't have the queues in a multi-lane roundabout, which this one will be, and we changed the geometry to add curvature so that people naturally have to slow down. As far as some specifics, I just wanted to show these are national statistics. This is based on actual, a lot of states have significant roundabouts. Washington's added them on a lot of state highways. Wisconsin, Minnesota have significant numbers of roundabouts on their system. So these are reduction numbers. You'll be like, well, why doesn't the rural signal or urban traffic signal have reductions for fatal and injury? Because it doesn't in a lot of cases. And so those numbers are skewed. In some cases, it actually increases fatal and injury crashes. So that's why it's difficult to measure and categorize it. And this is out of the National Safety Manual. So not just us in ODOT or Deschutes County or City of Bend putting numbers together. The other thing I wanted to cover, and which is kind of misleading, why a lot of the questions we get are, oh, City of Bend roundabouts were backed up at certain intersections. These are dual lane roundabouts on Highway 20, so 2 lanes going through it each time, and not like the dual lane roundabout on Reed Market or Cooley. These are different, where the highway lanes, if you're on Highway 20, you'll see your lanes moving forward, and you'll stay in the same lanes if you're traveling to Sisters, or likewise from Sisters to Bend. And so these are some of the delay threshold calculations. And right now, it takes about 6 minutes to travel from Tumalo into Bend. And the reason the differences here are certainly peak hour travel time is in the evening, and so that's why one of the legs looks longer going back the other way. But you can see our calculations, and this is based on the same national guidance, that the signal actually promotes more delay on Highway 20, and the roundabout promotes a predictable delay as far as travel time. And a lot of this is, and why this gets to the corridor approach, that and why one of the questions that keeps coming up on, oh, this is just a short-term fix in Tumalo. It's not a short-term fix in Tumalo when we consider all the other roundabouts. ODOT is not widening Highway 20 between Sisters and Bend in the next 20 years. That's just not how, we're not building out of our problems. We're trying to use other technology, hoping people reduce the amount of vehicle miles traveled and things like that. The roundabouts actually meter themselves. So if there's a roundabout at US 20 in Rowell, then US 20 in Cooley as you're headed to to Tumalo, the delays are going to be experienced everywhere, so that traffic is kind of metered through them, and that's the benefit of those versus signals. It's really hard to coordinate. You may sit at 2 signals. As much as we try to minimize that, you may get stopped a few minutes at one signal and a few minutes at the next during peak hours. So I think this is a critical element to consider. Peter showed them a little bit. These are current concepts. Please note that these are just the layout of the roundabout. Some of the accesses from the side streets are not shown on this. This is merely to show how the roundabout will kind of fit in the intersection. And similar to Old Bend Redmond highway concept, here's our current one at this time. I did want to cover, because something comes up a lot about these dual lane roundabouts and how do they work for pedestrians, especially in light of us looking at a pedestrian undercrossing. The dual lane roundabouts will actually have rapid flashing beacons at all legs for pedestrians to use. One of the problems with dual lane roundabouts is now it's 2 lanes for a pedestrian to cross. Not that it's unsafe, because the speeds are significantly slower, but it is part of our design. So they'll have one of these types, whether it's overhead because it's wider and easier to see, or at grade like some of the ones we see on the Parkway or 3rd Street, that's yet to determine. But each leg of the intersection will have these. So even if we do not install the multi-use path underpass, we still have pedestrian crossings built into this project. This is, I just wanted to share, if you hadn't seen it, the location of the underpass. We did go through quite not only the public process, but with our citizens advisory group on determining the best location for this path. Our next steps, like I said, our
Bob?
capital improvement program.
Excuse me, Bob, can I interrupt? Are you still coming up with a cost on that underpass crossing? We weren't given a number originally. I'm just wondering, is it still a possibility?
So what our approach is going to be, and a lot of it depends on the dialogue here over the next 2 weeks. But let's say the roundabout or the TSP is adopted to allow roundabouts. We're going to finalize out our design acceptance phase design on the roundabout and the pedestrian undercrossing. At that time, we're going to come back to Deschutes County, present the total cost. As Chris mentioned, you have some money allocated in your capital improvement program. We'll have on the table what money we could add for the underpass, and hopefully we can come to a decision point prior to us. We'll have to enter it into an IGA when this is all done. We have one now to advance purchase some of the right-of-ways Chris mentioned, but we'll need one to finalize the rest of the project. And so by July, our hopes is to be at a work session having that discussion on, do we add the underpass or not? Do we have the funding between us? And so at that time, we'll have all the funding mechanism, costs, what the right-of-way impacts for that are. And there's a couple utility impacts by installing the trail that we hadn't talked about before, but we'll certainly address all that. But it's around $2 million for the undercrossing, but we'll certainly be in really, because we would like to add it as well. It's really just a funding issue, and with the times we're in, it's hard to say yes or no at this point.
Thank you.
And so just to summarize out where we're at, we do have a project in the STIP, our statewide transportation improvement plan right now, that would allow us to construct the 2 roundabouts at Tumalo and Old Bend Redmond, do full paving upgrades just short of Cooley. And the reason we're stopping at Cooley is because the roundabouts for Cooley and Roble will be built in 23, the year following this, as part of our Big Bend North Corridor project that has received the federal grant. So it'll basically be 2 projects here that we're going to be coordinating. Right now, the eastbound lanes on Highway 20 go from 2 to 1 at Old Bend Redmond. We'll extend that to Cooley at this point, but eventually the 2 lanes will go all the way into to at least Roble. So that's a really another exciting benefit of this project. It includes rebuilding the pavement. It's on schedule to bid in the fall of 21 with construction, like I said, starting early 22 and being operational by Labor Day. It's fully funded if you count if you don't count the underpass and you count the Deschutes County contribution remaining that's in the capital improvement program, and then ODOT's contribution. So the variables, obviously today, the Deschutes County TSP amendment, we need that in place before we can construct roundabouts. And then as Commissioner DeBone mentioned, we have to obtain our final mobility review, which we've been studying the groundwork now for a year and a half. And so hopefully that's just a check mark once we have the TSP amended. So really that's where we're at. I know that's a lot of information, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions?
No questions.
So, can you go back to that last slide? If I read that right, we're at 19 million now before we get to the underpass, and I thought earlier we were at about 11 million.
Correct. So this includes all of the paving for that whole stretch. When I was answering your questions, I was just talking about the roundabout cost at Tumalo, the roundabout cost at Old Bend Redmond. We're actually paving the section and doing this widening, which is why we're contributing additional funds.
And when you're saying you're paving from Tumalo up to Old Bend Redmond or up to Cooley?
Up to Cooley. Eventually, it'll all be paved towards Empire. It's just that'll be done under the next project with the Bend North Corridor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay. So therefore, at this time,
I guess I have one more question.
oh, one more question.
I guess one thing I'm a little confused with is I thought maybe it was when Chris Doty was talking that there wasn't funding from the state yet for Old Bend Redmond, but you say there is, right?
There is, yeah. At the time of our application, that was probably 4 months now ago, the 21-24 STIP hadn't been approved at that time. It's been basically approved. It still requires final federal approval, but in the 21-24 STIP, our capital improvement program, we allocated money for Old Bend Redmond.
Okay. So I guess if another follow-up to that is I read a lot of the news lately about cutbacks of the state of Oregon, the governor asking departments to cut back 18%. And I've read other articles before that about the transportation department not having enough funding to do operations. Could any of those skew the money available for these projects? I mean, where they actually the money's taken from projects like this to go to fund other things?
No, so ODOT, and it is confusing, and it's even confusing to ODOT employees as our management group has met with a lot of our staff over, you can imagine when these press releases come out that staff is alarmed. But ODOT really has two buckets of money. We have our state highway trust fund that funds maintenance and operations, and then most of our project delivery comes from federal funds, federal gas tax, and things like that. We certainly have state earmarks and things like that come for projects, but 99% of our project delivery money comes from federal or earmarked projects. So in this time, and that's why the governor hasn't asked ODOT to reduce their budgets, we're actually looked at as an opportunity for infrastructure bills and other things to get money into the community. So generally, we don't see the repercussions of this. We will see in time if people are driving less from a federal gas tax revenue, but our projections and our balance sheets are so far out that would not affect us until about 2024, and that's if the COVID-19 was sustained, significantly reducing travel. But for this project, the money is already committed in the pot and not affected. And likewise, Ward Hamby and most of these that are already programmed will see no negative impacts from budget reductions.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. So,
Thank you.
Peter, are we at the point now that we may take public testimony via video?
Correct. That's where you are now. You'll work with Whitney to see who is attending the meeting via computer or video, if you want to call that, and you'll do them first. Then when they're concluded, then you move on to those who are appearing by telephone.
Okay. All right.
Okie dokie. As Peter mentioned earlier, as there is no sign-in sheet, we ask that as folks are elevated to panelist status that they provide their name and mailing address at the start of their testimony. I will be first calling on members of the public that are attending Zoom via their computer, and then we will shift over to those that are called in by phone. I'm going to begin with Cheryl.
Okay. All right. So the first person we will be hearing from will be Cheryl. And Cheryl, you need to identify your name and your address, please. Your complete name.
And just, that might be Cheryl Smallman. So,
okay. Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes.
I was muted. Okay, my name is Cheryl Davidson, and my mailing address is 62596 Sparrowhawk Circle in Bend.
I think Cheryl might be for the later item on the 2020 or 2020 fair, as opposed to.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, if that's what you're asking.
No, we're not there yet. We are still talking about roundabouts.
I recognized her.
So we'll have to come back to you in a minute.
Yep.
Okay, so let's try someone who wants to talk about roundabouts.
yes, and it's right now, if I do call on you and you're not here for the public hearing that we're currently in, just please let us know that, and we'll move on to the next participant. So Chris Doan.
Chris Doan has been called. Do you have the spelling of the last name?
Doan.
Okay. So Chris, are you available?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I did not plan any testimony.
Oh, could you please give your address first?
Yep. Address is 647 Northwest Powell Butte Loop in Bend. However, I'm the general manager for Knife River there at the intersection of Highway 20 and O.B. Riley, and I've been participatory in several of the stakeholder meetings regarding the roundabout, and we're supportive of the concept and the current plan, and looking forward to the intersection being reconstructed. Again, like I said, I participated early and looked at all the concepts, and believe that the roundabout is the best concept currently, and looking forward to it being constructed.
Great. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being on the committee also. Yes, seeing your trucks struggle to get out, I'm sure that they would appreciate something a little safer. So do we have the next person then, Whitney?
Yes, Nunzi Gould.
Okay, Nunzi? Nunzi, are you available now?
Hello, this is Nunzi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Well, I submitted some testimony by email this morning.
Oh, could you please give us your address first, Nunzi?
19845 J.W. Brown Road, Bend 97703.
Thank you.
I submitted some testimony earlier. This roundabout does not have any known dimensions today. And today we don't actually know what county roads might have changes of transportation as a result of this roundabout. Also, I learned today that there's discussion of a potential future off lane from Highway 20 that would skirt the roundabout as a future to deal with capacity that we know already would be limited. So the big overarching comment I would like to make is I think this is a very short, fused project. in terms of its long-term carry capacity for our growing community. And I have suggested that a grade separated roundabout interchange be considered, because I don't feel that we should be slowing all of our Highway 20 traffic down to 20 miles an hour to navigate a roundabout that they don't want to navigate. They are just through traffic. And so with the flashing beacons of a cyclist or a child that would actually stop the traffic, it's possible your Highway 20 traffic through this design would actually be caused to stop at a flashing notice. And I think for long-term planning for our community, we need something that will actually have some survivalship, that the investment that we're making today isn't just dug up, you know, in 10 years saying this doesn't meet our needs anymore. I think we need to have a plan today that has longevity so that, and I think the roundabout grade separated interchange gives the locality and the maneuverability and the flexibility, but your through traffic continues to go through. So we have a lot of truck traffic in Tumalo. We have a lot of turning movements because of the industrial area in Tumalo, the Knife Rivers, the construction activity that's happening. And this intersection is actually on the gateway of the west side of Bend. Unlike Cooley, unlike Hamby, unlike Roble, unlike Old Bend Redmond Highway, this intersection is very different because it's on the west side of the river. So planning something that has the capacity for long-range survivalship, I think, is important. The other thing I think is really important, in 1999, when the county granted approval for Eagle Crest to expand, it identified an interchange at Highway 20 in Tumalo and requested that Eagle Crest contribute a proportionate amount of money to this intersection. If we are getting rid of this interchange, how will ODOT and the county collect the $240,000 that were apportioned towards this? So this part of our community growing, and if we just suddenly remove it to a roundabout, are we just throwing out monies that were committed from previous developments? And as you know, through the bulletin news articles, there are increasing pressures and transportation. So I would say that actually the difficult movement isn't going right to Highway 20 to Cook. The difficulty turning movement is from Cook to Bend.
Okay, Nancy, we actually have a 3-minute time limit, which I failed to mention today, but we do have your letter, and the timer did go off about a minute and a half ago. So,
can I add one more thing, please? In my testimony, I use the word Bruce Avenue, and it's not Bruce Avenue, it's Wood Avenue. And I do feel all of the aerials that ODOT has shown you do not show the new housing that's been built in Tumalo south of Highway 20. So I am concerned that we are funneling traffic on Wood Avenue, not Bruce, south of Highway 20, where people will be backing out of their garages that were just built in the last year and on a street where people are riding their bicycles. And I think we need to have some real thought as to where we are diverting traffic and what kind of safety we actually are providing for the urban community of Tumalo.
Okay,
thank you,
Nancy. Thank you. We have to end it because we have a lot of other people that want to give testimony today. So thank you very much. I know you're a proud member of that community. Okay, Whitney, who are we at now?
Councilor Livingston.
Okay. Councilor Livingston, you're up next. There he is.
Hi. There we go. Sorry, for some reason Zoom kicked me out and brought me back in, so apologize for that.
Oh, Justin, please be aware that we are limiting
Thank you. I
testimony.
appreciate the opportunity to speak to you and testify.
We are limiting testimony to 3 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted you to be aware. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you need to identify yourself and your address, please.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity Justin Livingston, Bend City Councilor. Address is 61651 Gemini Way in Bend. And really today I'm speaking to you as my role as chair of the Bend Metropolitan Planning Organization. The Bend MPO has been that the MPO boundaries actually do go out to Tumalo, and so we have been in touch with ODOT and been part of the conversation in this process. The Highway 20 corridor is a very important corridor for our national highway system, and also for moving people and goods within Deschutes County and throughout Central Oregon. Maintaining and improving safety and efficiency of US 20 is really critical to residents, visitors, and shippers that utilize the corridor. Extensive planning, as you can see by Bob's presentation, has been done. Lots of analysis has been determined that roundabouts are the best alternative, and especially considering the current economic issue that we're having and the cost differential. The grade separated highway interchange at Cook is far more expensive than the roundabout. And considering budgetary issues in the future, I think it's wise to go with the roundabout alternative, not just for its safety and efficiency, but also for the cost effectiveness of that. And so both roundabouts at Highway 20 and Old Bend Redmond Highway in Cook will greatly increase the safety and efficiency of the interfacing county and state roadway systems. And for that reason, Bend MPO is very supportive of adding these to the county transportation system plan, and look forward to your vote of that approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Whitney, do we have our next speaker?
Yes. David Thompson.
David Thompson, please. David, please remember to identify yourself and give your address.
Good morning. My name is David Thompson. I live at 2380 Northwest Quinn Creek Loop in Bend. I am the chair of the Deschutes County Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. As such, I participated in the stakeholders committee for the recommendation on the Tumalo Cook Avenue US 20 interchange improvement. I 100% agree with the recommendation from that effort that the roundabout provides the best overall solution to the safety problems that we have in Tumalo at this time. Specifically, while there definitely are going to be trade-offs in this type of situation where you have a highway dividing a small town, we think that the roundabout will provide the best way of keeping the community together as a whole and making it visually and safety-wise look accessible for people to use bicycle and pedestrian modes to travel between businesses, schools, and homes in the Tumalo area. So when we add to that the fact that, as Mr. Townsend has stated, we can construct this solution in 2022 versus a totally unknown time to get the funds to do a larger solution. And it appears this solution will certainly last for the 20-year planning horizon. seriously consider adding the undercrossing option into this as we go forward. Not because the roundabout isn't a safe place to cross, but the undercrossing will reduce out of our additional distance for people who are traveling between the school and the west side homes that are being constructed in Tumala, and then also provide a way for school-age children, primary school-age children, to cross the highway safely on their own, whereas a roundabout is probably not viewed by parents as a place for that age of children. So I encourage the commissioners to please keep an open mind and try and find the ability to do that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Whitney?
I believe that concludes our testimony from folks that we have who are attending via computer. So now I'm going to transition over and I'll call on folks that are dialed into the meeting by phone.
Okay.
I'm going to be calling the last 4 digits of phone numbers.
Yes.
At that time, I'll promote you to panelist status, and if you can let us know if you'd like to provide testimony, that would be great. If the answer is no, you'll be moved back into attendee status, and we'll call the next attendee who is dialed in by phone. So I'm going to begin with 4331.
4331, please. 4331, if you would care to unmute.
You're good. My name is Nikki Grieve, and mailing address is 591 Southwest Millview Way, Bend, Oregon, 97702. I am attending on behalf of Roundtree Lodgepole Products, who owns property at 19845 7th Street and 64625 Cook Avenue, Bend, Oregon. We are asking that the proposed concept be rejected, particularly those relating to the proposed roundabout. We feel there are better solutions, which we have handed over in writing. We submitted more communication this morning. And we also ask that we keep the record open for a minimum of 10 days for additional submittals.
Thank you. Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you.
Okay, Whitney, may we get the next numbers?
Yes, next will be 6559.
6559, please. Six five five nine.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. This is Greg Munn. I am just calling in to participate in the meeting as a listener.
Thank you, Finance Director.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Okay, we'll skip that one.
I'm transitioning on to 3320.
3320. Is 3320 available?
Hi there. Yeah, this is 3320. This is Don Morehouse with ODOT. I don't have a comment. I've just called into the meeting as a participant.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
And Chair Adair, I believe that concludes everyone who is currently in the meeting. If I've missed anyone and you're logged in by computer, please feel free to raise your hand, but I believe we've covered everyone.
Okay. Is anyone else available that we've missed? All right. Hearing or seeing none, I believe. So we can go back to the process. Okay. So Peter, are we now at the point where we determine at what position we're going to go? And are there any other questions from the commissioners regarding this?
No questions at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Henderson? No?
No, I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay, all right. Thank you. All right, so,
Yes, Chair Adair, you're now in the process where the board can choose in the next steps whether to leave the oral record open and continue it to a date certain. You can close the oral record today and then leave the written record open to a date certain. Because this is a plan amendment, it's legislative, we're not under the 150-day time clock. So I'm sure ODOT wants a decision sooner rather than later, but we have some time. Also, you can close both the oral and written record today and set a date certain to deliberate. Staff's suggestion was you probably want to leave the record open for, a week or two to absorb.
you're saying really close the oral and leave the written record open. Isn't that your recommendation?
That's certainly it's the board's discretion, whatever you all want to do, but that would be staff's recommendation to close the oral. It seems everyone was able to call in on Zoom. That was our one fear if somebody had technical difficulties, but apparently everyone was able to get in. And plus we also have, like I said, the written record if they still want to participate in the process.
Okay, all right.
And I support that. So supporting closing the oral record and leave the written record open, and then we can talk about a date certain.
Okay.
I support that also.
Okay. Peter, it was suggested during the calls to keep it open for 10 days. What are you recommending as staff?
I would maybe just recommend 7 days,
7 days?
A week from now.
7 days would, okay.
It's an idea, yeah.
Commissioner Henderson, is 7 days, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. All right. So do we need a motion on that?
I think it's just the chair.
Okay, then Peter, as chair, I've just spoke to my two other commissioners, and we will close the oral record today, and we will leave the written record open to a date certain, which is 7 days from today. And it will be closed at that time.
So Chair Adair, I have that as May 20th. I would recommend for people who are listening and wish to submit further written comment, please do not wait till 4:58 p.m. on the 20th to hit send, because it's when your comment is received in the Deschutes County server, and sometimes servers take longer. So I would say earlier is better than later in terms of electronic submittals.
Will there be, so we did get a number of things today, which we mentioned earlier. Will they, are they part of the, before the hearing or after the hearing record? And then is there 7 days after that for people to respond to what was submitted, or how does that work?
Commissioner Henderson, yes, the letters that came in this morning are in the record. In terms of the 777, that's usually quasi-judicial. This is legislative, so we can keep it completely closed on the 20th. And if Assistant Legal Counsel Doyle or Adam Smith has any thoughts on it, I'd be willing to hear what they have to say.
Okay.
Peter, you've captured it. This is a legislative hearing, and so holding the record open is purely at the discretion of the board, and we're not mandated with the 777. So you can pick a date certain, and everybody and anybody can put whatever they want in the record up until that point in time, and then the board can consider all that information.
Okay. So the question remains then, would we have our meeting next Wednesday? We technically wouldn't, though, would we? Because they can still submit documentation till Wednesday evening at 5. So then we could come back the following week with that, but then that's our budget week. So then, are we in the first week of June? Okay. All right. Just trying to clear my calendar. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Peter.
So Chair Adair, do you want to set a date for deliberations then?
Yes, we're going to have to do it because we couldn't do it next Wednesday if you didn't just hear me, because they could still come in Wednesday night, could they not?
Correct.
So, so the following week will be our budget hearing week. We have 4 days of budget hearings, so it has to be the week after. So is that like June 3rd?
Yes.
It is.
Okay.
The Wednesday is.
Yes, June 3rd, Wednesday. Okay, so that's when we'll come back for our deliberations.
All right. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Peter.
Whitney for the stage managing.
Yes, thank you, Whitney. Okay, so now well, okay, so now we'll go up to we have our COVID update and our reopening plan update. Tom, did you have anything you would love to update us with?
I would love nothing more, Commissioners. As you all know, we formally submitted our plan, our reopening plan, last Friday. It was accepted by the state. We got a couple notices on that, one on Friday, one on Saturday, as complete. We have not yet heard from the state whether our plan has been approved or not. We've been trying to gather information from the state as to when that might happen. Most recently this morning, we heard it might not be until tomorrow. We had heard over the last couple of days that we thought it might be today, but so that's not a guarantee or a certainty on when we might hear back. But we are, I mean, it could be anywhere, from today. We've heard that it wouldn't be past Friday, since, as you know, that was the target date for certain counties to be open on the 15th. So as soon as we do, we're monitoring the email and the phone and text lines, we will immediately alert. Commissioners, you may hear first. We're not certain where that notification will come from, but we will certainly keep you in the loop immediately once we do hear.
Right.
So I'd propose the idea of a press conference once we get the news from the state, so that we're able to communicate to the communities of Deschutes County, citizens of Deschutes County, what the parameters are of that opening for our county. And Whitney has provided a couple different approaches. One is an approach where we divvy up what we talk about, and then the other suggested was, well, maybe we'll want to each answer the same question in our own way. So, but I think it'd be really valuable to have it, and kind of like when we had our first case, we had a meeting in here. I had encouraged that at least TV press and maybe newspaper press could come into the room, especially if they open it up beyond 10 people. But I mean, we could open this room up, and I certainly see the governor's office and the president has figured out how to do press releases. So I don't think that it has to be virtual. And you can see how clunky it is when we do virtual with people getting on, getting off, and I just think it'd be much smoother. So that'd be my recommendation. And then, I don't know, what are your thoughts about, should we each answer the same questions in our, so we can say kind of our take on them, or do you want to try to divvy up who talks about what?
Well, I just want the moment to happen. So I'm hoping when we hear on Thursday, how soon would we do the press conference? The same.
Well, my
as
suggestion
soon
is
as the
the
governor
same
does
day,
it.
because
Yes.
people are going to be asking us immediately.
And they're going to want some leadership and guidance from us. What are we doing? What are we talking about? So, because there's such a wide range, I would think that we really probably have to address different parts of the issues. Because, we're hearing from the restaurants and we're hearing from people, in the community and what they're worried about. And, I just feel like, different responsibilities probably makes more sense.
I'd say that's a good starting point. Let's have the kind of the three topic areas, because as soon as a statement is completed, comments by other commissioners could be added. So it'd be a way to organize it.
So we don't have to do it right now, but maybe we could do that today. So we're kind of organized and we can have things we would be talking about in our areas. I'd suggest Commissioner Dare lead off as the chair and kind of lay out how we're going to approach it to people watching. But I know a lot of particular industry people and sectors will have specific questions. I propose one is making available linkage for people, but I would be in support of hard copies of the various guidelines here available here at the county if people want to come and pick them up. I mean, we're open now to the public, so I'd be in favor of that. And I can't, so that's just something else we could think about, how we prepare that or make it available, or maybe we could have staff be able to email guidelines to people. You know, say, oh, you're in the restaurant, here, I'll email it to you, rather than, I'm less able to get the linkages and figure out what's what. And so I would be in favor of us trying to help businesses that are trying to open. Is that favorable, or?
No, I think that's an excellent idea. And then also Emily Freeland, who is our environmental economic business liaison. And, you know, I have a feeling that Emily is going to be really busy, but I think she's an important part of our, you know, what Deschutes County can do to help people. And I think having hard copies here is a great idea, because not everyone lives on a computer. And for those smaller businesses that would just appreciate being able to pick up a copy, I think that's wonderful.
Well, and I like the idea of kind of having hard copies for us, even to say, okay, this is what we're talking about here. Here's what it looks like. And then, yeah, I mean, if we print some out, we can figure out what that looks like. Yeah.
And on that topic, I asked Whitney to kind of collect the hard copies of the guidelines.
Yeah, so we understand what the scope of them are, yes.
And I noticed a couple of them still have draft written on them. So are we going to get new guidelines tomorrow in a press release, or are those draft words really moot now, or do we know? I mean, have you guys?
That'll be up to us to learn, but, you know, in the next 24 hours.
Have you noticed that?
Well, they're evolving, yep.
Actually, I noticed that there was an error on the state report this morning when I was comparing, and I'm going like, okay, anyway, so yeah, there's always things that come through. And yes, hopefully maybe they'll remember to take the word draft off if it's applicable now, and it is the final thing. And I was just given a question yesterday about sports for kids, and what are the limits there? Are we still at 10? Are we going to get to jump to 25? You know, and when are kids going to be able to start, you know, playing soccer and doing sporting things that are really healthy for them?
Well, I think based on what she said last week, I think we are going to do that jump from 10 to 25 in the phase one. But we'll see. But I because I've had that same question, and I think it's a matter of her doing what. I mean, that seemed to be what she said about it.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. So, tomorrow may be a whole new calendar.
Do we have an idea what time? Is it a morning or an afternoon?
It's usually 10:30, or what time does she usually do? 10:30, and they usually start about 10:45 or something. So, yes, we should check our calendars for what we have commitments to. So she has not said yet what time the press conference will be.
Commissioner, staff is working to confirm. Right now, we don't have a firm time, but you're right. Traditionally, they have been held in the morning, so that's what we're tentatively trying to track down and confirm.
Okay. Excellent.
Well, I would think, so are we going to try to do say it does come out at 11 and we hear it, would that be something we would, you know, do we need an hour to get ready for a press conference, or 2 hours, or any thoughts on that? I would think we need a little bit of time so we could maybe
an hour following the end of an hour following the end of the governor's announcement,
right.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll just have to see if she really has it in the morning. Then but we definitely should have an hour of preparation time.
So we could let that be known to press people, because.
Right.
I think the difference will be the governor's going to be talking about the whole state and all the other stuff, and we'd be focused in on what specifically pertains to our communities.
And our community does need to hear from us, so I think it's perfect timing to, you know, hopefully we'll have that press conference in the morning, and then we can go from there. So the general update.
Commissioner, if I could, you had asked for Dr. Fawcett to be
right.
available available. As part of the briefing today, it's my understanding that he is available now.
Okay.
But that he's due back at the hospital by noon. So if you
Okay, so is he on the line now? Do we know? Okay. Dr. Fawcett, thank you so much for joining us this morning. It's a little later than we had originally thought, but if you could just update us with just your status on what's happening in our community.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, I was going to present the public health update with Nahad, and I don't know if it will be okay for us to go first before.
Yes, of course.
That'd be all right. So we definitely have time to address our presentation, and so if you'll be patient with our slides, we can, Nahad and I can make our presentation.
Good morning, commissioners. Are you able to see our slides?
Yes.
Wonderful, excellent. Okay, so as Dr. Fawcett mentioned, we're going to tag team the public health update. Okay, let me go. All right, excellent. So as Winston Churchill said, you must look at facts because they look at you. So let's get started with the facts. It's been 64 days since we had the first case of corona reported in our community. I think to some extent it feels like eternity, and we've lost the sense of time and flow of time as our lives have been disrupted. Just to put it in perspective, the 1918 pandemic took 2 years. And just a good reminder on the sequence of events, December 31st of last year was the first time that the world officially heard of this mysterious respiratory disease. 3 weeks later, we had the first case in the US, and less than 2.5 months later, it was characterized as a pandemic. On the second row that you see there is the local sequence of events. The first case in Oregon was reported end of February. On March 11, which coincided with actually me and my family's arrival in Deschutes, our county reported the first case of corona. And immediately after that, the leadership, the BOC, issued an emergency declaration. The weeks prior to it, an EOC was established and already people were hard at work. Very quickly, a couple of slides just to put this in perspective. Globally, we have surpassed 4 million cases with nearly 300,000 deaths. In the US, we are approaching 1.4 million cases and more than 80,000 deaths. Where US ranks in terms of mortality rates, as you can see here, we're among the top 15 countries, just below Sweden and United Kingdom. In terms of testing capacity, certainly there have been a lot of efforts put into improving the testing capacity in our country, and US is now among the top 10 countries. In Oregon,
can you go back to that real quick? Because it's hard to kind of study it without.
I'm sorry, I don't hear you.
Can you go back to the slide of the countries? I'm just, you're going pretty quick through them, so just.
Certainly I can slow down. I'm just mindful of your time, but I can definitely slow down on the slides. This is the testing rate per million. And these are the countries most impacted, by the way. So it's not all the countries. These are the countries most impacted. And this is the ranking in terms of tests per million. Is that clear, Commissioner?
Yes. So with Oregon being about 4 million.
Yes. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm trying to see how we compare to the rest of the United States, but.
Yes, no, I have I can definitely give you some information on that too as we proceed. In terms of the number of cases, we are actually in the bottom tier in the US, but in terms of testing, we are, I would say, in the middle to latter bottom of the tier. But I can share that information with you as we proceed. So Oregon has reported more than 3,300 cases, which, as I mentioned, puts us in the bottom tier of states. with the most confirmed cases, with a total of 130 deaths. I think last time commissioners had asked in terms of what are the typical signs, symptoms, what's been most reported, also the risk factors. As we see here, cough, muscle ache, fever, headache, shortness of breath, and chills as aggregate data for Oregon show to be the typical symptoms. Although you can see other symptoms also becoming more common, like diarrhea, loss of smell, and others. In terms of the reported risk factors, so what are the drivers for the transmission of this virus? The underlying conditions, of course, we are learning a great deal about the underlying condition, and most recently, studies are coming out which show a strong correlation with obesity and morbidity and mortality in terms of this disease. But also contact with confirmed cases, congregate settings, and direct patient care seems to be major drivers. So now I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Fawcett to share a few slides on the situation in our county. Dr. Fawcett?
Yes, thanks for having me. I appreciate that. So I was going to talk more specifically about some of the cases. So this is slide 12 here.
Yes.
That I can see on the screen. So to date, we have officially actually 89 cases. 90 is what's listed, but there's one presumptive case that really will be eliminated. This is sort of in flux. So technically, we have 89 cases to date. Of those cases, we believe 19 of them are active today, and so 71 have recovered. Then the total negative tests as of this morning was 2,816 negative tests, so that the total tests put us there over 2,900, and that has improved over the past over the past month to 6 weeks. We have been able to ramp up our testing. There's a slide later on that will speak to that a little bit better, more clearly. Of our 89 cases, 23 of them were hospitalized at some point. Almost all of them have been at St. Charles Bend, one or two perhaps at St. Charles Redmond. There may be one that was hospitalized in an outside hospital, which is a Deschutes County resident. I have to look at that data. Of the 23 that were hospitalized, 12 have been in the ICU, and most of them have been on the ventilator. Perhaps one may have avoided that at that. So for most patients who were hospitalized, they were fairly ill, and over half of them had to be in the ICU and or on the ventilator. Then going to the next slide, this looks at the daily breakdown of cases. So that just kind of gives you a bird's eye view of some of the frequency of the positive cases. So the bars are positive cases, and you can see that somewhere about the beginning of April was roughly the busiest time in terms of new cases, and that has dropped off. Just incidentally, the last bar there for yesterday, the 12th of May, shows 4 cases, and all 4 of them are presumptive cases. This is some change at the state level where they do now want to include presumptive cases in addition to confirmed cases. So presumptive cases right now, this could change, but are individuals who have had a confirmed contact with a confirmed case who have symptoms that are consistent with COVID-19. So that's probably the reason for that blip there, that last.
So Dr. Fawcett, these are the things that are going to be an issue in the minds of people because, you happen to tell us that, but we wouldn't know that. And so it just looks like, oh no, we may have a new spike going up. And why wouldn't they just continue to do the confirmed cases on one chart and then a confirmed and presumptive on another chart? Because this
I think it's a way of trying to be more aggressive, to be mindful of the fact that the incidence is that higher. As you know, the tests that are most often used, the PCR tests, the sensitivity of those tests, 70% 75%, meaning that up to 25% of these tests can be falsely negative. So I think we're a little concerned about that. So we have patients that were pretty suspicious they're going to be positive. They've had a confirmed contact with a known case, and they have symptoms. Of course, there's a large variety of symptoms that people can present with COVID-19, but if they have symptoms that are consistent with COVID-19, so those would be presumptive cases. And I think more and more we want to include those in the total numbers. It is true, we have over the weeks and months, we have one column for confirmed cases, confirmed by positive tests, and we have another column at our health department for presumptive cases. So we're tracking those as well. But in terms of what's being tallied for the total number of cases now, they're going to add both test confirmed cases as well as the presumptive cases together.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but there's a lot of public policy issues that revolve around how serious we think things are now, and and everything. And you can see in the nation, the states are very different in what they're doing and how they're acting, and it just seems like this makes it look. It's just a different scale, and it just seems like we should start a new chart if we're going to do presumptive as part of it, and let's see how the presumptive looked, or we should go backwards and include all the presumptive, and because it's a lot of people are looking at it, and it comes out in the news, 4 new cases. I mean, I saw it last night on the news.
Right.
So nobody said that till you said it today, and it's not being caught by people, and or maybe we should just be focused on hospitalization, but I don't know. It just seems like we're changing the measurement, and people that want to go, there's people that almost ideologically want to go slower, and there's people that almost ideologically want to go faster in terms of reopening, and they always rely on the numbers. So it seems like.
Actually, where do these international numbers come from?
Did you want to speak to the slide you had on international?
The previous slides, Commissioner?
Yes, because I actually was watching the Hoover Institute yesterday, and they had numbers, and anyway, it was a bit different. So I just wondered where these numbers were coming from.
Sure. So they're usually WHO, Johns Hopkins, CDC, and I have all those references in the slides that I can certainly circulate, Commissioner.
Yeah, that is a good point. It's going to be happening statewide, so every county, in theory, may have a little bit of a blip of increased cases. Now, these are not all the presumptive cases going back in time. We do have that in a separate column, which has not up until yesterday been included in the total cases. But as of, I believe, Monday, sometime on Monday when OHA decided they're going to include them. So where we would have included these 4, all 4 were presumptive cases, we would have had a 0 in that column. But this will be done statewide, and it's true, it needs to be specified as to how we're defining this. If we go to the next slide, I think despite that technicality, we still are declining in terms of our weekly case rates, which is good news. So this is a little bit difficult to read in the sense because the positive test, this is the COVID-19 test bar graph. The positive tests here are indicated by kind of that dark, I don't know if it's a dark red, but fuchsia. At the fuchsia. At the very bottom of these columns, you can see a darker shade of fuchsia, and those are the positive tests per week. And if you could make out the dates there, they go from Sunday to Saturday. Probably our heaviest week was back to March 22nd to March 28th. If you look back, that's the 4th column over. And there's a little bit more positive tests the next week, but we had more total tests, so the rate was the highest at that 4th week there, starting on March 22nd. But if you look at the last 4 columns there, the number of total tests there, that's the number written on the top. So I'm going 4 in from the left, 268 starting on April 12th, and then April 19th, 379, on April 26th, 474, and the week of May 3rd, 532. The number of total tests is going up, and the amount of positive tests is relatively steady and quite low. So it is true that last bar graph goes to the 9th and the data that we were talking about on the slide before extends to the 12th. So we add 4 more cases. But even having done that, when I look at the calculated case rates, it does come down to 1.89%. So I'll just look at that. I'm going to just give you it's not listed on the graph, but if we go back to April 12th, that is the column that's 4 over from the right, April 12th. So that rate there was 2.24% for the week of the 12th to the 18th. The week of the 19th to the 25th, we had 1.58% going down. And then the week of the April 26th to May 2nd, 1.48% still going down. And then actually, if you look, because we had so many total tests from May, it's actually May 4th to May 12th, the rate is 1.89%, slightly up from 1.48%. So it's true when we add in those presumptive cases, that increases the number of positive tests, but still our overall for the past 4 weeks, our weekly case rates have decreased from 2.24% at the beginning April 12th, and then ending May 12th, the last week of data is 1.89%. So we're still decreasing at a steady rate, despite even adding in those presumptive cases.
But, it's interesting because, okay, you've added them in, but then, okay, what if actually only 2 of them test positive for some crazy reason? Then you've got to take it out. Are they going to go back and then eliminate it on that day?
No, they're going to stay. You're right. So some of those tests, some of those presumptive cases have pending tests. When they if they come back positive, then they will be a confirmed case, but they'll still be added to the total of confirmed cases. So in other words, presumptive.
So my whole point is that the week you start doing that, you got to change the colors of the charts, because it's just really not an accurate comparison. And easily this next week that you show could show more of the dark than the 2 weeks before did, and everybody will look at that and say, well, oh no, it's going up, we got to worry more and change more. And so whereas I don't know, I hope somebody's pushing back on the OHA doing this, or encouraging them to have 2 different charts, so that we can say, here's the confirmed, but we're also wanting to track presumptive, so we'll show you presumptive and then you make up your minds. But there's people that, and you see it in other states, that have a total different philosophy about opening, and from one state to the other, and about the risk of factors and the public policy issues. So anyway, I know it's not up to you, but I'm just kind of voicing this or venting this because it affects public policy in a lot of ways. So
yeah, Commissioner, we share your concerns, and we are in actually communication with OHA to get clear guidelines on this. In fact, even this morning, I was communicating with my colleagues internally to follow up and understand how these changes can affect some of the targets and indicators that they have put in place. So we share your concerns, and we are, at this juncture, we're not super concerned, because we believe that there's going to be some rationale behind how these changes will be incorporated in the decision-making process. But certainly this is something we're keeping an eye on, and we're in communications on a daily basis.
Okay, thank you.
And I agree too, the timing is not the best here, where we're considering reopening to make the change. But yeah.
The next slide?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so then the next graph is looking at hospitalizations. You can see that we were peaking up at about 14 towards the first week of April, and it's really declined quite a bit since the last week or 2 of last month. And I think in May, the most we've had at one time has been 2 patients. We have 1 patient currently who I've been told is doing well, still in the hospital. So that has really improved quite a bit.
Dr. Fawcett, I just want to mention, because I had just arrived in Bend a couple of weeks prior, when we were facing the peak that you see, the double peak that you see there in early April, I don't think any of us really knew what was going to happen at that point, whether it was going to continue to go up or it was going to flatten down. And those were really stressful times. So looking back at this, of course, we have some perspective, but during that time, it was a very stressful period where decisions were being made without having all the data and the facts in our hands. Okay, next.
So that brings up a good question about that. I was surprised at how symmetrical the chart was that we were just looking at, and it went up and down about the same way. It was amazing to me. But it seems like the next relevant question is, do we anticipate another up and down like that sometime in the next 9 months or not? And I was wondering if some of the areas that have had COVID outbreaks earlier than us have seen that, where there's, and you mentioned, kind of tying this in, the 1918 epidemic. I thought that was somewhat varied. It seemed like it was 2 different winters that it came in one year and then it was worse the next year or something, was what I read, but I'm not sure. So is that's the next issue, is how would we see another mountain here?
Well, originally, St. Charles was saying that we were going to have another spike either the end of this month or like the end of June or something. So that was originally from Michael Johnson's documentation. I don't know. I remember that was on the hospital presentations.
Yeah, I think we feel that if we have more community spread of the virus, we're going to have more hospitalizations until we have a vaccine. There may be some avenues for treating patients earlier, but jeepers, remdesivir is an IV medication. It's going to be difficult to do that in a clinic setting. It's hard to get just in general, as you know. So I think the key really is to minimize spread in the community as much as we possibly can. That social distancing, physical distancing, whichever term you like to use, has really been very effective in creating these graphs of decreasing numbers of cases and decreasing hospitalizations. There's hardly any other explanation.
And Commissioner, it's Commissioner Henderson. Part of the difficulty in answering that question is that there's still a lot we don't know about the virus. We don't know about its seasonality behavior. So it's really hard to predict. If we just base our assumption on what we know today, it's the likelihood of it's coming back and transmitting in our community, as Dr. Fawcett said, then it's high. If we don't adhere to the measures that are being put in place and the hygiene and all that. But longer term, I really think it's like predicting the weather. Who knows what a month from now or 6 months from now the weather's going to be like, and that's how kind of what we're facing right now. Are you able to see the slides? Because I don't.
Yes, we do.
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please.
So this just gets at some of the demographics in our region. This is county of our cases here. The breakdown: slightly more women than men have been infected. And in the beginning, when we first started seeing cases, the first being on March 11th, typically most of the cases were in older individuals, but that has changed over the past, say, month or 6 weeks to really sway to more middle-aged to even younger adults. So that actually the highest affected age range in terms of positive cases between people in their 20s, from 20 to 29, is the highest age range for positive cases. That does not reflect across the state and across the country mortality. Mortality is still much more common in age ranges that are higher, particularly over 60 or 65. The other thing that's interesting in the very bottom was that the first 10 to 15 cases that we had seen in Deschutes County, almost 90% or so, I'm a little rough with that figure, but the vast majority were people who had recent travel. Some of it was out of the country travel, none to China, but some to Europe. A lot of these folks were traveling in the U.S. In fact, we even had a couple that were traveling by car from other cities, typically travel from U.S. cities, and a few that were traveling back to the U.S. from Europe. That has changed, though, so that now the larger majority of our 90 cases or 89 cases has been people with no travel, we assume this is direct community spread going on. That's been interesting. With the next slide, one silver lining is that we have not had any deaths in Deschutes County residents diagnosed with COVID-19. Some of this has to do with the proactive interventions at St. Charles, and particularly the hospital in Bend, where they have been very aggressive in canceling elective surgeries, keeping available beds open, keeping the ICU very fluid, and we've had enough ventilators for sure. The other thing is some of the patients have been intubated and put on ventilation a little bit earlier than perhaps might have been done 2 or 3 months ago, and some of that comes out of data from Europe and from China in terms of better outcomes in patients where they don't wait to the last second to intubate them. There also is some availability, opportunity for patients to receive experimental treatments. And that has happened at St. Charles Bend, as you're aware from the news last week. I believe it was the latest experimental treatment was this convalescent plasma treatment that was administered. And that patient's done well. Whether or not they have done well because of that treatment, or simply they were going to get better anyway, we don't know. But that was a quite ill patient in the ICU that received that treatment. So that we've done very well so far in terms of not having any deaths. And you know, I guess we're blessed in the sense that we haven't had any cases yet in residents of long-term care facilities. So that's. But Carrie Coe, one of our nurses who monitors our nursing facilities in the Tri-County area, has done a terrific job in being very proactive in screening in some cases and keeping communication with the nursing facilities. So anyway, so that's some good news. How did you take that?
Yeah, and I think the positives that Dr. Fawcett just highlighted are even more pronounced when we look back at the earlier models, which were suggesting what could happen if no actions were taken and the dire situation we would be facing. And I think those models were really instructive. They weren't really predictive, but they were instructive in helping us plan accordingly and put in the critical mitigation measures for our communities. And what happened in the last...
Can I ask you a question before we get too far from it? Really, those are both really good news. We try to point that out when we speak about the situation in Deschutes County. That's great news for a lot of people who've done a great job. When you did the breakdown by age and who's actually being tested positive, there's been that move towards younger people being a bigger group. What about with hospitalizations? Is there any breakdown on hospitalizations by group or any of the young people ending up in the hospital?
Not as many. The patients that have been hospitalized at 23 that have been hospitalized tend to be a little older. I don't have the data. That's a great point. From the cases I'm aware of, I would say that the average age is probably over 55, 60, maybe even older. But a lot of these younger positive cases have been diagnosed just in the past, say, 2-3 weeks. But I can get that. I can track down the average age of the hospitalized patients in Deschutes County.
Okay, thank you. That'd be great.
Okay, so really what happened in the last 64 days is remarkable, both from many angles. The political technical leadership, which has been remarkable, establishment of the EOC, availability of some funds, the strategies in terms of limited containment. And I say limited because the testing has been limited, but the tracing investigation has been on steroids by a great team led by Heather, and the community mitigation. There has been a particular focus on vulnerable groups, which Dr. Fawcett just highlighted, and Kara's been really remarkable, Jill and other colleagues. And a lot of our JIC team, the Joint Information Center, a lot of information, education, communication, and customized messaging for our demographics. So I cannot say enough about the leadership on all these fronts. As Dr. Fawcett also mentioned, the healthcare system, the agility of the healthcare system, the innovations, the sacrifices of the essential service workers, and most importantly, of course, the community, right? And the social solidarity in our community. In fact, the latest models show that the collective actions of all of us in our community may have averted over 70,000 infections, including 1,500 hospitalizations. And again, it comes down to what I believe this quote summarizes really well. The greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate action of its members. So I just really want to acknowledge the choices of our community members and the compassion of our community members towards each other during this very difficult time. So I'm going to give the floor back to Dr. Fawcett because we want to share some of the latest developments with you. So Dr. Fawcett, please.
But briefly talk about.
Sorry, is there a question?
No.
Go ahead.
Just to talk about testing a little bit, just to be clear, the mainstay of our testing in identifying active and new cases is the testing we would call diagnostic or testing for nucleic acid. But most of this is PCR based. You've heard a lot about that. These are tests that are testing directly for the virus. Besides nucleic acid testing, the most common of which being PCR-based, but there also is a newer test that's been approved called antigen testing, also testing directly for the virus itself, and in some cases it's a very rapid test, may be very helpful. But these diagnostic or direct viral tests are very important for making diagnosis. And as we're finding out, some patients who have positive tests for the virus itself can be asymptomatic for very long periods of time. Maybe they never develop symptoms. We're learning this, so it's important. We think we don't know for sure, but we believe that some of these asymptomatic positive cases could be certainly contagious. So that's a very important test. The antibody tests are also important, but they have a bit of a different purpose. As Nahat mentioned in the slides, that part of this is to find out who may have been mildly infected or asymptomatically infected, in fact, that has an antibody response, which may be protective for them to potentially go back into the essential service workforce, like to the hospital or into a meatpacking plant, for instance. It would be interesting to know who may have some protection. Having said that, we don't really know what level of antibody is actually protective against new infection. There's some reason to believe that people can be reinfected, and whether that's because their antibody response is insufficient or not very durable, meaning not long-lasting, we just don't know. But the antibody testing is going to be very important. There are now, I think, as many as 9 or 10 FDA-approved antibody tests. However, they're difficult to get. They're in high demand, and some of the confusion around that, based on the quality of the testing, really has to do with whether they've been vetted, if they're really approved for FDA under emergency use or not. There are quite a few that are, but the problem is they're in great demand. And I like to say if St. Charles or the health department ordered these antibody tests that have been approved today, we might get them in a month or two or maybe 6 months. So they will be coming. It's just that the supply chain is too low right now. In the future, just some other tests that are being looked at is some at-home collection tests, a very rapid turnaround point-of-care test may be able to get results within 5 minutes, and even saliva tests. Those are things that are being looked into right now. Yeah. So then, just briefly on newly approved, FDA-approved treatment, that's remdesivir, that has been discussed. This is an antiviral that's been looked at for quite a while. It was studied against Ebola virus and found not to be very effective. It's actually known and being worked with before Ebola after SARS. But in looking at a midway point, it was found that the median time to recovery for patients who were treated with remdesivir was 11 days versus 15 days for those that just got placebo. And then the mortality rate improved by 3.6%, meaning that those that received remdesivir, their mortality rate was 8% whereas those on placebo was 11.6%. So that's some good news. It's not a panacea. It's not a perfect treatment by any means, but it is a step in the right direction where it's believed this could be used maybe in combination therapy with other medications in the future. And it's something that's being ramped up in terms of production right now.
Okay, so in terms of latest developments for vaccines, there are over 100 projects right now globally focusing on development of vaccines. And I think everyone is well aware, and our community is well aware, that development of vaccines is very complicated and takes a long time. And that's because by its nature, because it's a biological agent that goes into healthy people generally, we have to be super focused on making sure that they're safe and effective. So generally, a vaccine that could be billions of dollars to develop and could take decades, we're trying to now do it in parallel processes, which hopefully can shorten the time to maybe less than 2 years. There are some prospects out there currently. 5 have been approved for clinical trials on people. One of the promising ones is led by University of Oxford, which is looking at an innovative platform to create this vaccine. And I would have to say that I guess the flip side of this is that we're still maybe 12 to 18 months away from having anything available for mass production. That's assuming if everything goes as desired. On the other hand, I want to say that we have very effective vaccines for other diseases, including measles and pertussis and other ones. And unfortunately, one of the unintended consequences of this crisis is that our immunization rates along with other services have dropped in our community and in the state, and in fact in the US. And there are some publications that are coming out in that regard. So I really encourage the community that they reach out to their primary health providers and see about arrangements that can be made for them to take their young ones to catch up, or themselves to catch up with the vaccines that have been delayed. Especially as we get closer to the fall, we definitely don't want to face another outbreak and multiple sort of fronts for us to be battling or fighting. Okay, let me give the floor back to Dr. Fawcett.
I just want to say a few words about some of the positive impact that we've made thus far across the country with being conscientious regarding hand hygiene, disinfectant, and I think most importantly, the social distancing or physical distancing, including the wearing of masks. And it is remarkable how fast we were able to slow this virus down. Obviously, this is not an optimal situation for the long-term future, but I do believe that if we are diligent about the social distancing, perhaps even without always needing masks. I think that's still being looked at. Of course, wearing a mask has been very helpful, but I do believe that this can still be part of an open economy. I mean, there are some types of businesses where this will be very challenging, of course, but I'm just, my hope is that we don't lose sight of the real efficacy of social distancing, physical distancing, as we move on and as we try to get the economy restarted, which is very important for sure. And I want to also point out, it's not listed in there, but the importance of contact investigation and tracing. Just briefly, this is what the health department does full time. Every single one of these cases, even the 90th case, all those cases are investigated. That the investigation basically means that we're looking into potential spread from the confirmed patient to other new individuals, other people who might have come in contact with the confirmed case. The contact tracing goes back to figure out where the new case may have contracted the infection. Both directions is very important, and we've been able to identify new active cases, been able to identify newly or new information about who's been exposed, who needs maybe to be self-quarantined. And also in terms of identifying some of these contacts, since we do monitor them on a regular basis, often daily basis, we're able to intervene to make early diagnosis when or if they become symptomatic. We can get them tested quickly, and that would lead them to referral for potential treatment and isolation as well. So all those things really help prevent further spread of the virus for sure. So I just want to also emphasize the importance of continuing contact investigation and tracing. That's been helpful. As of about 3 weeks ago, some of the data I had, just looking at numbers we had back on April 21st, we had 64 confirmed cases, and at that time, 9 of those 64 have been identified through contact tracing and investigation at that point. Right now, we're monitoring about 209 contacts overall, so that's a lot of phone contact, daily interaction with these contacts. So anyway, I just want to say how important we think that is, and we are still doing that. We are not deciding that at 100 it's too many cases and we just can't call their contacts anymore. That's not what we're doing.
Wonderful. And just so it's not misconstrued, we definitely highly encourage wearing of masks, especially in scenarios where the physical distancing cannot be it may be compromised. So wearing of masks is a critical, I think, will be part of our daily lives.
And I agree with that too. I want to say also that wearing masks does not take the place for still distancing. That being within 2 or 3 feet with a mask really does not protect you enough. So they should be done together. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
I notice you don't list gloves on this. You don't feel that should be out in the, our public should be wearing gloves? They're not listed anywhere here.
Good point.
You don't think that's appropriate?
I think we need to look at that for some businesses, for some professions. Certainly in the hospital, the gloves are worn all the time with patient contact. It may be that we should be using this more outside of the hospital and the clinic. So we should look at it.
Yeah. And then these are tremendously stressful times for everyone. And of course, commissioners, I've heard you bring it up several times, substance abuse and alcohol use, suicide rate potentially could be on the rise. And we really do need to understand and appreciate the stress that this crisis is putting on our community. And our community should pay attention to these warning signs and do reach out to specialists, to the county and others to make sure that we are ahead on top of these issues that will become more pronounced as we move forward, especially with the labor market and the situation with the unemployment rates. It's really going to be a stressful period for a lot of us. So that part, I want to just make sure that the community understands that we are very well aware of some of the consequences of the physical distancing and the mitigation measures, and we need to make sure collectively we're addressing them. Also, please do follow up with your primary health providers with regards to any delayed health services during this period, including vaccination. And last but not least, this is very close to my heart. I think at a time when we asked the community to stay home and because it was too unsafe to be out, at the same time we asked our essential workers to come to work and make sure that the grocery stores, the various essential retails, the health systems are functioning. So our economy was not completely shut down. Around 40 to 50% of our economy was still being run by these essential workers who put themselves in front of danger every day. And I think we need to do a better job as a community to take care of them. And that is by making sure that they do have the protective gears, that they are being tested, and on a regular basis because they are at risk and they could be at risk for our community as well. So taking care of our essential workers is, I think, a major priority for us. So I think that concludes the presentation. I just want to give a shout out to Jenny Faith, who has been really helpful in getting us these data. Commissioner Henderson also asked about where we rank as a state. So Jenny was able to send me that information. We rank around 30th as of a couple of days ago. And where we rank as a county in terms of testing is 7th, but 22nd when it comes to per 100,000 population. So that's where we are ranking at this stage in terms of testing. Also, I want to thank Dr. Conway for having reviewed these slides and giving us his inputs as well. Okay, over to you.
I just want you to clarify, what is the 30th place? What does that have to do with Oregon?
Commissioner Henderson asked where as a state, I believe we rank in terms of testing rates, yeah? Earlier in the presentation, so we're around 30th, and in the country, and as a county, if we look at absolute numbers, we are 7th, but if we look at rates, as in 100,000 population, we're 22nd. Does that clarify?
Yes, I mean, I wanted, what is Oregon's rank as far as deaths go per the 50 states?
So our deaths we're at the bottom tier. 130 deaths is compared to other states. We're definitely at the bottom tier, and that speaks actually to the mitigation measures that were taken, as well as the great capacity of our healthcare system.
The bottom tier, is that like 5 states or something?
Yeah, 5 to 10 states, Commissioner.
Okay.
So just one kind of follow-up that kind of interests me as I look at the state. And so we are the 7th largest county, so for us to have the 7th most, total number of testing, I guess is about right. It's too bad we're so low on the per 100,000, but hopefully we'll catch up. But one of the things that's interesting is that the vast, one day I calculated it was 75% of the cases were in 4 counties, Multnomah, Washington, Clackamas, and Marion, which have about 50% of our population. But 2 of the big counties that are bigger than Deschutes are Lane, which is kind of straight across from us, and Jackson, which is further south. And any thoughts on the fact that those counties which are bigger than us have and a significant lesser number of positives, and they actually have more tests, so it's not that they haven't tested it much. What's going on different between the metropolitan Portland area, Salem, and then these other counties which are actually below us? Is it geography or travel or better health care? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Dr. Conway, go ahead.
Just commissioners, thanks for the question, Commissioner Henderson. As I mentioned in some of our briefings and in some of the talks I've given recently, travel, a history of travel, and then being married to or a domestic partner or a housemate of someone who had traveled were implicated in the majority of our cases in the first 2 waves, so for the first month of the epidemic, and that's higher than most other than the OHA data overall, and as far as I can tell, than most other counties. And that's we're not really talking about tourism, since that had largely been closed by that point in the epidemic. This is that many people were returning home or have second homes they were returning to here, and then became ill, and oftentimes their spouse or someone they were living with also became ill. And the other salient point there is that those people were typically exposed to a high infectious dose, we assume, and they had a much higher rate of hospitalization, but they were also older. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Conway. Okay. I believe we need to skip over to Nathan. I know he has to leave in just a minute.
Sorry, Nathan. Thank you for hearing me and inviting me today.
No. Thank you, Dr. Fawcett.
Thank you for all your valuable information, both of you.
My pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you. So I'll remove the presentation then somehow.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Garrity here. I think I just wanted to make myself available. I do have a hard stop at 1 to attend a statewide.
Nathan, we only have a couple of minutes for you, so don't worry. You'll make your hard stop.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make myself available. I know that we've been having some discussions individually with you all in the last couple of days related to the non-congregate shelter order, and I want to make myself available to that. I think Chris Weiler is also on available to answer questions specific to that. And then if you had any questions related to the emergency order, I don't know that you need my input on that, but just want to make myself available.
Thank you. Did any product show up? Anything, any PP&E show up since yesterday?
No, nothing since yesterday. Yeah, the supply chain is still a challenge.
What about that new source that has the 3M context for the $1.31?
Well, that is a good source. The challenge with that is we're having to get into the queue. So it could actually, that's really more of a long-term relationship we're discovering, which might set us up well for fall. But currently we are sitting okay with adequate PPE to meet our immediate needs, and we're just hoping that the good news of declining and stabilizing cases continues, and we continue the course we're at.
Thank you.
So we promised we weren't going to make you redo that chart all the time, which we appreciate when you did it. But have there been significant changes in the numbers of things? I don't need specifics, but have you gotten 30,000 more masks or anything in the last couple of weeks that's significant?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to almost cut you off there. No, we're staying pretty static quo, but also so is our burn rate. So our burn rate and our supplies is probably kind of within the same realm. So we're holding steady. I think we're sitting around 12,095s in our cash, which that puts us in pretty good shape for the next several weeks to hopefully longer. But no, we're kind of sitting status quo at this moment.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Thank you, Nathan. Heather, I believe you wanted to be added on. Are you available?
Yes, I am.
Are we gonna?
I know.
So I have a question. Are we going to continue with this now, or take a break and come back? I mean, there are several issues still to go through on the COVID-19.
So what? Take a half an hour break?
That's fine with me.
Okay. I know. Everything's taken longer this morning. Heather, are you available in half an hour, or did you want to give us any little update right now?
Well, I think I'm on to discuss the requests that we have for positions for
Okay.
health and disease. So if you want to do that now or in a half hour.
In a half an hour would be lovely.
Okay.
Would that be okay for you? Thank you. All right. Okay, so we will adjourn for a half an hour. So sorry, the meeting went on. Thank you. Yes, we will reconvene the Board of County Commissioners meeting May 13th, 2020 at 1:08 in the afternoon. Thank you very much. We will return to our agenda, which is at the emergency declaration order. Mr. Anderson?
Yes, Commissioners, the emergency order that you enacted almost 30 days ago was enacted and extended, is due to expire again. So the question is whether you would like to extend it further. This is obviously separate from the short-term rental order that you've passed and other directives that you've provided to staff. So this is the broad emergency declaration order that you did towards the start of the pandemic. So this is one that allows more kind of emergency purchases, administrative type activities to essentially be able to react nimbly and quickly to circumstances that may arise related to pandemic response.
Okay.
And remember, this is when the state had just recently, the governor had extended emergency order to July 6th. This was a kind of a trigger point for people kind of having half information about, does that mean we're shut down until July 6th? And this is very separate than that. This is the operation of an incident, just like a forest fire, which we have experience with here in Central Oregon. And I just want people to understand this. This is very separate than the specific executive orders from the governor that have shut down our economy. It is under that umbrella, but this is kind of the business case of being in an emergency state, just like fire or flooding would be the other kind of common things that usually we might expect here.
Okay, what is the date that this would start at? Because it was on March 13th. Did we do this for 60 days?
I believe it was.
Or did we do this for 30 and then renew it?
Dave, are you on the line back yet? No, Dave drafted. I thought it was a 30-day and then another 30. Guess he's not. So it was originally done on March 13th, as per the second to last whereas. And I apologize. I don't recall specifically. Sharon's looking it up, whether it was 30 and then an extra 30 or if it was 60 originally.
Okay.
Hi, Commissioners. Can you hear me? Zoom
Yes.
let me in, I think.
Yes, we can.
It was initially a 60-day order that expires today, and the additional 30 days takes you through June 12th if you're inclined to do that.
Okay.
So the emergency operations system, the center, the staffing, the coordination of that, and then the accounting of this, the staff associated with supporting this, separate than their regular duties, all get kind of rolled up in this emergency operations center that gets kicked off by this order also. So I'm showing support in the fact that this is the business case of being an emergency. I don't really have a feel for how far we would go. So this is the discussion part of as commissioners. I mean, would we do this for possibly a year or a year and a half or not? 30 days at a time. So I'm just trying to think the big picture here, what this really means. And I don't, I don't have a way to ground that. Yeah.
That was one of the things that we talked about when we were talking about hiring new health workers. I'm saying, well, what do you think they're going to be doing in May of 2021? I mean, what, are we still going to be doing this? But I'm comfortable doing it 30 days at a time for now. I think, as you read the resolution or the order, it does have a lot to do with the staffing of the EOC, as you mentioned, and other responsibilities they're still carrying out and things we promised the state we're going to do. And so...
Yeah, today I very much support it. I was just thinking the bigger picture.
But I think in the long term, it's going to be a matter of whether that second spike that we were talking about earlier today happens, is kind of my view. If it doesn't, then maybe this declines. So I'd be in favor of the 30 days. I wouldn't want to do 60 yet because I'm still optimistic, I guess.
So is there a motion then?
I'd move to approve the order extending the declared state of emergency, order number 2020-025.
And I'll second it.
For 30 days?
For 30 days through June 12th, yeah.
Okay.
I agree. I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Well, I want to reiterate what Commissioner DeBone said. This isn't a statement by us that everything's closed or everything's changed or whatever, like people interpreted the governor's statement when she extended things to July, which many people reacted to. we're upset at many people reached out to us, so it's more kind of technical than that, I think.
Yep.
Yes, technical, financial. So Commissioner Henderson?
Well, yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you. So I do just want to make note that today we did not renew the short-term rental ban in the unincorporated Deschutes County last week. And in case you missed that, I'm just repeating what we did not do last week. So thank you very much. Now we have our non-congruent shelter order.
Oh, wait, I want to say a couple
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
About what?
So, just in the case someone's watching, a lot of people have been very critical of us opening up the short-term rentals, the overnight rentals, and I got a specific letter here that just, to me, really catalyzed the need to say something about this, that we're getting people call, this one, in the first paragraph, the author says, your decision to allow short-term rentals throughout the county was not surprising, however, is disappointed by lifting order 2017. You're endangering the health of all citizens of Deschutes County. The next paragraph, it talks about by choosing politics over health and safety, you endanger lives and encourages spread and transmission of COVID-19. Another sentence, your decision is reckless, careless, irresponsible. Kind of goes on for 4 pages, and I think all of us are trying to make the best decisions we can. Another statement is, you seem more interested in the economy and Sunday worship than the health and safety of our community. I, for one, am interested in all of it. And I think we're trying to weigh public policy. And I don't actually, and then he goes on to discuss by choosing politics over health and safety. And I don't really know the politics of this. I do know that, like we heard this morning, when we may have saved 70,000 infections in the state of Oregon, but we've had 360,000 or 380,000 unemployed at the same time.
We've lost
$2
to $3 billion.
We've lost, as an economy. And for many people, that economic survivability is as important to their health as this one virus is. So I don't know, and I just think we have to balance those things. I don't know, when people make such strong statements about it, I'm just surprised. And this is somebody who'd been professor and is from the Sun River area, but we've had a lot of that. And I don't know where everybody else is. I just wanted to say that I think we're doing what we hope will be good for people, and we hope that people that come here will follow, the same rules we follow, social distancing and masks and hygiene and everything else. And so anything we can do to do that, I'd be in favor of. But
Well, and a couple words that I would use is just kind of the culture of prudent recreation. What's appropriate right now, what's not appropriate. One of the things that really did catch me was, multiple families renting a house is one of the scenarios that happens. And, is that a prudent choice right now, to bring in mixed people coming from, family members are coming from different states and all showing up in Sun River, which has been the tradition for many years. So, let's just kind of shy away from that for now as a community. And then also standing by for promoting tourism. Standing by is one of the concepts of right now, this first step we take 3 weeks into a phase 1, as to say we're defining what a phase even means as we go. But yeah, let's ease back into this and not get too excited. So I've mentioned that to the media and some of the operators also, and they're all in agreement. I mean, it would look bad for a bad, an aggressive outbreak to happen in one geographic area. It looks bad for everybody. The people that showed up, the people that allowed it to happen, the people that, did whatever activity that caused it. So yeah, everybody's in this together at this point in time.
And I personally would like to point out the Safeway in Redmond, whomever is managing that store has done an excellent job. Great social distancing rules. They've got arrows. I was really thinking back and hearing about another Safeway in our community that had none of those really good implementation of ways for people to go down the aisle in the proper direction, wear your mask, clean off your little bar or wear your gloves. And it was really incredible to see what had happened in Redmond, and then to hear that there's a totally different story in Bend. So I'm hoping that our community, and even those people that I feel like have made such progress, such as Costco, you hear a lot of positive things about their, you have to wear a mask when you go in there. Some people aren't happy about it, but you know what? You have to think about somebody else besides yourself. So it's not going to be an easy time, but everyone really needs to be respectful. And we live in a beautiful place. We have millions of acres to enjoy, and just be respectful of your neighbor.
But just to clarify, I shop at a different Safeway. My wife does that in Bend that is doing all the things you're
Really?
discussing. So
Oh, good.
I find almost all the stores that I've gone into have those same kinds of protections set up. And I was at an equipment rental place yesterday, and they have a thing where they grab the card from somebody with a tool and bring it in, and then at a building supply. So I see it everywhere, and that's great.
Yeah, no, I feel like so many businesses have really stepped up. So, keep their employees safe, keep the public safe. It's, this is what we do. So it's okay. All right. So now we have our non-congregate shelter order. Tom, are you leading that?
No,
I don't think Nathan is available.
I think we lost Nathan. I believe Chris Weiler from Health Services is on deck to speak to this item. Just to kind of set the table generally. We've talked about the non-congregate shelter order. I've seen that before, so and I know that there are some ancillary items that are associated with that in terms of the funding arrangement and the arrangement with a location to quarantine, folks that aren't able to quarantine at home. And as you know, that is a requirement of our reopening plan that we have that in place. So we wanted to, be available to answer, whatever detailed questions that you all might have associated with that, the order itself and the arrangements that underlie it. So I see Chris is available now, so I'll turn it over to him.
Before you start, is there actually an order that it's not in my packet, so is there an order that we're signing, or is it says order on the agenda?
It's order 2020-024. I apologize that it didn't make it back into your agenda. I have a copy.
You don't have it? So maybe we could get
I do have my copy from last week, and I was expecting maybe to see it again, but I did bring last week's.
Oh, and apparently our reputation doesn't precede us, but we received an enormous packet this morning at 7:47 a.m. It makes it very difficult when something comes in at 7:47 a.m. Even if you get up at 5 a.m. to finish reading, it's really hard to read everything at that time. So I would like to remind our staff and the people that present things to us that we actually do read them, and we do actually need more time to read them. So would really appreciate having the courtesy to be shared information on a much, much, much timelier basis. So did we lose Tom? Is he coming back?
Well, maybe we can start with the presentation and then.
Sure.
Because he knows what the presentation is, I assume.
Okay, yes. Originally, this was in our document at 175,000 in our plan. So I notice now the contract is actually decreased. So Chris?
Yeah, what I wanted to mention is the non-congregate housing shelter order really is is asking for an exception. FEMA will reimburse for congregate shelters, but not normally for non-congregate settings. Well, in the case of COVID, FEMA is asking people, and under the CDC guidelines, to have a non-congregate setting if they're going to house or shelter people. So by signing this, we're basically triggering and meeting an administrative step for FEMA in the event at some point down the road we ever want to recoup up to potentially 75% of the costs associated with housing somebody in a non-congregate shelter like a motel. So it is completely independent of any other decisions that you might make regarding the motel. You can decide to sign it and not do something with the motel issue that we can discuss, or you can do it in parallel. It literally is an administrative step to make sure that once we do this and it's submitted to the state and then ultimately to FEMA, once it's approved, it'll allow us a chance to be able to recoup our costs should we pursue a non-congregate motel setting, for example.
And so this was the order that we amended somewhat or added some language to, as I remember. So we're being asked to approve that today. So we're waiting for a copy of it. I believe I'm supportive of it, but I don't have it today. I'm not sure. Some of these things, I know it's really a chaotic time. It'd be just good to see if we have copies of this stuff. It's hard for us to keep things from one. Do you have your own, another copy?
I'll wait for another copy. That was the one I had from last week's meeting.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's hard to keep this packet of information.
Happened to bring it, yeah.
No, I know, it's for next week's, so.
That was purely our fault, Commissioners, the oversight to not make sure you had a fresh copy in your packet today.
We had so many copies of things in our packet today.
Well, yeah, I have 3 copies of the fee schedule, I think.
Right, exactly. So we have lots of copies of a lot of things. So. Is that from last week then? Interesting.
6.
Okay. I'm sure I'll find it when I'm done.
Oh, yeah, this is the one where Commissioner DeBone had asked to put a timeline on it. I remember that.
Oh, thanks.
But, so yeah, my note about the duration, I was just asking, would it be the county's emergency order, the state's emergency order, or the federal designation of emergency?
Commissioner, this is Dave Doyle. That would correspond with the public health emergency, which is declared by the state.
Okay, yeah, so, I mean, maybe it's slight edit is just to clarify that, because that was just a question I had as I read it.
Is that because it has to, or are you recommending that?
Technically, only the state can declare a public health emergency. The county can declare a general state of emergency, but it requires the state to declare a public health emergency. And we were just trying to have some congruence with that and the potential costs that could be incurred in that context, so that we'd be in alignment with that public health emergency. We could certainly change that wording if that's causing any concerns.
Just add that, the state's definition of public health emergency or whatever, just so it's obvious.
Yeah, I think it's just missing what it ties to beyond the duration of the COVID-19 public health emergency as declared by the state of Oregon, or however, like you're saying.
Yes.
Then we all know what timeline we're talking about.
I can make that change, indicate as declared. I'll put something together real quickly and shoot it down there to Sharon.
Okay, please don't shoot it.
I'll hit send.
Thank you. Press send. Yes.
So given that, I feel like we vetted it pretty well last week. I'm in favor of this. I'll move to approve order number 2020-024 as amended, unless someone has any other amendments. This is Commissioner DeBone's.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Commissioner Henderson?
I vote yes.
Commissioner DeBone?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, maybe for the record, if you don't mind, I'll just read the title of it, just so people who are watching know what we just did.
Oh, yes.
So, order number 2020-024, a public health emergency order regarding designating the existing need for appropriate non-congregate housing/shelter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okie doke. So we will hopefully see that this afternoon then.
So then I think the other part of this, in discussion with some of the health people yesterday, is a relationship with neighbor impact. So this is the kind of the legal document, the relationship document here. I'd like to do an introductory statement real quick just about neighbor impact. It's our community action agency. I was on that board for 6 years, involved with making the decisions and helping guide the organization. Neighbor Impact does do the Head Start program. It's a federal program, Head Start. The food bank goes through Head Start. They've got the food bank facility that receives food from the state, but also does local fundraising and food capture programs, and we've seen that a little bit. The director mentioned they've gone from 4,000 people to 22,000 people, the last few weeks for food distribution. Some of the other programs is housing support and workshops, finance education, home heating assistance, federal dollars for that. Also child care resources, kind of guidance for child care providers. So, it's kind of a well-rounded organization. It's tri-county, Deschutes, Crook, and Jefferson. The board is made up of people from all three counties. So just letting you know, I do have connections to that group. I've been involved with it. I've involved with hiring the current director, Scott Cooper. Very pleased with his work. So just the context as one commissioner.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Yes, they're definitely doing some very needed work.
I know that the county has worked hard through the health department and admin and legal to come up with a proposal that apparently legal signed off with or off on. So my concern is I don't want to back into that all of a sudden general fund property taxpayers are paying for a long-term homeless shelter without us making that decision intentionally. I personally don't think that's something that would be desired by the majority of taxpayers in the county. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think we need to vet that. So that my concern was with the proposal that we go into their eyes wide open about what we're doing. As we mentioned last week, it really turned out to be a different approach than what I believe we had thought was going to happen, which is we thought we were going to make an agreement that if we needed space for non-congregate housing, we would have it. I know there's other things in the work. I know there's been discussed the possible purchase of this hotel, the possible, I know that Neighbor Impact has maybe its own plans with regard to this if other state legislation passes. So my concern is just making sure that if we do this, we don't have too much liability, and we also know where our money's coming from. On the first issue, I think what I got thinking about over the last week, since it was new to us, it reminded me a lot of 2017 when I got elected and I started hearing we had the problems with the 911 radio tower or radio system. And I had sensed early in the year that we weren't having meetings and there were some issues, and it turned out we had a variety of issues that had come from not overseeing what we got into, not making sure we kept an engineer working on the design, not doing a lot of things. And so I, as a commissioner, I think, and I remember when it all ends up, the commissioners were called out for not managing that project. So I'm good that for 2 months, a group of folks, part of Neighbor Impact, part of the county, have worked on this. But I just think when we get involved with these kind of projects that have bigger term consequences, we should be involved with it so we can guide what we want to do long term. And so that's my statement about liability. I guess we have had our legal involved in this, so hopefully they've done everything to protect it, and they can stand behind the protections they've provided for all liability issues, and so the county is not on the hook for something we didn't want to get into. And then I was looking at it, and we were talking about funds for this. I guess we set some EOC money. So we contributed some money to EOC earlier in the year, which could be the funds that are used on this, or but I don't know if that's enough, or if I also think there's some money in the health department that could be used for this. I was looking at last month's projections, and it looks like we're going to have a larger ending fund balance than what we had projected in the budget by almost $500,000. So that would be a source of funds, I believe, that we could look to. So with those kind of thoughts, that's where I kind of start today, and don't know where we're going to go from here. But
So I think the scenario, as I understand it, maybe we could talk this through a little bit. So Neighbor Impact has been a recipient of Emergency Solutions Grant dollars in the past. These are federal dollars for emergency projects. Emergency Solutions Grant is a line item in the CARES legislation that provides funds. So that's what Neighbor Impact is working with, is this pool of dollars that gets them started for COVID-19 impacts. My understanding is Neighbor Impact would take the full financial responsibility of this rental, and Deschutes County would only transition to, a number of one or more rooms or whatever it is with a COVID positive patient, which would end up triggering our responsibility for individuals, not the whole hotel. Because that's where I got stuck last time we spoke about this. I said, are we renting the whole hotel if it's full or not? And if we don't have COVID-19 patients, are we not triggering this whole thing? And it sounds like, and yeah, if I'm not speaking correctly, somebody correct me, but Neighbor Impact can and will proceed when they get all their ducks in a row to do this complete facility rental for a period of time. And then Deschutes County partnering gives them the tort caps, so there's liability protection in an unknown landscape because of a pandemic, because that's the other thing that's lying out here. If somebody, propagates it and somebody points at somebody and said, hey, you made this happen, who's liable? But us as a government entity and the Public Health Authority can be that best known group right now to partner with Neighbor Impact to do this. So the only liability financially I see is liability that we're committing to with our plan, with the governor's office right now, saying we'll have a non-congregate shelter opportunity for homeless person that may contract COVID-19. So I'm just saying, I think the package hangs together well, and then hopefully we're talking in the same group of information here.
Commissioner Dave Doyle, if I might be heard, I could clarify on the liability issue, again, without getting into too much detail in this setting. Legal did have substantial concerns on liability with a previous contract that was being considered with a previous hotel, and that ultimately didn't go forward. Legal has concerns with this one as well, so if the commissioners believe legal is somehow blessed or signed off on liability, that's not necessarily accurate. And legal has not approved the form, and it's important to note that's what we do. We approve as the form. We have not approved as to form the draft that's in front of you that you folks have had a couple of days now to look at. That's just the latest in a number of iterations of a document that has gone back and forth. So,
well, I think what I'm saying is I'm counting on legal to make sure we have the protections we need, because that's what your job is. It's not our job to tell whether we could have the necessary protections.
So we called those out.
Someone agreed to put it in that the county would be the master leaseholder in this, so that's going forward. But I guess whatever I thought we'd already done it, and we actually don't have it in front of us today unless we printed it out. It was sent. I read it yesterday, but we didn't get it in our packet. So
You mean the actual
lease? The actual agreements. We got one copy on Monday, and we got another copy yesterday.
Okay.
So I might ask if Chris had any input. We just kind of started going down our different paths here. Do you have, Chris?
Right, and I just wanted to let you have comments and questions just to give me an idea of where you're at. The main part of this is we have an opportunity only because Neighbor Impact has money to lease a motel, and we have a motel operator, only one that we found, that's willing to work with us on the terms and conditions that have been set forth with the version of the contract that the board has seen. So we don't have a lot of options at this point with a motel operator. And my concern is what the governor's office is looking at in our reopening plan is under isolation facilities. The counties must have a hotel room for COVID positive or symptomatic folks to isolate. And our response was that we have a plan, which is true, we do. We have a comprehensive plan, but we actually can't operationalize it unless we have a motel to place somebody, and we don't have an agreement officially in place. Now, I'm pleased to be able to report that we have a motel operator that is agreeable, has seen the terms of the agreement that legal counsel has provided, and legal counsel is best to be able to comment on their reaction, but my understanding is the terms were acceptable. My understanding is that Neighbor Impact is accepting of the cost to them to lease the motel. It was less than they had expected, I believe. And ultimately, this will secure for the county, which is really my role from a public health perspective, to have a place where somebody that is homeless, that's COVID positive or symptomatic, that we actually have capacity somewhere in this county to help a person isolate if they have nowhere to go. That is ultimately our obligation from the EOC standpoint that we're trying to resolve. And we're frankly piggybacking off of good work that Neighbor Impact is already doing around the homeless issue. And they are going to be able to fill up the motel. They're just working cooperatively with us to be able to place a COVID positive person or persons as the county determines. And I had mentioned in our individual meetings that one of the concerns that I have, while it's exciting to think about reopening, part of the reopening process comes with the requirement of more testing. And I think with St. Charles and Mosaic Medical in our community and others that are going to be testing, in particular our homeless population, there's a real possibility in a week or right around the corner for somebody that is homeless, identified by the hospital, that needs to isolate, And right in this moment, we do not have somewhere to place them. So this plan, this agreement, this arrangement between the county and Neighbor Impact will help resolve and clarify the isolation facility issue that we presented to the governor's office.
So here's the agreement between the county and neighborhood.
Was that the one from yesterday?
Well, no, I think this.
But my point is that, you know, they get emailed to us and we're supposed to print them out, and then there's another set comes to us, but we should have them here. We should have them prepared for it, you know, that we can look at them. But I'm just relying on legal's terms to work on those agreements. They know they've been working on it, and then we've got a lot of emails explaining how they worked on it. So, well, one thought I have is that because this is really a requirement we're going to have if we get approved to reopen, maybe we should wait till we get approved to reopen before we sign a 3-month agreement or whatever it is term-wise. I'm pretty confident we're going to, but that would just mean we'd wait until tomorrow or Friday if there is. But it sounds like maybe there's not an agreement to sign today. The other is I don't think that
Actually, the agreement can be signed by Tom.
Yeah.
Because it's under 150,000.
But I think, yeah. Well, if he's willing to do it on his own, yeah, he could do that, I guess. But I think I think we're being asked to be involved in it. So
yeah, no, there's no way that he would be in a spot and not speak for him. But now that we're having this discussion here, it's not independent authority as much because of the board of commissioners is discussing it.
In our original documents was 175,000, which puts it clearly on our.
Yeah, I'm just saying it.
But
even though it's an administrator's signature.
Yes, if you now read the document and all the changes through neighborhood impact and what the finances are, it's considerably less than what we were originally looking at without any detail.
So the other thing, though, is I don't think that Neighbor Impact is using the CARES Act money, or unless, are you saying as a nonprofit they're using the CARES Act money? Or, because they don't qualify as lost revenues or
no, this is their Community Action Agency is a federal I mean, I don't know the terminology, but I mean, it's a cookie cutter deal around the country.
Right.
So, I mean, this is what they do. Neighbor Impact is the name of it, and it is a registered nonprofit, but it does, the big programs is Head Start. I mean,
Yeah. I'm just asking, did the CARES Act specifically give money to these entities, is what you're saying? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, Emergency Solutions Grant.
It said there's some hang up in it or something.
Well, yeah, so federal dollars going through the state or where, I don't know the specifics, but yeah, no, I saw that too. So if they don't have the dollars, there's a possibility, if they get routed somewhere else, I mean, maybe this isn't going to come to fruition, but it's expected to. So yeah, I understand that.
Because our source of it should be either from the health department. The other option is we're maybe in line to get some CARES Act money through the state, and this would be an example of an additional expense we've incurred because of the COVID-19. So as we make our pitch, Rob Bovette said they're meeting with the state regularly to try to get money to the county. So
yeah.
According to Scott's letter, we have set aside federal CARES Act Emergency Solutions Grant funding, not yet received, but anticipated to be received through the state of Oregon to underwrite this project where they actually will have housing of which they're willing to share with the county.
What date is that letter?
This is on the 11th.
I thought there was a note after that said there was.
This is Monday, the 11th at 12:54.
Actually, Commissioners, you got a notice from Rob Bovette at AOC yesterday, and I got a copy of it late in the afternoon on the CARES Act. So the governor has identified a chunk of the $1.6 billion that Oregon received and Washington, Multnomah counties received, City of Portland, $400 million of that to go to state or to cities and counties. And there's some draft criteria on how that would be allocated. There's an initial phase where they've carved off $50 million of that $400 million, where counties would have to submit for reimbursement, And there's a list of the types of expenses that are eligible under that reimbursement, and I believe this fits squarely into that in terms of hard expense, that is different, new, purely and solely related to the coronavirus, that would be eligible for that kind of reimbursement. So then there would be subsequent phases of, with new criteria presumably, where counties could, have a stake in whatever future allocation there is, and whether it's because this one is purely for pandemic-related expenses. It's not to supplant revenue, lost revenue, or anything else, or any normal operating expenses. But it was unclear what the criteria might be for later phases. But clearly, for a hotel quarantining related to the pandemic, absolutely be within that bandwidth.
Well, and emergency solutions grant dollars have been used by Neighbor Impact for winter housing recently. So I think this is still a different path, different CARES legislation line item that Neighbor Impact qualifies for. So that means Deschutes County could reimburse for, room nights of a COVID positive patient. Neighbor Impact can do housing for people that are high risk homeless through that CARES Act. So there are two pools of dollars. The one basically covers the total commitment minus if we have an active person, active case.
But like I say, the health department, the public health fund looks like has enough money if we don't get the CARES Act money, but.
Well, and are you referring to the active case or the total commitment? Because that's where I was stuck last week was.
Which could go to, that's what we're told, it could go to 100,000. I don't know.
Yeah, just making sure, okay.
There's enough.
If I may, Commissioners, I'd like to clarify the intent. I think originally when we had discussions with Neighbor Impact, there was just some initial concern, I think, waiting for money that may or may not come up from the state. And so the discussions were around using the EOC money to pay for the lease, with the understanding and agreement would be that the Neighbor Impact would pay reimburse us 100% for the lease if we fronted the money. Since that time, I've had conversations with Scott Cooper, and he's indicated it is not a cash flow issue. They have money today to be able to handle up to $150,000 worth of expenses, so they can pay for the lease directly and don't need to go through us. Really, the reason they're going through us is to have the master lease under the umbrella to address the liability issues.
Yeah, and just liability associated with the COVID pandemic, not liability of replacing a doorknob or a door if something gets broken.
Right.
Yeah, if they are placing people in the motel and somebody breaks it, they're paying up to $2,500 per stay, I believe, and Dave can clarify that or confirm that. But yes, they're assuming, because this is the work that they're already doing. When they place a homeless person in a motel, this is an expense that they have unfortunately had to address, and they're not anticipating it being any different in the motel that they're going to be using under this agreement. Where the EOC money comes in is if we start to place COVID people and they ruin the mattress or they, do something to the room, then just like Neighbor Impact, for the COVID specific people that we placed, we would be responsible for their damage to the room.
Yeah. So, I'd be supportive of getting to clear guidance to a county administrator for signature on this before tomorrow, knowing that this is a dependency of our plan, the non-congregate housing is, and I'm comfortable with the Neighbor Impact relationship.
Well, it definitely has flowed a lot of different ways.
Well, and I'm glad we didn't do it a couple weeks ago, because, as I say, when I first, and remember, I had leaned into it originally, and I think we would have generally got here anyways, because the agreement would have had to have been worked out more. But my understanding is the whole thing wouldn't be triggered unless there was active COVID patients, and that's what I did not understand. That Neighbor Impact is planning on doing this one way or the other.
Right.
It's now we have a partnership to put an active COVID patient if that gets triggered. Because I was thinking that, oh yeah, this might not even happen, when we first talked about it.
So to me, the question really comes down to one, what liability are we taking on that requires us to be the master leaseholder when we're not really leasing it? Number two, we're not using it. It's like me renting a house and then letting you live in it, and you pay, and you're going to pay the rent, but it's on me. Or maybe the better example is a parent. A parent renting a house and letting their son pay the rent every month, but your name's on it. So what's the risk of that? And then the second is, if we do use it, can we have sources of income? And I think that we do have a couple of sources: the CARES Act $400 million, or the health department itself funding. And then the third, is there a duration on this that's reasonable? I mean, we don't need to. So what happens if we don't have cases in 2 months or 3 months, but Neighbor Impact has the ability to continue to rent this for homeless people? Why are we still on the agreement? And so,
well, this agreement between Neighbor Impact and Deschutes County said it would be through August 30th, 2020. This document, if it's still relevant.
Well, and I agree.
202 is 2020-302. Is that still a relevant document, Dave?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, what was that number? What are you referring to?
2020-302. Is that still a relevant document?
Agreement with Neighbor Impact?
Yes.
No, nothing's been signed with Neighbor Impact or with the motel. I think it's important to note that they are two separate agreements, and
right.
I think Commissioner Henderson hit the nail on the head with the liability issue. That's specific to the Neighbor Impact agreement, and in that they're capping their exposure at an amount certain, which puts the remainder of any exposure above that on the county. And so therein lies the liability rub. And quite frankly, there's a question as to whether we would be fully protected with liability caps as well through a process like that. If in fact the source of the wrongdoing or the tort, let's say, was somebody that was under the responsibility of Neighbor Impact.
I think where Commissioner Adair was asked, or what she was asking is, and I'll confirm, and Dave, you can tell me if it's in the agreement, but the intention is the motel lease would be for 90 days.
Yes, that's correct. And both agreements, the proposed agreement with the motel and also the agreement with Neighbor Impact, has a provision for an early convenience termination. So to answer one of the
30 days
questions, yeah. So if we got down the road a ways and there just wasn't a need to maintain the motel agreement, the county would have the ability, with the appropriate prior notice, to terminate before the 90-day term.
well, yeah, because our need for this is really specific to COVID-19 at this point. Is there anybody from Neighbor Impact on that could explain to us, do they have long-term plans for this motel and this is just getting it started? Or if we decide to cancel the lease because we don't need it anymore, that puts them in a situation. So how does that work?
Well, I don't know that I should be speaking on behalf of Neighbor Impact, but in my discussions with Scott, everything comes down to money. And I know that they're having independent discussions with the Homeless Leadership Coalition, the City of Bend, a number of different groups trying to look at long-term solutions. But that, for the purposes of what we're bringing in front of you, this is nice consideration to figure out what they're going to be doing. But for our purposes, I know that Neighbor Impact understands that our participation is related to the COVID issue. So that is really where our lane is and where our focus is to make sure that we can place a COVID positive homeless person. But what their plans are for the future, we would have to bring in somebody like Scott Cooper or one of their representatives. But no discussions whatsoever have occurred between the county and Neighbor Impact about buying the motel or, in fact, we were clear from the beginning that our interest in this is really very narrow and that we're very pleased that they're willing to partner with us, but it's for a very specific reason.
So Scott Cooper might be available. Would we want to have him join us if he's available? Or, I don't know.
Okay, well,
I have his mobile number.
do you want to call him?
I don't know. I mean, maybe he's here already. I'm just.
Oh, there's some phone numbers there. Okay, so here's his number, his cell. 323-6502. Do you see that up there? That's his direct number. The main office is 318-7506. Or excuse me, 548-2380. Do you see any of those? Okay.
The only reason I thought he might be on is he was on last week watching our discussion of this because I've talked to him about it.
Well, he texted me and said, good summary of the motel situation. So now I just texted him back and said, are you available to dial in? Well, so, I mean, you got down to a liability issue, which, I mean, that's the discussion, I'm thinking, unless we're not even getting there.
Well, yeah, and I'm saying I need our legal to say that that's a good idea for us to do that. I don't know what counters we have. I haven't really thought about it as in depth. They've been working on it for a couple, for a while, and so they've couple weeks or more, and so maybe we could get, maybe there'd be some advice there, but I don't know, what we.
It's
there must be something, or we wouldn't. Neighbor Impact wouldn't want us to be in the position of the master leaseholder. I mean, I don't think we came up on that at our own saying, hey, we may want to rent some rooms from you over the next few months. Do you have any? They could have a lease of their own and say yes. So I'm just trying to, I don't know what the thing is there, but it goes back to my the metaphor I used that there's some, so, but I don't know, if we don't have anybody that can give us advice, I don't know what.
Well, the reality of the situation is that many hotels that were asked have said no. So to me, it seems like they're down to the last available one, and it is a requirement. So, for our plan, to ensure that our plan does follow the guidelines, and we will be caught in a bad way if we don't have this hotel available. So, do we have any choice? And I mean, I hate unlimited liability, if that's what Dave is really saying, but surely other counties are having the same issue, I would think.
Commissioner, Dave, I could speak to that real briefly. So the agreement with the motel, the proposed agreement with the motel, is relatively straightforward, and legal is very comfortable with the liability provisions in that. The second agreement with Neighbor Impact, which allows for the funding, Neighbor Impact is insisting on a liability cap of $58,000. In a vacuum, that wouldn't be something legal would be supportive of, ever. However, these are unique times. This is a unique situation. And if the policymakers, be it Tom, the board, EOC, are comfortable assuming that additional liability exposure above and beyond the $58,000, then the contract would seem to make sense to go forward, because it is providing that funding to house these folks. If the policymakers aren't comfortable assuming that exposure above 58 grand for torts that are the responsibility otherwise of a different party, in this case neighbor impact or the people they place there, then it wouldn't be a funding agreement that you would go forward with. I think it's really that direct.
Well, is there some magic reason that we settled on 58,000? Seems odd to me.
It actually says in the contract 2,500 per occurrence and an aggregate maximum of 57,500. Is that what you're talking about? Point number 4 in the contract?
Yes, that's it. And I believe that has something to do with the entire source of their funding. I see Mr. Cooper's on the
Oh, great.
meeting now, so perhaps he could speak to that.
Yeah, can you repeat the question? Sorry, I was trying to get off one Zoom call to get on another.
Okay.
So, Mr.
Thank you
Cooper,
for
I
joining
think
us.
the issue is with regard to the liability cap for the funding that Neighbor Impact would be providing for the motel, and what's behind the 58,000 or 57.5 cap?
We took the number 23 rooms times 2,500. That's really as simple as it is. But that's the cap on damages that we'd be willing to pay for. I mean, we're still cross-indemnifying the county for liability as part of the agreement, or at least that was the last draft I saw. So we would take the liability on the non-COVID patients. If there's liability associated with the COVID placements of the county, then the county would take the liability for those patients.
Right, but our understanding, at least ours in legal, was that with regard to the liability, the Neighbor Impact's assuming that was capped at 57.5.
No, that's not our intent. That's only for the damages that we'd be willing to reimburse to the motel.
Property damages.
Property damages.
Not
exactly.
tort liability.
Exactly.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we have 10 million in insurance that we can put toward the liability before we get into trouble.
You just said
so
you
that-
have $10 million worth of liability insurance?
3 million on our general liability plus another 7 on our umbrella.
Okay.
So,
Right, so we can make sure that the agreement clarifies that a little better. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. So commissioners, that further narrows the question on the liability piece. If you're comfortable assuming responsibility above the 57.5 for property damage to the facility brought about by folks that are placed there by Neighbor Impact, then the agreement could go forward as is. If not, then that's going to require some additional negotiation.
So what kind of exposure, when you say a non-COVID tenant versus a COVID-related tenant, what kind of exposure could we have liability-wise? Is it?
There's that private property owner that's on the property. Let's say that property owner, and this is all hypothetical, let's say she came down with COVID and decided to blame it on COVID placement in the motel and decided to sue you. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the owners of the hotel come down with COVID and decide that's your fault. The sky's the limit. We don't really know with this situation.
There could be tort issues associated with folks getting in fights, issues out in the common area, things of that nature. But with Mr. Cooper indicating that they've got the liability coverage for the folks they place and that cap was specific to property damage only, then that speaks to, the rooms themselves and whether they're damaged beyond that 57.5 total by the folks that they place in this 90-day window.
Well, I do remember a conversation I had about a year and a half ago, and I was thinking that when we couldn't find a homeless facility, and I thought, oh my gosh, let's get in vouchers for hotel rooms. And then I was told the story that they did that, a church group did it, I believe, and they got bills for like $4,000 or something a room. So, yes, I know you have to be careful, and yet there is definitely that need. So
Well, it sounds like
we're a lot closer than.
Closer on liability than we thought, even though, because, 57,000 doesn't sounded like a token amount. But yeah, the cross indemnifying on the major items. That was a big one. It's good to understand that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I offer something else?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to correct something that was said earlier in the meeting, which is we have no intention of acquiring this motel for a long-term homeless shelter. We don't think funding is going to be available for that. We don't intend to operate it outside of the emergency period. And our intent is not to place the general homeless population into the motel. We're only looking at placing people who are homeless and at risk of acquiring COVID due to age or compromised immune systems. And there's plenty of those to fill it up, but it's not going to become a homeless shelter. That is not our intent in this project.
Thank you, Scott, for clarifying that.
Yeah, because I know I read an email train that included there had been discussions about that, so that's why I guess the thought that was one of the thoughts originally.
Well, and I would state publicly that, I mean, somebody will have that conversation. Somebody will come to us and say, man, I've got a great idea if you guys just purchase this and let somebody else operate it. So it'll happen. Somebody will do that. But yeah, I mean, if we're communicating, this is a public meeting, let's acknowledge that that's not the intention of this. That's not where we're going. That's not why we're doing it.
Great.
Everything blooms in the spring and everything fades as the summer goes along.
Oh, well.
As quoted by Scott Cooper.
We've heard from Winston Churchill today, so we'll add you to the list. Dave, then is there any further clarification then for us?
No, that was tremendous. That makes this make a lot more sense. And so I can make some quick adjustments to the proposed draft language for the agreement with Neighbor Impact. And as soon as the board gives me the okay, I can push that out to Mr. Cooper along with the proposed agreement with the motel. I do know the motel's attorney's waiting to see that. I had provided him with a previous earlier version that he was essentially comfortable with. So I think we're very, very close.
Okay.
Well, hopefully the motel owner and the motel owner's attorney can understand why we're kind of discussing this and what we're trying to figure out. We've obviously partnered with Neighbor Impact. We were the ones that had the work center at the sheriff's office where Neighbor Impact ran the warming shelter for 4 months or whatever, and it just ended last month. So, we've obviously worked together. That's not our intent to indicate we're not. It's trying to clarify who's responsible for what. And so I still would like to see if our plan's adopted, because this is really the whole reason we're going into this is for a plan.
Well, so we might want to give guidance.
You weren't on the call yesterday morning, but according to the 7 a.m. call, wasn't it? Yes, yesterday, Tuesday morning, the legislators told us the governor's words were such that it looked like some people had some little corrections to do, but she actually wanted all plans to be implemented on Friday. That's what we heard from our Representative Bonham and Representative Owen on the call. So I feel like, yes, that was what was told to us on the call, and that's why I feel like we really do need to have, as long as Dave is saying we're in a much better position, this needs to be done, because heaven forbid something would happen and we would lose this hotel.
So there may be a way to give administrator approval, pending plan approval by the governor, like two steps here or something.
Well, I guess, one of the things that's come up in prior agreements, I don't know if I heard Dave say that he's in favor of this agreement. He said there was issues. I don't know if, because I'd like to hear that, but I know he doesn't like to do that in a meeting. Sometimes he likes to tell us what he thinks, but I don't want to do it and then find out later that we I don't know how we do that. Tom?
I'm very comfortable, Commissioner. We're very comfortable with both agreements in light of the clarification just now provided by Mr. Cooper regarding the tort exposure. That was the one concern that legal had with regard to the Neighbor Impact Agreement. We misunderstood that the 58 or 57.5 cap covered property damage and tort liability, and since it doesn't include tort liability, and they're assuming responsibility for their own torts. Again, if the policymakers, in this case being the board, are comfortable with that 57.5 cap on property damage, then legal can certainly recommend approving as to form the agreement.
Well, and there's going to be a condition review before the rental and after the rental also, it looks like. So I think those are all statements in the agreement.
Yes.
Tom, did you have something to add on that?
I was just going to say, in the interest of timing, I will keep in touch with each of you individually, and we'll wait and see what happens with the reopening plan. And then as long as, I get the sort of the go-ahead from each of you individually, because we don't have another scheduled meeting for a week, we may need to get this in place sooner, then I will sign, right then.
That sounds reasonable to me.
There you go.
Excellent. Scott, thank you so much for dropping one Zoom for another.
I'll give
Yeah, thank you.
No. And thank you for also running the warming shelter. And I know that it was used at its capacity. I believe, what was it, like 48 people spent every evening there? So that was a big plus for our community, and I thank you.
I think we served over 351 discrete individuals during the course of the winter. So thank you, commissioners. Your championing of that project made it happen. Also want to say before I go to Whitney that my address is 2303 Southwest 1st Street, Redmond, Oregon.
There you go.
So
Thank you.
I shall go chair my other meeting. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so dashing on, we're now at contact tracing staffing request. Is George available? Or no, I think actually Heather was going to do this.
Yes, I'm doing it on behalf of George.
Great, thank you, Heather.
Promptly at 1 o'clock or so.
Promptly.
That's okay. It's quite all right. Thanks for having me, commissioners.
Oh.
I'm hopeful that in your packet is a staff report that Tom Kuhn and I submitted yesterday morning. And it's a request for a limited duration FTE with Deschutes County Public Health. And really this goes, I know I talked with all of you last Wednesday about this, and looking at the positions we need in order to anticipate, critical reopening capacity and how we can continue to maintain not only a current level of case investigations and contact tracing, but the potential for an increase of cases. And just to kind of go back, my team, the communicable disease team, our goal in all of this is really to do what we can to protect the health of our community as we safely reopen. And the way we do that in the communicable disease world is to conduct rapid and intensive case investigations right when we get a positive, and then find all of those people that they came in close contact with and do quarantine and isolation of all of those people to really try to prevent further spread. So that's a charge we have and we take very seriously, and this team has done an amazing job in the last couple of months in doing that, and we want to continue that.
The last 64 days, actually. 64 and counting.
And just so you're all aware, and I think I had mentioned this last time as well, that this really is a 24/7 endeavor. We are actually required by law to have a line that's 24/7 staffed. If we get any type of any reportable disease, it could be measles, it could be E. coli, it could be COVID, any of those. And so we work cases on the weekend. So we've really worked with our team to make that happen. And we usually have around 2 full-time FTE working case investigations for non-STD communicable diseases. And we pulled in additional staff to help with that. But, those staff are critical to other public health needs, such as immunizations. Like Nahad talked about earlier, we need to get immunizations back and going. STD investigations, nurse-family partnerships. So all those staff really kind of need to go back to doing their important work. So Deschutes County Public Health is requesting 3 communicable disease positions, 2 nurse positions, 1 health educator, and then also an environmental health specialist. And Tom Kuhn will be able to talk more about that. And one of the positions, the health educator, we actually received additional preparedness funding. So we do have the funding to support that position. So really I'm asking for approval of that one FTE that we could do for limited duration for that position. And then the remainder 3, we're looking at potential alternate funding. And as you mentioned, the CARES relief, we're all waiting kind of on pins and needles to hear what we'll be receiving for the CARES relief funds. I was on an OHA call yesterday regarding contact tracing and case investigation, and they're working hard to get together a more detailed plan of how they're going to support counties in this work. So I'm hopeful that maybe we'll see some of that funding, but I don't know yet. So it's still kind of unclear, but in front of you is just Cheryl Smallman put together the proposed budgets based on potential for different funding as far as CARES relief or FEMA reimbursement. I also just want to add for the communicable disease positions, not only will these 3 positions be doing the continued case investigation work, they're also going to be doing a lot of prevention work in our community, especially with our higher risk patients. You've heard us talk a lot about Carrie Coe, who's an amazing regional infection prevention specialist. There's only one of her, so we really want to expand on the work she's doing and working with other congregate settings. Fire season starting, we want to be able to work with all of, we've had a lot of requests as far as fire camps and how to make sure those are abiding by social distancing and safe distancing in different types of congregate settings. So all of those pieces, this team will work on as well. And so I think that's it. The other one more piece too is eventually when a vaccine hopefully comes out in the next year or 2, I really see, which is why I want 2 nurses, is to be able to help with vaccinations and also help with flu vaccinations this winter, because that's going to be critically important going into winter, that we make sure we have high flu vaccination rates. So all of those pieces I think are really going to attribute to these positions. And from there, we are also looking at, and I've talked with different partner agencies, lots of volunteers are interested in helping with contact tracing, which is amazing. We have an amazing community. And but that takes staff to really kind of manage all those volunteers. So we're putting together a plan of if we can have kind of a core team and then have contact tracers that we can bring on as volunteers, will help us tremendously to get to where we need to be in order to meet the state requirement of reaching 95% of contacts of cases within 24 hours. So those are the 3 positions, and I think is Tom Kuhn on?
Tom Kuhn.
Oh, maybe we lost him.
He must be out riding his bicycle or something.
Well, I think he's here now. Tom, are you on?
There he
Yes,
is.
hello. I was on standby.
Thank you, Tom.
Hi, and I also, we have on standby is Environmental Health Supervisor Eric Money. And I was here to just talk a little bit about, in addition to what Heather said about our need to continue the Environmental Health Specialist Business Liaison position. It's really had a critical role in providing technical assistance, guidance, and referrals for all businesses in the county. Environmental health specialists have a great deal of skills beyond their usual work, including robust knowledge about preventing disease transmission through proper sanitation and logistical considerations. And this really applies to all sectors. And now that more than ever, we're seeing the demand for our environmental health work to go beyond our existing capacity, with businesses reopening in what we're calling the COVID-19 environment. The position that we've had, of course, you're well aware of, that Emily Freeland has been doing for us and doing a fabulous job. We really think that this is greatly needed because we're going to expect to be seeing increased inspection workloads due to social distancing, sanitation standards that'll be in place for the foreseeable future. And for all the other environmental health specialists there who also assist with the business liaison position, what they're going to be looking at coming up is In addition to the regular inspection duties, they're going to be looking at maximum occupancy at restaurants, making sure staff are wearing masks, 6-foot distances between tables, limiting party sizes, and the list really goes on with what Oregon Health Authority and the governor are recommending. Some of the licensed businesses who closed during COVID may and probably will reopen at some level now, and those businesses have been closed throughout this whole time, so they're not used to operating within the current environment. And so they're going to need even more customer service and education from our environmental health staff. And we're anticipating that our inspections could take anywhere from 25 to 50% longer, just with all these other items that they're going to have to go through on their list when they make their inspections. Is it possible, Eric Money? Oh, Eric's there. Okay. Eric, would you have anything you want to add about some of the things you and Emily have been working on recently in regards to working with all the businesses, not just our regulated facilities?
Yeah, Tom, thanks. And you said it very well. What I can simply tell you is as we look to potentially entering into phase 1 of reopening different Oregon business sectors, let's just say we've been receiving a tremendous amount of calls and emails. And with Emily deployed and doing the tremendous volume of amazing work that she's doing on the EOC, we're just that much busier. She inspected everything in Redmond and Terrebonne and Eagle Crest and Sisters. And so all of her licensed facility work is we're trying to pick up all of that at a time when the child cares are going to start getting busier with people getting out, and animal bite season is going to be breaking loose. And so we're just trying to keep up. And all the non-sector work that we're doing as well, non-licensed facility work, community shower truck at Shepherd's House, and cities calling us with, hey, we need help with reviewing a sanitation plan for the farmers markets. We're going to be reviewing 3 of those tomorrow. Homeowners Association calling to say, when can we open our pools and spas, and can our guests play pickleball? And I mean, it just goes on. And I'm not even going to get into the work that Emily's doing on the EOC. You know about a lot of that, but I guess I'll stop there and just see if there's any questions.
Thank you, Eric.
So I think they've done, we had good briefings, I think, the last couple of days by the health department about these needs, and Heather did a great job of explaining the tracing is really more than tracing, it's investigation, et cetera. The need that's called out in our plan, which again, just like the last topic we discussed, we're 1 day away from getting approval, we think. So we will going to need to have this capacity. I'm glad to hear about the $400 million from the CARES Act. I think we'll get enough from that to fund these positions as well. I would think we'd get them, I don't know, a couple $1 million maybe or something. I don't know. We'll see. But the other, again, I looked at the health budget, and the budget has $550,000 more than what it expected as its projected closing balance. So there's some money in the health budget. I don't think we've got several options for payment. So my first choice would be the CARES, then the FEMA, and then the health budget. But I think all these positions are part of our going forward. I do put a caveat on it, though, that I think, I don't know what, we're going to have the budget sessions in 2 weeks. And I was looking at the funding for health, public health, and we get a number of different things as part of our resources for public health. And so I don't know if we're going to be able to be cutting resources next year. We heard the governor say that she was going to cut departments 18%. So that's a chunk of our resources. And so this is kind of a separate track than, we don't know where we can go as a permanent department, is how I feel. So I'm supportive, given what we know on the other items.
Well, I would acknowledge that also. I'm supportive of all these positions, all 4 of them. Folks are doing a great job out there. It's wonderful that we had our contact and investigation capacity that we did, brought some people in to do it, out of class or a different position. And then the environmental health, it's really spinning up right now, that's for sure. A lot of people are just asking, who do I talk to? I just want some opinions. So these are the professionals that we can do that. I do support doing it, now, be able to recruit at the end of this month, first of next month, because our budget is coming up. Not July 1st is my point, because we're so close to that. And then, the dynamics of the budget, this will have an impact. State of Oregon, contract amendments. We're still doing contract amendments from, 6-8 months ago that are just catching up with what they chose to do at the state legislature. And this will change that too. But that's what we see. This is the way the health department environment ends up being, where different funding streams necessitate different positions sometimes. But there's, as a department, as a group of people, they're doing a good job in this very, very dynamic environment we're in right now. So I'm supportive.
And I just want to say, I believe you're doing an excellent job. I was explaining to a group of people yesterday that we actually have 300 people in the health department. And so I knew that if you needed to pull somebody from somewhere, you probably could. But I just worry about your original team that could probably go out and teach the rest of the world how to do such a great job. I have all the confidence in the world in our team, but I know we just can't have you like crashing and burning from all the pressure. Everyone definitely will need some time off, and hopefully you can find some wonderful people out there and, start as soon as we can get this implemented. So thank you for coming to us. And thank you again for all the great work that all of you do. And it's really outstanding.
A minute's motion.
Well, Commissioners, though, it's clear that you're supportive of the positions, which is great, but it's not clear exactly where the funding would come from. So the request that Health has made was for general fund to fund these positions with the strong possibility of reimbursement through the CARES Act or FEMA. So, and I heard Commissioner Henderson say his preference would be that Health Department carryover funds would sort of, I guess, essentially backstop anything that we weren't able to get reimbursed for through the state or the federal government. So I want to be clear on that. And I honestly don't know, and I think Phil is correct in that there probably is carryover there. What often happens with health, though, is that it's earmarked. It's only eligible to be spent on certain things. And I don't know that this isn't, but that's something that I need to chase down in order to fully vet or support or know that carryover funding is eligible for this. So but as we were talking about earlier, though, I do believe that this type of expense falls squarely into the criteria I saw yesterday in terms of what is eligible through the portion of the CARES Act that came through the state and is now earmarked to come to the county for reimbursement. So it may be a moot point, but just to the extent that there's some of the expense for these positions that aren't reimbursed, whether that would come from health or general fund. That's just the only clarification.
For their documentation in the packet, it says, the CARES relief funds, this 3.3 FTE would be 100% reimbursable through CARES relief funds. So the fact that we just got clarification that we're actually getting the money from the state that's going to go local, other than the metropolitan areas. So I would think that's where we'd want to go, because FEMA reimbursement, takes up to 3 years to get it? So, yeah. So I would think the CARES relief fund, and because it doesn't reimburse lost revenue, but this is definitely not a lost revenue, but it's an explicit cost for COVID.
So I was thinking more like this fiscal year is a commitment, and then to be discussed at the budget committee meeting if we go that way. So that's why I wasn't thinking that we'd be making that hard decision today for this next fiscal year. what does it look like? I mean, if we say general fund now, does that change the proposed budget for next year, or is 4 more FTE, or what?
Well, yeah, no, these positions are not in the proposed budget.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
These would have to be added. They are limited duration, so they're not permanent adds to the department. But just, in terms of balancing a budget, we always like to have, the specific funding formula nailed down, kind of airtight, so we know where it's coming. It's fine to have contingencies, and again, I hear clearly that, we'd be looking to fund, 100% of these positions through CARES Act, FEMA, or grant sources. But just to the extent that we're unable to do that, I heard Commissioner Henderson say, and I'm assuming the other 2 commissioners support that, would be to the extent that it can be funded, that difference, that delta, through unallocated health department funds of an eligible source. That would be second, and third would be, if that can't happen because of the strings attached to those funding sources, general fund would be third priority.
Well, and I also think, it's an annual discussion. The health department is a general fund, there's money from the general fund plus all the contracts and the different work that's being done. So, it's not that far from the general fund is why I'm not thinking that it's that black and white about where it comes from at this point in time.
I guess we contribute now from the general fund to the public health fund, 274, about 4 million in this, in the last 2 years, each year. And so I guess I'm saying that if we actually just have a carryover because we had less, like we often do, have less personnel expenses than we thought we budget, or than we budgeted for, we actually have more health revenues than we budgeted for. So we have a cushion there. So but I do think these jobs primarily are in the next budget year, so we would have to be explaining where we get it there. I just don't think that if the economy doesn't improve and if this goes on for a long time, I'm not sure we can be growing our departments without a real considered discussion of that, because we see other government agencies actually reducing their departments because of funds, and we don't know yet where we're going to be. And that's where I was drawing attention to up in our revenues. There's several categories. One's state grants, state OMAP, state miscellaneous. Between them it's quite a it's $4.5 million. So we just know what we read in the paper from what the governor's going to do. But but she said prepare for 18% reductions, and so I don't know, but what'll come to fruition. I'm just concerned about growing beyond a certain thing. So I'm in line with what I think the other commissioners said about trying to get the funds in the order we talked about.
So I'd kind of propose this, just to kind of move this along, that if you authorize through a minutes motion the recruitment of these 4 positions, then we can get started on that so we don't lose any time getting them on board. And then we can bring back to you at the health department budget hearing in 2 weeks sort of the final plan for how they would be funded into fiscal year 21, since you'll have to make that add anyway as part of the adoption of next year's budget.
Okay.
Good. With that, I'll move board approval for 1 FTE limited duration with emergency preparedness state program element funding and 3 FTE duration through alternative funding options. So no, I guess that's not going to be it. I was thinking I could make a motion out of that. I will move adding the current FTE, public health educator 2, 2 public health nurse 2s, and environmental health specialist 2 for limited duration positions.
Okay, well, and we will discuss funding further as things develop, is what I think. But
yeah, I was just left out.
Friendly amendment, I guess.
I agree.
And so I'll second that.
Did you get all that, Sharon? Any further discussion?
No.
Okay. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. There was a friendly amendment in there. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for all the hard work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You.
Thanks.
Okay. So now it looks like we're up to our Deschutes County Fair and Rodeo. It's only taken...
Joining us
Yes, thank you for joining us today. It's only...
5 hours later.
Yes, what time did we have down there? Well, that was a really optimistic time schedule. So, Tom, do you want to address this?
Yeah, I'll just introduce it. Obviously, in the room here, you have Gladys Sappington, who's the president of the Fair Association. Jeff Hines is the director of the Fair and Expo Center Department. And on Zoom is Cheryl Davidson, who's the chair of the Fair and Expo Board. And there was a meeting last week of the Fair and Expo Board that a number of members of the Fair Association also attended, including Gladys. And a recommendation was sent to you last Friday afternoon regarding the status of the 2020 fair. Since then, you've also got communications from Candy Botham, who's the director of the 4-H OSU Extension here in town, talking about alternatives for the livestock auction and so forth. So again, that was a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners regarding cancellation of the 2020 annual fair. So that's the purpose of the discussion today. And with that, I guess I'll just invite any of the three, two of them are here, Cheryl on the line, to make whatever additional comments they would like to before you have a discussion.
Okay. Who would love to speak first? Any? Thank you, Gladys. Yeah, that'd be fine. Just remember to clearly identify yourself.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for having me. Gladys Sappington, Deschutes County Fair and Rodeo Association President and Rodeo Director. We did have a discussion last week in lieu of Governor Brown's act of no mass gatherings and things like that, of, going forward. And as we see Oregon State Fair canceling and other fairs and rodeos, our recommendation from our board is for the safety of the community, for the safety of us, and just making sure that we are making the right decision for this. Most of our directors have chosen to not have the 2020 fair and rodeo, just not knowing what it might bring, how it might impact, and we definitely don't want to, at what we think is probably the #1 fair in Oregon, tarnish, anybody being upset with us having that. Could we modify it? I don't know that we want to take such a great event and try to modify something like that. I believe that we want to continue with how we've done for, well, this would have been 101 years. But I think that, most of my directors, and sometimes I don't agree with them, but I will fully support their decision and making sure that the safety of our community and for us and everybody is well taken care of. And so that would be our recommendation. One of the biggest things that I think is very important is making sure that our 4-H and FFA kids are taken care of. How can we do this virtually? How can we make sure that, our community is really taking care of those kids and figuring something out with that?
I was thinking you could do it like the barrel race they did last weekend, where for some of my family was at. They had like people come in at set times. If you could do it with Zoom, but actually have the animal there. I don't know. Would that help bring in more money, more excitement, more hype? But, I feel so badly because I know how much work and effort kids put into their animals, and just not even to get to take it to the fairgrounds, could is there something like that we could do?
You know, and I think, thank goodness for Candy and Lance Hill and the rest of them. They are working very hard, I know, to try and figure out, we as the association and the board want to make sure and help in any way. I know Jeff and Ross, and we're trying to do the best we can, because I think at this point, most of the directors feel that's our number one progress to do. Is it tough? I feel really sorry on my part on the, for rodeo contestants, stock contractors, all of that, what is going to happen, and how do we proceed with the, one of the longest running events, and we're in the cowboy capital of Oregon.
How many years had the rodeo been going on in a row?
Well, this is really going to date myself, but we just talked about this. This would be the first year in 47 years that I've ever missed Deschutes County Fair and Rodeo.
Wow.
So it's it's a tough call, but I think for not only the county standpoints and the money and things like that, I just would not want to upset anybody in our community. It's very important that we make sure that we keep our community in standings, and I think there's a lot of people out there. Would they come? Probably so. I think they would, but I don't want to, put anybody in jeopardy.
So I'm real supportive of anything we can do to make a great event out for the kids and for all their animals and things. I haven't gone to the last couple auctions and things. We go again this year, maybe have groups of 25 in all sorts of different buildings, and have TV screens like they do with sporting events sometime. But we can figure that out. We have a couple months, but I think it's really important to come up with the 2020 fair, vision, the vision of the 2020 fair, 2020 vision. This is our 8th week of a lockdown, and I think people are getting very antsy about it. By the time the fair gets here, it would be 8 plus 2.5 months, so it'll be 18 weeks that we've been locked down if we don't have events like this. And I'm very, I don't know what the first thing in Oregon that's going to be allowed is, but we're not going to keep going through this with fall sports and fall schools. I heard one of the states are thinking about not allowing the colleges.
That was California today.
I don't know, and so I'm very disappointed that we have to do this if we do, but it's further from now to the fair than it is going backwards to when this started for us.
Right.
It's that far away, and you think about the last 64 days, as we learned today, it's further out that way. People may be sitting there by mid-July or the 4th of July saying, so why aren't we doing anything this? So I don't know. I don't know if there's any way we can make contingency plans if, things opened up or changed or we didn't see another spike. I don't know.
I was not that I want to envision this, but I just want to make sure that all the kids that have animals, if we could have a whole website with the animal, the child, they could have a little story about it, but then people could put their bids on there. So you could actually go through, like a silent auction online. I know that the charities that I used to run, they actually have all gone a lot of virtual too. So you can buy things, but that way you make sure that every kid buys an animal, right? Right. Yes, and you just, you start at something, and maybe we don't make 1.5 million for the kids, but there's definitely, and I heard that show that we just had in Eastern Oregon, they actually did judging and things with pictures. Now, I think that's kind of hard, but you can do it.
I think there's a lot of ways to do things, and once again, it's just very important, I think, to the association board and, most everybody that the kids are, put at the top of the list now to make this happen for them.
Yes, they've lost school, they've lost sports, they can't lose their animals.
No.
Well, and there may be an opportunity to do a highly modified welcoming fair day for 4-H and FFA, especially if the rodeo arena is available. I mean, people could spread out there and, you know, be there live and not be densely packed. So, I mean, there may be ways to do some interesting things out there. You know, we're not going to have a big vendors or the midway, but, you know, maybe there's a celebration day, just like you're saying. What, you know, if we get to the point where, you know, phase 1 and 2, and then people are starting to forget what it was like, you know, just a few weeks ago, we should leave some options open. But I support the fact that, yeah, we're not going to be doing the fair as we've known it. This wonderful product, the best state fair in the state of Oregon. I mean, the county fair in the state of Oregon. But yeah, let's figure out what the future might look like. So then the official statement is, fair is not happening, but there's maybe alternative activities and supporting 4-H and FFA.
So the second part, I was wondering, after we get, you know, it sounds like a lot of support for what we do with for kids, and what about the rodeo side of this? I mean, it seems to me that most of rodeo stuff is kind of far from other people, except when you're getting bucked off and you have to get on the horse next to you. But it's a pretty dispersed activity. It's not like basketball, you know, or something. Or so, any thought to some way to hold a rodeo that and
It is. I've actually been in contact with a lot of different ones and stock contractors and things like that. And do we, you know, when you have your bareback riders, do you have your 8 up first in the chute ready to go? And then nobody else behind the chute? How could you enforce that and make that happen in a way? We've also talked to the MPRA, who we're sanctioned through, is do we do a modified purse? Do we, you know, do less money, added money, things like that to make something like that? At this point in time, between, you know, cowboys and cowgirls calling me every other day, asking me where we're going to go, what we're going to do, they're up for anything and would want to do anything.
Well, you know, the Cowboy Channel on 603 on DirecTV, my mother watches it every night, I think. And, you know, why don't we talk to, like, because there are so few rodeos now. I did see that the Pendleton Roundup was still considering holding it, and how they could, you know, like.
They're going to sell one ticket and then move
Right.
6 seats and
Yeah.
one ticket.
Yeah, but you know what? They're going to do it. That rodeo, I can't remember when they've been going for, I think this is 110 years now this year. So it's really, it's a 5-year anniversary for me, and it's very important. But I was just thinking, like, if you could negotiate with the Cowboy Channel and show the rodeo on TV, I mean, the people that would watch this from all over, and it would give, you know, the cowboy people are going to be so devastated by the end of this year that, you know.
There's no finals. Is there going to
Or the ranches and the fences are all going to be in good order because they didn't take the whole summer off.
I don't know. But I mean, I'm just thinking, like, oh, you know, with the Cowboy Channel, could they pay in order to film it and show it? And so you'd have some kind of income stream to pay the cowboys that were actually competing. You know, and that would still keep your numbers down, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and, you know, we even talked about, you know, would it be something that maybe the county or the commissioners and talking, and I haven't talked to Jeff yet, but, you know, could we move it, you know, maybe could we move the MPRA rodeo separate from, you know, the fair? Would it be something that maybe we could push back, which gave it more time, and do a separate event and, you know, have it in the, you know, in the arena out there? And, you know, maybe it's not with fair and rodeo this year. Maybe
it's late August instead of first.
late August. Maybe it's something that we look at, you know, doing something like that just for the competitive side, or from the rodeo side standpoint.
To give them something.
I do think the roar of the crowd, though. I was watching the other night. I was flipping through the channels. I watched WWE had a wrestling event with no crowd, and it's like, it's already kind of goofy. But when you don't have the crowd, it's like, what are they performing for?
Yeah.
So, but
well, that was
I just watch it. But I mean, a rodeo is a big, the crowd, the music, and the.
Well, you could still have the music going. You could still have the music, and you've got the announcers, so you've got the music and the announcers, so you don't have the crowd, but, you know, music.
Could you have some crowd? Just like Pendleton's, could you have some crowd?
Could you have some crowd? Yes.
Spread out, or there would be people that I think would support it just to support it, just like they do other
Yes.
things they're doing now.
They're doing the PBR at the Lazy E Arena in Oklahoma without crowds. They're continuing, they brought that back. Jason Maddox, who does Challenge of the Champion Tours, he's bringing over on May 30th. I think this is going to be so much fun for Central Oregon. They're bringing over a Jumbotron, and he's setting up his portable arena in a 20-acre field between Redmond and Primeville. And they're going to do a Challenge of the Champion bull riding, and you sit in your car because you'll be able to watch it like a
Drive-in
movie.
rodeo.
Drive-in rodeo. Well, we have plenty of
Drive-in
parking in the,
Yes.
we have quite a few Jumbotrons at
Yeah.
the fairgrounds.
Yeah.
Yes. So, I mean, I just feel it's important for a lot of
Jeff, it's
those
just
good people.
Good idea, right?
A drive-in rodeo.
Are you bought into all these things?
That would be like the olden days when we used to drive up and park at the rodeo fence, you know, the rodeo grounds fence, and watch the rodeo. That's what we do. So, yeah. Oh, great.
We would absolutely be in support of modified or amended portions of the fair that could be found to be acceptable, including but not limited to rodeo, and kind of following up on Gladys's position and the position of the Fair and Expo team and the Fair and Expo board is certainly that, as you mentioned, the livestock and 4-H or livestock FFA and 4-H programs are one of the most important aspects of Fair, and they have our full support and commitment to make sure that those programs are made whole and continued to the fullest extent possible. And we've had conversations, initial versions, with both Lansdale, with Redmond FFA and Candy Botham as far as what a modified version of the livestock show and or auction could look like for this year, and continue to analyze what the allowances or the requirements would allow to see what we can bring across the line on that portion specifically, but also would be certainly open to looking at what other aspects may be continuable either during our normal annual fair dates or alternate dates where they may be more acceptable or allowable due to regulations.
Great. Well, you know, it's always the closest, I think, to the three of us, because I know you camp there and you camp there, and I would never camp there, but because I don't like to camp. But the fair, yes, I love it. You know, I love it when my granddaughter wants to see every little animal in every building. You know, it's like, I think it's so important. So, you know, it really teaches a lot of responsibility, and the youth of Deschutes County really deserve as much support as we can give them.
Absolutely.
So, good. Well, I'm so glad you were so patient today. I'm so sorry.
No, thank you so much, commissioners.
Well, so,
No.
I mean, is there official action? I mean, because there's the Fair Board, the Fair Association of the Board of Commissioners. This is wonderful conversation, but I don't know.
Cheryl's on,
And yeah,
too.
thanks, Cheryl, for joining us.
Cheryl, would you like to, I'm sorry, I didn't acknowledge, would you love to add something today?
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Am I muted?
You're unmuted.
We can hear you now.
Okay, I'm unmuted. You know, Cheryl Davidson, and you need my address again. 6596.
Of course we do.
Sparrowhawk Circle in Bend. And I am the president of the Fair Board. And I really didn't have a statement. When I got, invited to attend the meeting, nobody said what we were supposed to do. I just figured I could dial in and answer any questions or whatever. But I do want you to know that I'm pretty much referring back to the statement that we issued after our joint meeting last Thursday, and do want to emphasize that there were two major concerns at that meeting, and one was, of course, for the health and safety of the community. That was the number one priority. And the second was taking care somehow of the 4-H and FFA kids that have been raising livestock and have all those expenses piled up on them. And Candy talked about it at the meeting, and there are several vendors out there who handle those virtual auctions, and Candy has investigated some of them. I've looked quickly at one of them, but I think that is something that we could definitely do, is basically a virtual auction for those kids. So, but all the most of the association members and I think most of the Fair Board members were all in support of doing something to take care of those kids. So anyway.
Good.
Well, thank you so much, Cheryl, for being part of our day today. We appreciate hearing from you. And yes, it's a balancing act, isn't it? It's the teeter-totter that we're dealing with here, how to keep it balanced, health and safety, and yet, supporting the youth of our county. So thank you for pointing that out again.
And this is a little bit off topic because we're just talking about the fair and rodeo, but again, at some point, we need to start doing things again at the Fair and Expo Center, because it's a enterprise fund. We have employees and we have the need to, and it's a center of our community too. So I don't know what kind of contingency planning goes in, when that is, but I can't imagine the next event is in 2021. I mean, we're in bad shape if that's the case, so.
Yes.
I know it's a little out of turn, but I can speak briefly to that and be cognizant of your time. So certainly open to questions now or at any point in the future, but the Deschutes County Fair and Expo team has been working, I think, diligently since the initial outbreak of this, and certainly we were one of the first affected, and understanding we may be one of the last types of business to return, according to the governor. But in anticipation of that, we continue to evaluate our schedule, even though we have now postponed or moved events off of our schedule out into July. We are actively working towards a reopening plan in light of both the fair and the necessity to reopen the facility at some point in the future. Have created a draft health and sanitization plan that we have provided a rough draft to both the Fair and Expo board and was available for the association board at the last week's meeting, and to our internal team, as well as to Dr. Conway and Dr. Azadi and their team, and Eric Money with Public Health for their initial review to look at, and waiting for their comments back as far as their sector review. What I thought would initially be a few-page document quickly grew into a very significant, I think, 30-plus page document at this point that's very comprehensive. And I'm proud to say I believe we're leading the industry in that regard. And our team has been involved in a number of discussions, both as presenters and as participants in our industry and similar and like industries, as we go through this, in order to be able to lead Deschutes County back and hopefully be one of the first facilities of our type to be able to host events, whether they're large scale or not, events of some type on our property, to bring the economy of Deschutes County back as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay.
Is there a formal?
We need any?
So I don't know.
I know.
Never done this before, but I think you were kind of sent a formal recommendation. We heard clearly today that you'd like more work to be done to see, certain aspects of the fair can be preserved in some way at some point in time. So I don't know if you want to, and there has been media inquiries about the status of the fair this year. So some options to consider. You could do a media release that Whitney can draft that says something to the effect of what I just said, is that, the formal annual fair is canceled. We will work as quickly and as diligently as we can to make announcements regarding, certainly the FFA and 4-H auction, what the, plan may be for that, and any other aspects of the fair, such as rodeo events that could be done in a different way. Something to at least acknowledge that the fair, as we all know it, won't be held this year, but as sort of the banner announcement. However, the subheadline is that we'll be working, as I said, something like that we could bring to you to look over and review and issue. So that's one option. We could. You don't need to say anything. We, as your staff and as the boards that advise you, we don't necessarily need formal direction, but can just proceed based on what we.
Well, I don't know. I think it'd be good to make a motion and vote that we're going to cancel the fair if that's what we're gonna do. I mean,
Commissioners, if I might, Dave Doyle, I would encourage an order, a motion accepting the Fair Board and the Fair Association's recommendation to cancel the 2020 Deschutes County Fair and Expo. That'll help us in some other contexts as well. We have a lot of vendors we need to be working with. There's some contract issues that'll be associated with that, so a formal board motion would be greatly appreciated.
Okay.
Commissioners, if I could offer, the Fair and Expo Board did approve or had a motion and approval for a motion that was the Deschutes County Fair Board is in joint agreement with the Deschutes County Fair Association to cancel the 2020 Deschutes County Fair. I could respectfully submit that that language could potentially be altered and utilized as one option.
Yeah.
Accept the recommendation.
Yeah, accept a recommendation is probably a good path, because then it's at this level, but it's already been basically decided.
It is.
Yeah.
In our bylaws, it states that the association is in charge of the fair. And
Yeah.
we have all.
So then that decision process respects that whole hierarchy there too. So yeah.
The commissioners had the top rung.
I thought they did too.
I think we do. I think
Yes,
if we wanted to have the fair, we could
Yeah.
have it.
We could have a three
But I just-
commissioner.
Well, if that's the case, then let's.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I do. I think that's true. But,
No, yeah, I don't want to change that if it is true.
Yeah, so.
So we need.
I'll move to accept the recommendation of the Fair Board and Fair Association to cancel this year's county fair.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Reluctantly, yes.
And that,
Sadly, yes.
that means
Sadly,
I could vote.
yes.
I could
Yeah.
vote no, couldn't I?
Oh.
Well, you should try to talk us into it if you want to vote.
Yeah,
no.
there you
I mean,
go.
I did. I
go
said
back
we're
and
going to
forth.
bring the Cowboy Channel in, and they're going to do a rodeo, and we'll figure out some. We've got.
Well, I'm in favor of all that. I
mean, we
don't
have-
think us canceling the
Yeah, the
Right.
fair of
standard packages.
July 29th to August, whatever.
Yes,
is-
the fourth.
So
is
what was your
inconsistent
vote,
with
Chair
still having
Adair?
a
I said
rodeo.
I was abstaining, didn't I? Oh, I'll vote yes. Under extreme pressure of, I don't know what.
Well, I'm just
Anyway.
sad about it. I mean, I
After
just
100 years, we can't quite get to 101 yet.
core function of our, who we are and what we do. And it's so important to our communities to do these events and to people's lives. I mean, I was wondering with the animals, couldn't they still have the barns so people could go through and see the animals?
I think once again, if you look at most of, as you take the pig barn, 240 pigs, and we have to extend out to the outside where we
Pretty
put.
tight outside.
It's
Yeah.
pretty tight out there.
They need to be in the shade.
there.
It's too
Yeah.
And
warm.
it's very warm, and,
Yeah.
I think if we can just figure out, because we have a
But
beautiful
you could do
acreage.
indoors
Put
in
them all
the
at the
building.
event center inside
them all
there.
in
I know, you
event
have the
center
event center, the pigs in the event center, the cow.
No, you could use the indoor rodeo arena because we wouldn't be having concerts, and you could actually set up some things in there, and would give you a lot more space. And last year, I think there were only 30 sheep or something.
Yeah.
Maybe they're,
North
There's
North
several
Sister,
ways to do it.
North Sisters
yeah.
with the sheep.
Yes, okay. So, okay, well, you know where our heart is.
Thank you, commissioners.
And Commissioners, I believe that we have a draft statement that Whitney has available that we'll provide to you for review as well here shortly, as soon as possible, for your comments and updates as well before we make any official announcements. But I
Okay.
appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
and
Thank you, Jeff.
consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you, Cheryl. Oh, my gosh, now where are we at? Okay.
I think it's break time, isn't it?
Oh, now we need a break?
Stand up at least.
Okay, break time. Okay, so now we're to the fee schedule, and that was supposed to be at 1 o'clock. Glad that you're paying attention. Okay. Good afternoon. We are now reconvening our meeting. We're now looking at our fee schedule for the year, our next fiscal year ending 2021. Do we have someone from our accounting department that's going to join us?
Partain, Deschutes County Finance Department.
Thank you.
So I'll acknowledge also, I haven't studied in depth. This is a work session on the issue, probably just kind of starting top to bottom, getting a little bit of brain space around this. Everything's been coming in other than this to my world right now.
Yes. We have 2 printouts, so we're in really good shape.
So Chris, yeah, as I say, we haven't studied this a lot just because of everything else.
Okay, so you didn't see my note on the cover sheet, huh? You didn't pay attention to my note on the cover sheet.
I'm looking at it right now.
There you go, the one that says please review, but it's okay. It's okay. So anyway, per chapter 4.12 of the county code, fees are to be reviewed and adjusted annually to comply with the actual cost of providing service, cost of living increases, and state mandated changes. New fees will go into effect July 1st of 2020. Out of the 24 county department division combinations represented in the fee schedule, only 9 have requested changes this year. So we're kind of down on the changes. And 2 out of the 4 county service districts requested changes. We can go through this a number of ways. Since you guys have not reviewed it, what I would recommend is that we go through the fee schedule, looking at the departments that have requested changes. I can give you a brief summary of the changes they've requested, and then there are county staff available to answer more detailed questions, because I just compile this, I don't create it, so they have all the reasons behind the changes.
Okay.
So what I would start with is on page 5 of the Deschutes County fee schedule. We're looking at the clerks.
So, yeah, stand by. Let's make sure we're on the same thing here. So I'm looking at one that had a cover sheet of requested fee schedule. Please review. I think this was one yeah. But yeah, right under that is a stapled packet. Is that where we're starting at?
It says page 5. Yellow. The other one is starting on page 95. So
yellow highlights.
This must be the one on the landscape.
Yes.
We're looking at landscape.
If you were looking at the one yellow highlights at the top, it says Deschutes County requested fee schedule fiscal year 2021.
Yep. Yes, we are.
Okay. That's what you need to be looking at. So if you turn to page 5.
Got it.
That would be the county clerk. They have requested 3 new fees related to the sale of recording indexes. The customers for these indexes are title companies. Usually they have one title company currently buying these. And they have also requested an increase, for the recording access fee. And that is the only changes they have requested. Nancy, I don't know if she's available right now, could answer.
I was just talking to her a second ago. She was walking down the hall.
Okay.
So.
Are there any questions on that? Should we move forward?
No, let's keep going.
Okay.
Good.
Perfect. Community development, their changes begin on page 7. These are all fee increases, SDC fee increases for Ben Parks and Rec, LaPine Special Sewer District, and the transportation SDCs.
So are those all things that Ben Park and Rec has asked for? I mean, the ones that are about.
Fees number 24 through 28.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all Ben Park and Rec SDCs. 29 is LaPine Special Sewer District, and 30 is the transportation SDCs.
But to answer your question, Commissioner, yes, those are changes that those districts have forwarded to us to be changed. So we are the collection agency, as you know, for them. So they're a pass through us. And the last 2, the transportation, are our own, where Chris Doty has, in as per the ordinance that created the transportation SDC, there's a provision in there that pegs what the SDC should be to it's a special CPI related
Construction or something.
yeah, that they, via that ordinance, those changes happen each year.
That's all calculated or given to us.
Right.
His are pretty reasonable. I was, just as an interest point, I was looking at a transaction on the house that I'm the executor for, and I found the original cost it was built in 2004. The entire SDCs were $10,000. This is a house in Bend. Entire SDCs, everything. Now we're looking at
5,000 or yeah.
well, look at that. Yeah.
Well,
8,500 from-
8,600 for just the parks.
Just Park and Rec.
Yeah. Well, how lucky is that? Okay. We're ready?
And other than that, they have some minor changes on pages 22 and 23 of their fee schedule. Mostly language, one new fee, one bit where they combine two fees into one. So whereas CDD is usually a very long conversation this year, it can be a very short conversation.
And Commissioners, I think Sherry and maybe even Nick are on the line also, but originally there was a list of fee adjustments. As you know, they try and balance to the cost center level, building versus planning versus code enforcement and so on. But in recognition of the pandemic and the uncertainty in the construction industry, they pulled all those back, and they're proposing to essentially leave fees alone for next year, for simplicity and in recognition of the uncertainty with the construction industry.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. Are we ready to go on?
They are. Moving on, page 27, which is Community Justice, Adult Parole and Probation. They are deleting obsolete fees, no other changes to their schedule. Then if we flip that over to page 28, District Attorney is deleting a couple of obsolete fees and adding additional hours fees for record requests to cover the actual cost of service for creating those reports.
Okay.
Moving on to page 34. GIS, they are deleting obsolete fees and adding fees to cover the cost of material for custom maps. The labor cost of $65 per hour is already on the schedule, so this is just cost of materials.
Okay.
Great.
Health services, this is where we can kind of sit and stew for a while. Behavioral health, they are requesting a 2% increase on average. Public health, theirs are state mandated increases. Environmental health is requesting a 7% increase overall. And more detailed questions to them should be directed to them. We also have attached, they provided some really nice backup material backing up their requested changes.
And Commissioners, as you know, environmental health fees are usually a topic that we have each year during budget hearings, and it will be again this year. I would suggest that we kind of defer that discussion until the budget hearing where they can kind of go through their rationale. There's a balancing act between not wanting to, overly financially burden restaurants and food carts and so forth versus the need to support a reasonably, complete and thorough environmental health division.
And just so you know, I've already come out and told them that I'm in favor of reducing their fees this year as part of the effort to help them get, through the time.
Yes.
So, and I told them in our briefing, so
Which means general fund support,
probably, yeah.
plus adding a staff person.
Hmm.
Plus, we just added a staff person in there.
Yeah.
Well, that's a COVID person.
So, Tom, just on all these health fees, I mean, this all made sense to me in January, but I mean, all these increases, I don't, just as a philosophical thing, I can't see really increasing all these fees the longer this goes on. We got the third highest, how much is our unemployment now in our county? 17, 18,000, I don't know.
Yes.
I just don't see us increasing everything with the cost of I don't know, what do you guys think about it?
So you're referring to behavioral health and public health?
Yeah, there's,
fees
changes? Yeah, there's lots of.
Actually, it looks like there's a problem on page 39. If you look at the new fee, is that one? I mean, the fee right above it says $762, and then it says the 2021 fee will be $327. Could that be correct?
Must be out of line.
Okay, what line are you looking at?
I'm looking, right under public health, it's right above immunizations. You've got the green conization of the cervix, blah, blah, blah.
I see that.
Okay, so that one, but then look at the one right above it.
Yeah, I will double check on that. Sometimes they are reduced. So I will make a note to double check that fee.
But, and I get what you're saying, Commissioner Henderson, on these fees, and kind of the unusual dynamic with public and behavioral health. Most of their clients are Medicaid, right? So those rates kind of come through the state, so the client doesn't pay those. We do have a certain section of our clients who do have insurance, so that's where mostly this applies. In some cases, they have, say, indigent populations who have neither, aren't enrolled in Medicaid and don't have insurance, and in that case, they have a sliding scale that they employ, based on ability to pay. So, we can certainly go through those sort of as a group during the budget hearing. I don't know if Cheryl Smallman is on the line to speak now, but that's sort of the dynamic that we work with their health visit-related fees generally.
All right.
And there's just a lot of them.
Yeah.
I support having the discussion at some point. If it's part of the budget, that's fine, because some of these, maybe they're coming down from the state or industry standard numbers. I mean, there's different ways that this may go, so I'd like to have that conversation. This is a reminder.
It's very inconsistent. It's like something went up from 68.25 to 97.15. I mean, that's, then there's these like little jumps.
50%,
Yeah. It's like, okay. All right. So where are we now?
Next department requesting changes, and this will be the final department in the county fee schedule, is treasurer tax, and that's back on page 57, the very last page of the schedule. We are deleting a couple of dog licensing fees that are obsolete and changing the investment service fee from 5% of the interest earned on the investments to $60,000 per year, which is significantly less than our prior fiscal year's revenue at that 5%. 2018, that was $130,000 and change. 2019, $226,000. And through April of this year, we're at $194,000. So it's a significant decrease.
Commissioners, you may recall this was a recommendation of David Givens in the Treasury audit that we give that we no longer do, say, the commission-based funding of the Treasury operation and go to a sort of an actual cost of service that would be charged to departments through the indirect cost plan. So it's a reduction in, or it's an increase in indirect costs to departments through that plan, but it also increases the amount of investment returns that they get by not having to pay that 5% commission. And they come out ahead, departments do, as Chris said, but because the amount coming in is less, but also reflective of the amount of time it takes Greg Munn and the folks that help him out with Treasury and Finance to actually do the work.
So that's 57.
Then moving on, if you look through your package, you'll find another stapled together. That is the county service district's requested fee schedules.
So just acknowledging there's some memos backing up the previous fee schedule, and there may be maybe some of the stuff we were even looking for is in the health memo here. So reading through it will be prudent.
So which one are we supposed to be looking at now?
The other clipped one.
Yeah, county service district's requested fee schedule. It's only a couple pages long.
Oh, got it. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, you're right. There is a lot of discussion in here about the specifics.
So we just didn't get to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and if you're all with me, the third page in, or second page in really, Deschutes County 911, they are requesting a new fee, burden reporting processing rate, because they're having entities that are requesting up to 1,200 reports at a time. So this is just to cover them. If extended records are requested, they can recoup their actual cost of service.
What is a burden report?
My guess is what they meant by that.
I think Kim Morse is on the line. I saw her name earlier.
Okay.
There she is.
Kim, are you there? We will certainly find that out, and we'll be able to report to you.
And then as we flip through, 2 more pages down, Sun River Service District. They have requested changes to better reflect actual cost of service. Their fees were put before their district managing board and approved on March 19th. So they just need your further approval to make these changes.
Okay.
So they've upped the cost of all transports, looks like, and taken away the differentiation between inside and outside Sun River. Right?
So when it says EMS transport, does that mean they're taking you to St. Charles and Bend?
Right. Prior to the 2 new fees they have, their EMS transport and EMS non-transport, they had the 2 in red below it, rate schedule A for calls inside Sun River and rate schedule B for calls outside Sun River. So they've deleted those 2 and have a $1,500 flat fee. With a $250 fee if there is no transport. So.
Great. All right, so now where are we at?
Just a little bit of feedback. So the county service district, Sun River, the one we were just on, SSD 19 mileage, there's an A and B per mile still. So that could be a little feedback to figure out what mileage rate they want to use.
Okay, I will make a note of that and contact them.
Great.
Hey.
And that is it.
Yay.
Yay.
Thank you.
So there's more reading, and I'll do that. I just hadn't been able to prepare for this today.
It seemed like a lot more than what it really was. That's good.
Okay, and please let me know if you would like to have another work session type meeting like this one today before we go to the public hearing and adoption in June.
Okay.
Probably after we read the stuff and see if there's still questions left. Right.
Yeah.
And this definitely doesn't seem like the time to raise prices.
Could we put like a reminder that just during the budget meeting, just to ask that question? Do we want to have another work session on the budget or the fee schedule, or are we ready for a public hearing?
Mm-hmm.
So that would just be yeah.
All right, thank you, commissioners.
Thank
Oh, no,
you.
thank you. Okay. All right, so, gosh, Holly Harris. Okay, who? Oh, Cheryl. She's still here?
Wasn't on a minute ago.
Okay, Cheryl.
I think we're just down to this many papers.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Oh, thank goodness.
How are the babies?
On mute. Oh, they're good. They're growing. Yes, Holly Harris apologizes for not being able to make it. So I will be stepping in for her 2 items. The first one is for consideration of requests to extend the dates of the Deschutes County Stabilization Center positions, which are funded through the Central Oregon Health Council grant. Originally, it was slated for May 1st, 2020 through the end of April 2021. This supports 4.2 FTE positions. Some of those are full-time, some of them are part-time. And because of the delay in opening the stabilization center, we have not been able to fill those positions. So we are requesting those FTE and their start dates be staggered since it's a 1-year grant, that the FTE allowability be staggered with the start date of each position. So that at earliest would be July 1st and may happen as of August 1st, depending on when we fill those, each position.
Cheryl, how come there's 5 of the positions are half-time? Is that, do they do something else, or?
To coincide with the weekend hours.
I don't understand what you mean.
Oh, so we'll be extending the hours from, let me see if it's in here.
Well, anyway, I'll move to approve extending the dates of DSCS positions funded by the COHC grant.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion?
So is the Central Oregon Health Council is up to speed on this, and this is just our internal kind of planning for the dates on this? Is there like a horizon for the dollars or anything, or?
It was well, the $81,431 came from within a subgroup. That was the remaining funds that they donated it to the stabilization. And then the general board donated the $500,000. So.
And there's no expiration on those dollars, is that?
No, but it's just for a year. They're just giving us the $500,000 for the 1 year.
And it's going to slip into the next year, is that the issue?
No, I don't believe that's an issue for them, because
So they're not going to want the money back. We're just
No.
acknowledging we're not going to be able to spend it as fast as we thought we could.
Yes.
And it's to line up the limited duration status to the actual use of the funds. So we're pretty specific about when limited durations are up for their deadline. So this just aligns will align that duration with the funding duration, the operational duration.
Yep, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Henderson?
I vote yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Okay, so now we have.
Was Cheryl trying to get a hold of us?
Oh, looks like it's going. Nope, that works for me. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So now we're going to the converting the jail diversion limited duration FTE to a regular position.
Yes, this is another one of those administrative items that we identified through cleanup and working with the Human Resources Department. These positions were originally limited duration. That funding stream, which was originally a 7-year grant, has moved to ongoing service element dollars and follow the requirements as with other service elements. So we're requesting those 3 positions be converted to regular. It's 2 peer support specialists and 1 behavioral health specialist 1. Currently, they are limited duration through June 30th of 2023.
Okay, are there any questions?
No, with its kind of more clarity on the funding, I move approval to convert the jail diversion limited positions to regular positions.
Okay.
Well,
Wow, a 7-year grant.
is this something that could be altered by the governor's plans to cut departments by 18%? I mean, this is exactly what we need to be talking about at the budget hearings, I guess.
Yeah, and we'll frame it there. Yeah, that's a good question. What the governor has asked, it's my understanding, each department to model 8.5% cuts per year going forward, but she hasn't imposed those yet. And I know that certain members of the legislature are kind of pushing back on a sort of an across-the-board approach and want to have a special session to have a more tactical approach on how those cuts might be applied. So we don't have finality yet on what reductions in state funding are going to look like next year, and we probably won't by budget hearing time. But I think much of what we receive from the state is perhaps at risk. So we'll have to have a strategic discussion on how we set up our budget for next year. Whether we leave the appropriation in based on the fact that we don't have any certainty, or whether we reduce it to what we think might happen in terms of specific programs, reduce the appropriation. So the long answer, but the direct answer is yes. I mean, I think this and many other things are potentially at risk if we get a significant reduction in funding. I think the basic premise, and this came up before those requested cut modeling was done, is that typically if we have a grant-funded position, it's limited duration, just so to provide we don't end up with a permanent position after the grant funding's done. In this case, the state has essentially converted this from a grant into the annual contract for what they ask us to do as their local agent, and that's the premise for the requested change. It gives the employee a little more certainty. It's easier for recruitment and so forth. Doesn't change pay, doesn't change benefits, doesn't change anything else. But I mean, the difference is, as you may be alluding to, is if we do have to make cuts, then, it's a little more onerous to, go through an order of layoff to have to terminate a regular employee versus a limited duration, which has, it still isn't simple, but it's less difficult than a regular employee.
That's, I guess I was thinking that, again, that back in January, this might have been an automatic thing, but if, I think it's all going to, well, isn't it next week that the
20th, the 21st.
The state expected budget shortfalls will come out, and that'll really show us where we are. And will that affect next year's expenditures by the state?
More than likely.
Yeah. So they would. So I mean, I would think they could cut things like this, but I don't. I think it's going to be a matter of what do they choose to cut.
When this was all put together March 17th.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the first email and they couldn't find it. They didn't know what she was talking about over to the state. So.
Well, just confirming.
I guess I feel like we should wait a little bit, or wait a week or two and see. I mean, I'm supportive of doing this if we got good funding, but.
This was,
I
but
think,
don't they have to have the dollars if it's from 7 years ago? Don't they have to have that funding in stone somewhere?
well, typically there's out language, and I don't know that they can lock in any more than you can lock in multi-years of funding. Commit a future board that would allow them in some kind of emergency or unusual situation to change the funding formula. I don't know that for a fact, but I would expect that in our agreement.
Yeah, Tom, I can add this, Dave. A lot of our contracts with the state have appropriation clauses, so if they don't appropriate, they're not obligated to fund necessarily.
Okay, so.
Lack of a second.
I know.
That's fine. I mean, that's a good point.
Okay, we didn't have a second.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll know a little more in a couple of weeks.
Yes.
Well, we can certainly bring it back to a later date. I think Cheryl said earlier their limited duration status goes, for quite a ways yet. So I don't think there's anything necessary about making a decision today. We can.
But I can see, I mean, the thought process looking at this is that subset of people that are going to be ready for the stabilization center. I mean, and if one or more of those positions aren't filled right now, it's been mentioned that it's easier to recruit when it's not a limited duration position. So I can see the logic in be wanting to request this right now, but we are in a little bit bigger picture.
Okay.
Oh, is this? I thought this was part of the jail.
It is.
Well,
it's a jail
but
diversion.
that's part of the system. I mean, not the staff at the stabilization center, but if they're not going to jail, this is somebody that's going to help somebody. So that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Finding another home.
It's the naming convention. We refer to it as forensic diversion. The state refers to it as jail diversion.
But will they be the employees in the stabilization center, or will they be other people we have somewhere else?
Yep, they'll be working in the stabilization center.
Oh.
I mean, Cheryl, is that because they're part of the crisis team? And that's where everybody's going to be housed?
Yep. We can bring this item back once we know more from the state as well.
Yeah, just after next week, we'll probably know a lot more. After Thursday of next week. Okay. So, did you want to discuss the relief grant right at this moment, or do you want to do the front office and then we'll do other items?
Your pleasure.
Okay, let's do the front office remodel, and then we'll go to that one, Tom.
Okay, so we talked about this once before. You may recall we had some conceptual designs on what remodeling the lobby area where Sharon and Megan and usually Samantha, now Elise, sit to make it more secure, to make it have some more functional in terms of able to get work done with sound barriers and so forth. So you had asked bring it back with more detailed cost estimates, which Lee has done. It's attached there, and I think Lee is on the line, should be, to be able to answer questions related to those cost estimates and any other questions that you might have. And I invite Sharon, if she has any comments to make, also to jump in.
Well, okay.
I'm looking at the drawing on packet page 186. So are we going away from a counter at the front and putting up a wall? Is it going to be a plexiglass wall, kind of like Sharon has now, and then
Service window?
Actually, the design in the front that separates the lobby from the front office has a counter space with the window, similar to that of the assessor's office and finance.
is that a solid, floor to ceiling wall, or?
I'll let Lee talk about that one.
Okay. Lee, are you available?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, excellent.
Lee Randall, Facilities Director. So yes, I would also compare it to the reception area in the clerk's office, where the solid floor to ceiling walls were added with reception counters. There's a mixed height at the clerk's office. In this case, we're proposing a single lower accessible counter height at a solid reception wall, and then with a card access door for access back to the main Board of Commissioner area.
Okay.
So is this is it for safety or use or utilization of the space, or I don't know what the motivation was for, and then I see the other office desk is pulled back, or the chair and the desk is pulled back from now it's over by the walkway. Is that, so what's the theory on the changes? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Basically all of the above. The primary motivation at the start was security, that the staff there, sometimes deal with, people that make them afraid, frankly, that come into the board's area. So it was to have at least somewhat of a physical barrier in those situations for our front office staff. It's not impossible to get through, but it makes it a heck of a lot more difficult to, say, jump through a window, especially if it's got a plexiglass barrier. So that was some of the primary motivation. So then we also started looking at functionality, and because right now they're sort of open cubes where Megan and Samantha sit, they are party to conversations when they're trying to do other things, and it just makes it challenging. So it would be set up similar to what Sharon's office has been converted to, with plexiglass walls there as part of their cube walls, to allow them still be responsive to staff or public that would come to ask them a question, with the visible barrier, but also have some sound protection to enable them to, say, concentrate a little bit more on their tasks at hand. And then the configuration of the cubes out there was just kind of to maximize efficiency and still have that separation, and also to allow, I think, Sharon to be able to see all the way to the lobby too, if she's the only one working that day, to be able to respond to a citizen.
So I've always thought, from a safety standpoint, that front person, rather than having to go out into where they currently go to get to the back, should just go out the back. There should be an opening in the back of that space, like that runs out to the hall, so they could just get out the hall. Did we think about that, or? In other words, rather than force them out into the place where people might be coming through, give them out the back deal.
Actually, if I may, we had that design probably 6 years ago, and the traffic was immense. So it was really difficult for the workspace.
Well, I don't mean everybody goes through that space.
Oh, they did.
I just,
But they did.
Right? Oh, of course I would. Oh, another way.
well, only Patty will go through.
I know.
promised to go down to all the way to the end and take a left, but, oh, I was just thinking for the front person to get out just away, because it wouldn't go anywhere. I guess that's what I was thinking, is it wouldn't go, there wouldn't be the place that says 3.8 or 9, whatever that says.
3.8, 3.9, yes.
Yeah, so the 3.9 wouldn't be an opening. The only opening for the front person would be out the back here or something. That's just, I don't know. This is the first time I've really
Definitely,
looked at it.
I worry about our front office at times, and definitely I think they do need to feel safer. So I think it'll also help concentration.
Well, I support moving forward with this. The more see-through, the better generally, get strategic about being productive workplaces for each person, but think of this as the front office too for visibility. And I'm thinking the door. I mean, I don't know if the door would be one of our standard doors or more glass, I don't know if it's half glass or even a glass door or something, just so it looks like it's wide open and welcoming.
I really like the way that the clerk's office was done, because there's quite a barrier to getting back in there behind it,
But it's
counter, but it feels open. So
Yep.
I like that combination.
There you go.
Extent we can have it.
Commissioner DeBonne, do you have the one plan that shows kind of the facade of the front area that?
Nope.
I don't have that either.
Neither do I.
That was up.
We've been trying to stay organized, haven't we? So,
Well, I don't think we ever got that, did we?
yeah, I don't think so.
No.
I'm sorry if
Unless
that one
it's
didn't
on the
make
back-
that, but
it's
that
on-
one shows a door with a
Yeah.
clear
So it's
panel on the side, so you can, that's glazed.
But I was thinking maybe even more than that, but just for the door. I don't know if there's like a, more, maybe a top and bottom window, just so it looks like in.
Well, we definitely, our staff has been here every day, the past 64 days minus weekends. So, I know I'm really proud of them, and but I do know that they need to be working in a safer environment.
And we'll keep the subcontractors busy.
Yes. Who is the subcontractor?
Oh, I don't know.
Is there a subcontractor for this? Lee?
If I may, this is Lee Randall. We're currently in the design development stage, so this was brought to the board just with a concept, and we would proceed with design, permitting, and then it would be bid out.
Okay, so the estimate there of 39,000 is just an estimate?
Correct. That is a budget estimate. We used some of the costs that we, as a reference from the legal department remodel and some others in order to build that conceptual budget estimate.
Okay.
So, yeah, as I say, I mean, I'm supportive. Sounds like we're committing to generally $30,000 to $40,000.
Okay, so this would be within my signature authority, but if you like, we can bring it back once we, as it, either before it goes to bid or to have you take a look at bids, whatever your pleasure is.
That would be I think it'd be good, because I really think the sooner this is done for those employees, the better, on a more significant note.
His signature authority or?
Well, no, I mean, I think he needs to bring it back so we can see it. I mean, just to see it. I would be just curious to see if we said 39,000 and if it comes in at 89, I'm going to be really sad. So,
We'll keep you in the loop and we'll bring it back when we have better information.
because I was talking to someone who was working on getting their business up, and they were going to go buy $600 worth of plexiglass. And I thought, well, now how big is that? You know, is that like 12 by 12, or is that, you know, who know? I've never bought plexiglass, so I don't know what it used to cost.
To be in right now.
Yeah, I can. I know. I'm sure it is. Is it all made in China?
I don't know.
All right, to come back.
Okay.
Okay, so now we are to other items, and we do have the legal review that Dave did, where he added the state of Oregon declared. Now, did we approve that?
Yeah, I think we approved it with the amendment.
Okay.
And then he was just getting it back, I think, so we could sign it.
Okay, so there's copies here that are in all, and not in red, that he brought.
Yeah, there should be a clean copy there.
Okay, a clean copy, so should I sign that then?
Yes, Commissioner, I believe you should have a red line just to show that one
Right.
change, and then.
Okay, so we should sign this then.
Certainly. If, assuming that little change captures what you were looking for.
That's what we wanted. All right, so Tom, you have this little memo about some very important grant relief program funding for small for-profit and nonprofit businesses, which is sponsored by Business Oregon. It's a 1-to-1 match for local government. CYC said they would implement it, and just wondering what you and Dave Givens have been working on this with Scott?
Well, actually, Commissioner, I saw this for the first time late yesterday afternoon. It's a new program from Business Oregon where they have identified $10 million that they would like to distribute throughout the state of Oregon for essentially emergency grants for both for-profit, small for-profit, and small nonprofit organizations to basically weather the storm. So it's a flat-out grant, but it has to be matched by the local jurisdiction. It's available to counties, cities, special districts, council of governments, and so forth. So they've split it up into phases. So in this initial phase, with a very tight deadline of Monday, they're offering this up, and they've earmarked. They say in the materials that you have there that they'd like to have an equitable distribution by region in the state. So in the initial cut, it looks like there may be as much as $400,000 available in our region, Central Oregon, which is more than just the 3 counties, but available for this type of a grant program. I don't know if David Givens is still on the line. I know he was earlier, but jump in, David, if you are. David got into quick conversations with Scott Aycock at COIC about their willingness to administer this, similar to the loan program that you authorized a week or so ago, in kind of the similar type format. I'm not sure if COIC has any money to kick into this as they did for the loan program. We tried to get Scott lined up for today, but he was committed elsewhere. As of right now, it would be a program that, if we were to put in a certain amount, then we could apply to have the state do the same. So we'd have a matching program where it'd be small grants, and there's criteria in those materials that specify what that would look like in terms of grant limits, eligibility, and so forth. There are some fairly rigorous eligibility requirements that I heard late this morning kind of gave COIC a little bit of pause. So because this is a phased program, again, the initial deadline is Monday. We wanted to get it to you today, just even though we don't have all the details worked out, so we wouldn't miss that if you were interested. If you would like to study it more, have more of a conversation, there is an opportunity to join in, say, a second round or a later round where you can more fully sort of understand what this, what the requirements are, eligibility, and how it might be distributed.
But don't you think, considering our community and the fact that there's $400,000 that are grants, okay, so that means if there's 400,000, then it's really 800,000, and couldn't we like have an emergency meeting Friday morning or something on this so that we could actually approve it? And our community, I mean, it's very specific here that it's to be deployed in the rural communities with outside of Bend, and that it more than 50% have to go to sole proprietors. So there's some really explicit rules in here, but I'm sure a lot of people in Deschutes County would want grant money. I mean,
Yeah, potentially. There is one big catch in there also. That
what's the other catch?
The organization could not have already benefited from any other aid package, like the payroll protection, CARES Act stuff is identified in there, so that eliminates a certain number. This is, I gather from the material, is sort of a safety net for some of those organizations that either didn't qualify or weren't able to apply, just flat out missed, money ran out, sort of to help backstop some of those.
Well, there's a lot of small businesses that didn't get the CARES, the PPP. The EIDL, I don't know, that's the one up to 10,000. You could just go in and fill out a form and get money, and that went fast. But I'm sure there's plenty of businesses that would qualify. It's also nonprofits, which is
right.
It's interesting they use the word nonprofit businesses,
because
there's many of those, but some of them did qualify for CARES and PPP, I think. So, are you saying? So are we saying that we have to? Are you saying that we have to by Monday apply to Business Oregon to ask for some of this funding? Is that what we have to do by Monday?
Yes, for the first phase.
But it's you say there's 400,000 for the region. Is that everything, all of Eastern Oregon?
No, it's just a few counties. It's
Commissioners?
Wasco, Sherman.
Where is that?
It's on page.
Oh, I see.
It's here somewhere. Oh, at the back page.
This is Dave Givens. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me now?
We can, Dave.
Okay, so yeah, well, there's $2.5 million in this particular wave of funding, and it's for the whole states, but they have identified that they want to help more rural areas and not the big cities and urban areas greater than 30,000 people. So again, I don't know, 400,000 might be, that's an estimate, I guess, but we definitely have some money that they want towards this particular area. So it's definitely an opportunity for the county if they want to provide some grant money or consider how they might match that state money somehow.
That's good.
I don't feel like we can pass up this for our community.
No,
How soon would it be fun? How soon?
Did we already fund with the
73,000, wasn't it, with COIC?
Yeah, we put 173 plus, and they matched us 67, so
Right.
$140,000, and that was loans.
That was loans, but this is grant, so. Yeah.
This is grant, so this would be money. And again, it's a very specific programming that the state has as far as requirements, a marketing plan, has very specific criteria for the kinds of businesses they want to capture. It has also very specific grant amounts. So like if you have a certain number of employees, that kind of dictates the level of the grant. They want to be consistent across the state is the reason why they're doing that. So again, they have a number of little jumps, and COIC is willing to help us get this RFP accomplished, but the RFP has to be submitted by Monday.
David, a question. Revenue for a nonprofit greater than greater than 50% is fundraising a revenue for a nonprofit. In the definition, do you think? Because
I would
That's the
It's
tangible.
on revenues, yeah. So it'd probably be gross revenues in some sorts. And from what I hear, a lot of nonprofits are down quite a bit.
They're down significantly.
So again, the measure is 50% decline in revenue.
March, April.
So
versus
showing
last
the
year.
paperwork from last year is going to be the requirement for businesses and
Correct.
nonprofits. So yeah, I could see this could be a paperwork exercise that is a little bit tough for some people.
Oh, this is.
Yes, that is true.
Well-
this does have a lot of paperwork involved and some reporting back to the state. It comes to the county kind of as a forgivable loan, and the county is on the hook for it until we get fill all the requirements out. So
Yeah, so there's a lot of work. I'm just referring to, some businesses and organizations, the continuity of the bookkeeper and the leadership, nonprofit, if they have the same people in place, they're like, oh yeah, here's the paperwork, but some people may not.
What do you do?
Well, anyone that has to file a tax return would have this documentation really easy to pull up, so.
one of the areas they want to attract is 50% of sole proprietors. So they're really looking to help sole proprietors in this particular set of funding.
So how does it work if, we get $100,000 and we put in 100,000, but there's demand for $1 million or something? How do you, who's decided who gets the money?
Well, again, that's how we have to decide in the RFP how the approach is going to work, and so we can attract and establish criteria so that we can dole the money out to get the best distribution of monies. And so again, I kind of refer a little bit to COIC because they've got experience already kind of developing this for the loan program. They've also helped a couple other jurisdictions with grant programs. And so again, they administratively could help us a little bit with this. So I think, those are all things we'd have to kind of queue up in that RFP so that the state can see how we're going to develop this program, how we're going to score, how we're going to divvy out the funds.
CIC has done that. What about the chambers or the EDCO? EDCO does that. They do their due diligence on our funding that we do.
Correct. This money can go out to cities, counties, like EDCO, intergovernmental councils. I'm not sure about chambers. I think the chamber,
You're
if
saying
they
they
had
might apply on their own, or you're saying we?
Any of those could apply on their own for this money. But again,
I think it has to be a government agency. It's in there.
Yeah.
It could be a city, county, special district, or council of government, which is a government agency. I don't think a chamber or an EDCO would be eligible, although maybe they'd partner to help administer it.
Well, given the number of counties and the just proportionality of population, we're over half the population. Well, probably over 3/4 of the population almost. No, we're half. We're half. Yeah, we're close to 3/4. Let's go Jefferson, Sherman. Crook.
So Dave, is it possible for us to come back Friday?
I guess the thing that you guys have to mull over is how much you'd like to seed this grant with, if you can be, because that's the big question. If we don't have, I think we need the money amount, and then if you direct staff to fill out the necessary or work with COIC to get the RFP done, I think they're queued up to kind of maybe do something, but what they don't know is how much are they going to ask for. And so we really need to know the amount of money that potentially could be granted.
Well, I believe we have 20,000 from affordable housing that we didn't spend a year ago. I think Laura found that I believe we hadn't spent that.
We're going to have a separate discussion on lottery next Wednesday.
Okay.
You may have seen, I think Greg Munn forwarded to you some disappointing news.
Yes, they're keeping a lot of our money.
States keeping the money.
Yes.
So I guess one option though would be that all those, not just lottery, but maybe it is lottery, all those nonprofits that we fund through the lottery that we're not going to have enough money for, they might qualify for this money. So we could actually give them as much as we gave them in the past. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That, I mean, they're one group that could be, I mean, I think the original intent was also a lot of businesses, so. So do we put in our request for whatever it is, do we put in how much we want? So we can go anywhere from 100,000 to 400,000, or?
You could go 5,000. I mean, you could, I don't think there's a minimum threshold, so you could try this as a pilot initially and then go for more next time, or you could do 100,000 this time. And I mean, we would, again, you've identified a range of kind of emergency funds that we're going to have to pull out of general fund reserve. So we've got, you know, we could do it for this as well.
If for me, if we were going to do this, I would want to have, I mean, a committee of people that kind of are in charge of this, and maybe it's somebody from EDCO and from a chamber and from COIC. I don't want to just turn it over to COIC to distribute. I would like it to be somebody that we create an idea of what we're trying to accomplish, and then those people try to implement it. You know, some group of 4 or 5 people that look at the applications, kind of like we look at applications here, you know, for our money that we distribute. That'd be, I mean, and I wouldn't want to really go small to start with. I'd go a minimum of 100,000 if I was doing it to start with. Maybe we'd go more. It seems kind of greedy to go for all of it. But
it was, I thought honestly, it was a bit embarrassing to give 73,000 when Crook County was giving 70, but of course they've got Facebook. You know, it's a major funder of a lot of their grant. They had the 2,500 grant.
But it was a loan program.
Right,
yeah,
it's a
loan. I don't have much confidence that we'll
get paid.
Be able to go get. They're such small loans that they're not going to be worried. I don't know.
Yes.
I had other reasons I didn't feel as confident. You know, need to go more.
Well, if we could. Yes, I think 100,000, and then the state has to match it with 100. That's giving 200,000 to our community, and you know, they definitely, it could help quite a few people.
Maybe we do 200,000. I'm just saying I wouldn't want to start small. I'd just soon do it, and I'm sure we'll figure it out. But I would like a guiding committee that actually. I think the goal here is to help people, like somebody said, that haven't been helped. And there's a lot of them in our communities. I mean, that just didn't get to PPP. I know people that got PPP, and I know people that just didn't go after it. And
well, I keep hearing about businesses that are not going to reopen.
Yeah,
remember, we had 471 businesses when EDCO did their presentation. You know, the week after, everything kind of fell apart. And yes, so that's what I keep hearing. And I don't know if this money would help them, but maybe there's some people out there that it would help. So.
What do you think, Mr. Devon?
What do you think?
There's other grants happening right now, Oregon Community Foundation and Sisters in Lapine, and some of the different communities through the Chambers of Commerce. I know that there's some of this kind of work happening right now. So there's different paths of money. You know, there is the PPP and EIDL. This is an interesting opportunity. I'd be supportive of doing something, and if you want to set up a committee, that's fine too. You know, not too much. I would try to advocate for not too much overhead and, you know, a lot of committee work to do it, I guess, is my only thought. But yeah, there could be some small business people out there that are just falling through the cracks at this point.
I know the Sisters grants through the Chamber that was small money. That was, you know, maybe. Yes, that wasn't going to really.
Well, but it probably started from a big pot and got sent to small towns, and that looks like it's a small amount.
Foundation came through. I think it was like $500 or something that they could get. I mean, it was really pretty teeny, you know. But it's better than nothing when you have no money coming in and you applied for unemployment in March and you're not getting a dime. It, you know.
Well, I'd heard about this on the radio when it came out. I was like, I wonder if we're going to get lined up to do that, because it does seem like, I mean, the whole pretense of all this. Shutdown is based on people being paid some other way. Most of it's been federal money, but this is a little effort by the state. It's not, It's 10 million total.
So, yeah, I mean, in the big picture, I know we've authorized dollars a few times now, so I guess I don't have a feel for how much money we're just writing
today-
checks for. So it's been mentioned another 100,000, which we'd match though, which is a good deal. But really, that's general fund dollars matching with the state to give to a grant to a small business who's been struggling. So
Well, I think we just sent a check for our PERS fund to the state of like $13 million today, I think it was due. So,
Actually, I'd ask Greg to bring that back to you for, just to give you a heads up before that got sent. Did he do that today?
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, the last time he talked about it, he said, oh, you've already approved it, and it's going, and it has to go by, like, I thought it was today.
He's been on the phone for 6 hours, and now might be his moment to shine. So,
Okay.
or he's not.
No. All right.
Well, I haven't even read the stuff yet. I just got it. I wonder if it has to come from general fund. I mean, is there anywhere else, other funding sources we could come from? Like, how about the
There he is.
ERT?
That would be the only two really true discretionary funds that you have of any size are your general fund and the unallocated TRT. So it could come from there.
And that'd be the better. That sure sounds a lot better than general fund.
Yes.
Well, and the people that, that the TRT comes from the tourists
Locally,
and,
yeah,
and vacationers, and so I would think some of the motels and places would be supportive of going to businesses.
So, do we have 100,000 there to pull out?
Good.
Okay. Hi, Greg.
Hi, Commissioners.
Good
I'd
afternoon.
get on as fast as I could.
Well, don't fall and break your nose, and you'll have to
Okay.
go to the doctor. We were just talking about, Tom just suggested possibly pulling 100,000 for this state grant. It's all grant, but it's a 1-to-1 match with the state. Business Oregon. And it is something that we have to actually apply for by Monday. Our RFP has to be done by then, submitted. So we're wondering, just to confirm that there would be 100,000 in the TRT funds. And then you were also supposed to talk to us about the 13 million that we were sending to Salem for our PERS. Did that go today?
It did not go today, no. I'm waiting to get a little bit more information from the OPER, from the fund, through the Oregon State Treasury. Before I send that, I'm supposed to get that information 5 days from today, because I wanted to give you an update before I sent it. So, short answer is no, more information to follow.
Okay.
And yes, and the other part of that question may be that yes, there is the $100,000 available in the TRT reserve funds.
Great.
So technically, it would be a grant application to the state that could come either from us or from COIC, but it would be within the boundaries of Deschutes County, since we're, we would do the match. So, David, I'm gonna put you on the spot now. As you may recall, for the loan program, we set up a simple IGA with them to give them the R73 and for them to then administer it going forward. So we were we were done. This one, if you may look a little bit different. If you'd like us to have more direct involvement in terms of convening a review committee or working with COIC on what those logistics look like. So we would, and that's assuming you even want COIC involved. I mean, they do a lot of the heavy lift as far as screening and verifying and background checking and so forth, which would, could fall to us or someone else if we don't work with them. But so I guess what I'm asking David is, is there enough time to kind of pull those moving pieces together? It'd have to be tomorrow for a Friday meeting. If you can follow up with Scott and see if that's doable.
My understanding was Scott was probably going to do a weekend press if he ended up having to do this. I'm not sure it would be ready for a Friday meeting, meaning the RFP proposal. I think what he would do is take our guidance in terms of monies and move forward with that as something that the COSC would bundle if they have any other. I'm not sure if they are going to have any other jurisdictions contribute also, but he did send it out to a whole group of us and talk to us, a whole bunch of us online. So I'm hoping there will be others involved. He also, and even our last project, I mean, I think they would be amenable to us having some other kind of committee process or something like that. It's something we could probably roll in there. But the idea is probably for this to be, there's a lot of criteria driven aspects to doling out this money in terms of the process. And so a lot has to be laid out very specifically in the RFP proposal. So I'd want that to be done right, and so that we could follow it and meet the requirements of the state. Didn't sound like the state had a lot of wiggle room with this. This is the program they came up with, and they might come up with a different program later on for other dollars, but this is what they have right now. So I think we could be fine if we had the amount and then give guidance to them, and they will do the RFP. I think that can still work. I'm not sure about the logistics. I just, it's a big sum of money, and so I'd want you guys to be comfortable with it and make sure we did our due diligence.
Well, one option would be we could have a meeting Monday instead of Friday, and that would give them, a few extra days if he's going to do a weekend press on this, to use your term, to have it kind of assembled, and then the board and we could just fill in the blank on the dollar amount, which sounds like it may be in the neighborhood of 100,000 just from our side, that we could plug into a final application or RFP or whatever it is that we're submitting to Business Oregon by the end of the day on Monday.
Yeah. Well, I'd be willing to put some time into helping with this, because I think it's great, and I've been frustrated that a lot of small businesses haven't been able to, don't have the resources or the systems in place. And I appreciate what you're saying about revenues and knowing your revenues, but I remember when I was building, it would have been hard for me to say that in this year's building, how did my revenues compare to last year's building? Because it depends on so many factors.
But there's
After
month
running a
specific.
store. I know, but
If you're doing months, you can go to your bank statement.
But a lot of businesses aren't so smooth, where they're just there may be variations in the business. You get paid big chunks on one thing, and it's for 3 months and stuff. I'm just saying, it may be.
Right, I know.
There's businesses.
Well, it
where
depends
is
if you're a
hard.
cash or accrual and everything,
Yeah, all that kind of stuff. But
getting
it out there and getting people the publicity to know that it exists and that we're doing this is good, I think. So, okay. So you're suggesting Monday, and would that be enough time if
we do it Monday?
I guess we could do it Monday morning. Huh?
What do you think, David? Monday morning?
I think Monday morning. Oh, yeah. I could have to be Monday morning.
I would think so.
In case we needed to change anything, or they've got to be assuming that people are going to be like an all-nighter, pulling an all-nighter, something.
Okay, so Monday morning, I have a hospital meeting, and I'm available starting at 9.
Okay, let's do that. Can we do that?
Can we add that?
10 or
okay?
10's okay. For me.
Is that okay with you, Patty?
Oh, sure.
That gives us a little more time to
I can.
wake up.
Yeah. Okay. No, I mean, there's incredible opportunities, and because they've already allocated it per employees. If you're 0 to 5, you can go for the 2,500, or fixed expenses up to 5,000. So, they've already set it up. It's clear how much people can apply for. So.
Okay.
And I just, whatever we can do for our community.
Are we on other items?
Yes, we're on other items.
I have a couple.
Okay.
Do we still have to do an executive session today, or is it? We do.
You actually had 3 that were identified as possible. One was property related to the July foreclosure auction. We had, you deferred your discussion of 911 contract today, and then you had an employee evaluation.
Okay.
Monday.
Monday?
I'm just saying, we have an opportunity to maybe move something to Monday.
Yeah, I'm kind of where.
Yeah, well, this is hard now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Monday looks really good. I'm like,
All three of those?
do you mind? Okay.
Commissioners, just for what it's worth, I'm finally getting in to get my root canal on Monday.
Oh, good. Perfect.
The governor for the
What time is that appointment?
Oh, yeah, get them ready.
Both.
So with any luck,
Probably not available.
When he's numb. When he's numb.
What time is that appointment, Dave?
it's at 10 a.m. I would assume to be back here by noon.
Oh, that, surely that'll be.
Sharp and ready to go.
Be sure they give you some really good tranquilizers, so you'll feel really good. Okay. Wow. All right, so we did that.
I
What,
did
you
have
got
a couple
something?
quick other items. One is this discussion about the Tom Tom restaurant and the use of it for, yeah, or motel, I mean, for the use of it with adult parole and probation and that proposal. Have you both heard of this proposal? And I don't know if we have time to talk about it. It may be a real property thing, but do you know have you been briefed on it?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Probably an executive session.
It's
So
executive.
maybe we can put that on for Monday.
Okay.
Because we've got a packet, I think, of stuff on that. The other, I don't know, I'd like to have a discussion with the other commissioners sometime about the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project. We had the meeting this week, and I'm a little bit frustrated with what the public purpose of it is versus the special interests of some of the people, and I'd like to talk about it. Maybe we could do that on Monday too, but I've got some thoughts on that. And then I still have some questions about the public meeting law issues with regard to all these emails we're getting where one of us needs to I feel an obligation to say, yeah, we got it, but if we don't share it with each other, the others don't know, and it seems very cumbersome, and I don't know if we could have one person responding, or I don't know how to do it. I guess we need guidance, but I don't want to go astray of the law. And and then the same somewhat with these phone calls that we're asked to be part of. They're valuable for all of us to hear what our legislators are doing, our congressmen's doing, or all the executives and the executive thing, and the idea of that we're going to appoint one person and then that person's supposed to tell the other two will win. I mean, we barely get through the agenda as it is. And like I spent 3 hours on the Deschutes Collaborative Forest the other day, so I need to summarize that to you. But if we did all these phone calls we're doing, how would we pass on that information in a realistic way so that it's actually valuable to us? And so, I don't know, I guess we need to talk to Dave about that some more, and I just bring it up because it's not going away yet. And so, do you guys, I don't know if you share the same problem, but.
It's definitely an issue because the other day when we were both on a call, then we both immediately got off.
Yeah.
So I went, oh, okay.
Or we get one of us may want to respond to one email and another to another, but if both of us, if we're getting so many to respond to, do we all tell the same person 3 different things? Is that really good for us? Is it good for them? Or would it be, we're a limited resource organization. We're not asking for more staff to do this, but somehow we need to be able to figure this out so we can we're doing what is right, but we're doing our job well.
Well, and one of the observations, I've been on my heels with the email system in the past, and during this emergency situation, I figured I need to stay on top of it. So I made a very specific effort. At least 2 days a week, I'm getting down to the bottom. It's like I've got to make sure I look at each email. And my experience is, there's, unsolicited junk emails and then, different things that come in. But all of a sudden, there's just this magic gem of something that needs to be responded to. So it's just important. And so I've made that a commitment recently, Friday afternoons or Sunday night if I didn't get to it, I'm making sure to get ahead of it. So then I've been able to respond to emails to, and as I say, a CC to board so the group can see that I've responded to a person's message. But I don't, when they came in real fast, like the short-term rentals for Sun River, I ended up just sliding them into a folder, and I responded to a few of them, but I was like, no, I can't do this all day long. So then I have mitigation measures to get my inbox clean, but I'm not responding to everybody.
We're all in the same
Oh, yeah.
point. If we all agreed, we could split them up, divide and conquer. We could actually get them all responded to, and it would look very responsive as the commissioners.
We could do it by time, like Tony, you take them from 9 to 12, whatever, because it's really hard to know.
But it may be Friday afternoon before I get to it, because they do fly by real fast sometimes.
Yeah, but if we're redundant, it's not necessarily good use of time either.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to. I haven't been.
Well, and then
since I've been here.
Do you have anything, ideas about that? I mean, how do you logically break them up? Like the people today that I was supposed to call back, did they ever call with their give you their number?
Yeah.
I think she called me because she was so frustrated that you hadn't gotten back to her.
She probably did. She knows I'm worthless up here.
Well, no, it's just.
I think yesterday I saw somebody back and said, I had to hang up from Commissioner Adair again. You're right ahead of me on some of these.
Well, I have a long drive home. It's a
few hands on the wheel.
No, I am. I have my Bluetooth.
Okay,
so it's
good.
really good. So anyway.
So then these dial-in meetings, that's unique. Usually not doing that. Eastern Oregon counties organization, but the senators calling us and the congressman has done this now. This isn't standard. I've been in office now 9-something years, and it's never been like this. So this is new. The fact that people want to kind of compare. Not like we're trying to move around anything, but we end up on the same phone calls, and then
it's good for us, and all the other counties are doing it with 3 people on.
Yeah.
So, I don't know whether.
But I mean, yeah, we haven't had.
Most of them are.
Usually, the congressman isn't saying, "Well, let's all get together on the phone next Tuesday at 12." I mean, that's just never happened before.
But
yeah.
I'm looking for guidance because I've gotten from the emails from Dave, and maybe you want to comment, Dave, if you're there, about this because it's. Do we need to get further guidance from somebody? I've looked at the statutes and AG's report, but every county is doing what we're doing.
Right.
It's certainly a challenging situation. I can tell you that, I have a weekly conference call with the County Councils Association. We've been doing that ever since the virus started, and everybody's being challenged with this, and the county attorneys are basically doing, akin to what a couple of communications I've had with you folks, where if all 3 of you are on an email and there's some substantive response or exchange occurring on a matter that's of relevance before the county, again, if somebody could make a claim that violates the public meeting rules. I'm not saying that would be a successful claim, but it's close enough that a claim could be made, and sometimes that's more damning than anything else. And so I just bring it to your attention. I think the other counties are all struggling with the very same issue because, in this situation with so many moving parts and so much happening so quickly and everything so fluid and unlike anything we've ever dealt with before, folks want to get engaged and be involved, and you have these additional phone calls and these groups that you're part of. And I'd be happy to talk in, a little more detail in an executive session setting. Certainly legal's not trying to get in the way of that. We see the importance of having you folks engaged in those types of discussions. I just don't want you to get blindsided with somebody claiming that, hey, gotcha, that was a public meeting. And
I guess my problem is that other entities do the same thing, or having the same thing. So like on the phone calls thing, literally all 3 commissioners from multiple counties are on these phone calls with us. So are they worrying about it too? Or are we worrying about it more than they are? Or and really, if you were going to devise a different system where we really should have daily meetings to tell each other what we learned, because there's so much we've learned or heard or been involved with, or like I didn't know till today that you'd heard yesterday that that she was going to grant our plan. We thought, well, that's good to know, but I didn't, I wasn't on that phone call specifically, so that's the kind of stuff that goes through in every situation.
But now she hasn't set up the press conference yet, has she? I mean, Megan just told me I had checked with you. We have, yeah.
But that's a different point. My point is that the information's rolling.
She can change your mind. That's,
I know, but I'm just
Well,
saying
it is information dissemination also. I mean, when we end up on the phone calls together, we're not there to say, okay, what do you think we should do about X at Deschutes County? We're more like, what do we want to hear from our congressman, from our senator? What are other counties doing? There has been a few times that more than one of us have spoke, but we're still not talking about agenda items here. We're talking about what we just heard on the phone and how we're digesting it. So, the intention of what we're doing is not deliberating towards anything here. It's getting information. But let's schedule up a executive session and kind of take some time and think through this a little bit more.
So really, this is really unique after your 9 years of experience. You never had anything this.
Yeah, I mean, we never, well, and then switching, so remember the other thing that's happening is switching to online. I mean, somebody could send an email out, and we can all click on a link and be in the same meeting instantly. We've had this capacity, this capability of technology for many years now. Nobody's ever thought to use it, but oh man, it's happening right now. I mean, meetings are being created instantly, and all of a sudden you get 20 people on there, and it could be the three of us in the same video meeting. And we just never done this before. So it's time to be a little cautious, but make sure our intention. Because, email is the only thing since I've been in office that, and Dave Doyle knows about this, but, the media will pick up on there was a decision made, it looks like, outside of a meeting, or somebody will allege it, and then all of a sudden, show me all your emails, and how did you get to this decision, and why didn't you do it in a public meeting, or was it a public meeting through your email system? So has been done in the past, and people have gotten in trouble for that, intentionally or not. It has happened. So this is a new dynamic.
Anything else, Commissioner Henderson?
The third was just, we talked about a little bit about, we're 2 weeks away from the budgets, and I hope somebody's going through the department budgets, state department by state department, saying these are funds that are at risk, because I could see us having millions of dollars less coming our way next year from the state than we thought we were a couple of months ago. So I don't know how you do it. I just thought I'd bring it up.
I'll just say real fast, as I mentioned before, I've asked each of our departments to do some pretty detailed contingency planning, regardless of what their revenue type is. And, the two departments that rely most on state funding in our county are health and parole and probation. And, they've done that, and they've got some what-ifs that they've been examining. And, each of our departments, and Greg and I will talk about it as sort of a general theme of our budgets that week, that, we expect and plan on sort of what effects the pandemic has had on each of our departments, that each of the departments will speak to, but specifically those ones with, this looming state budget cut, and those that rely heavily on state funding, how do they react to that? How do they reduce? How do they plan for a reduction in funding? And that could come in several different ways. So yes, we'll be prepared to speak to that during budget hearings.
So specifically, what does it look like to close down again, the metrics being used? So that's something that I don't have real clear in my head. So I'm just thinking if we're going to meet Monday, maybe we can plan for that. The restaurant owners and some small business owners are going to be on kind of the edge about, well, does this mean I'm going to open up, and what if I have to close again in the near future? So I'm just saying, I think that's kind of an outstanding item for us to digest as a community. And just, so for Monday, health department or
I actually heard today from a restaurant owner on the East Coast that he said his restaurants needed to be at 85% capacity
Yeah.
in order to make money. So if people are opening up at like 30% capacity, does that mean they're just going further in the hole?
Yeah.
Are they covering enough of their costs just to do the takeout from like 5 to 7? I mean, is that a profitable thing? I know it's keeping people working, but it is fascinating. And not fascinating, not good.
So, yeah, as to say, you know, what gauge can be the simple look to know, oh, you know, because we saw 4 cases, we heard about why it's, you know, presumptive cases showing up on our chart and graph right now. It's been mentioned that it's really hospital admissions. And then, you know, what's going to be the tangible thing that somebody might be able to gauge as a business owner. So we just got to go through this together. I don't know that we have this answer right now. So that'd be a good topic for Monday is my thought if
Right.
we, you know.
Good. All right, so Monday at
Dude,
10.
we got quite a business meeting Monday now.
And it's all full again, but we really need more meetings.
Yeah, that'll be good.
because, you know, this is, you guys, everybody has to work really, you know, for hours, and it is our responsibility and our job, and we want to do it, but I think it's better because there's a lot more things out there that we should be addressing. So, okay, therefore, may I adjourn the meeting now?
Well, you
No.
wanted one follow-up discussion on a press conference for tomorrow, once we
Yes.
get the decision, and that's why Whitney's here, and
We keep waiting for the governor to come up with a time.
Yes, and staff, we haven't confirmed a time for tomorrow, but in the event that it does occur in the morning, I didn't know if the board wanted to revisit any potential framework for tomorrow's press conference, tentative press conference, I guess I should say. Also, we, as you know, Commissioner DeBone participated last week in a weekly press availability that the cities of Bend and Redmond, their mayors have been hosting every Thursday. And their communications team had reached out. They were listening to the board meeting this morning and kind of said, does it make sense potentially for the mayors of Bend and Redmond to participate maybe in a Q&A following the board's statements about, you know, what we might hear from the governor, and or does it make sense potentially for the mayors to give brief remarks, given that Thursday is sort of the day that they've been holding these types of events. They likely would hold an event also, so does it make sense for us to come together in that effort, or for us to continue kind of in the paths where we currently are? So I just wanted to make the board aware of that, and also happy to go through the potential options for what an event might look like, but I know it's been a long day.
Can you, I don't know if it's good just to send us, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday, right?
It's like that.
Like, what does my day tomorrow look like? I know, I don't think it starts at 7.
in the morning.
Okay, so tomorrow, Thursday.
I don't know if we're doing that.
Okay, so,
I don't think Kathleen's got it set yet. I'm good. Well, I mean, they've done quite a few press, I don't know how many press conferences they've done, 2, 3. I mean, I was really thinking this would be a chance for us to talk about our plan.
I think the thought might be there are certain questions that may lend themselves to maybe a city official answering them that the media may have, and this might just make it more convenient. Questions maybe around topics like enforcement or some of the liaison with local businesses. If those came up, potentially, you know, the cities might be positioned to help provide context to what those answers might look like. But certainly, we're happy to proceed in whatever way makes the most sense.
Well, on your agenda here, you said, what did the state say? So that's kind of interpretive, what that means, and then what happens next. Those 3 are all in our kind of wheelhouse, and there's quite a bit to those 3. I mean, so to have, I mean, like, are we going to get to enforcement tomorrow, we're just really, I don't know, I'm inclined to do our conference and then, and we've never met with them about this stuff, so I don't even know what, I watched a little bit of, on the news, I guess, last week, but I've never talked to them about the plans, I've never talked about the sectors, I heard what they said a little bit on the news, but I think it'd be better if we've worked on the plan for a long time, if we just did our press conference and talked about it, you know, what we heard and what we think that means and what we're concerned about. We know quite a bit to cover in 30 minutes.
Oh, I think I was on the phone yesterday with a group for like an hour, and I could.
What you knew.
Yeah, and that was about it. Yeah. I only knew an hour's worth.
No, I didn't mean that. I meant that was what you were doing.
Right. Yes, they wanted to know. They wanted to know, but actually, I spoke for like almost an hour, and they had a few questions. But so 30 minutes is really nothing. But that's all we can really do. But we really need to be clear with what, our message. So people really need to hear from leadership, because look what we've been, from our governor. She says one thing and then we do another, and then, so we need to give really clear, as best we can, direction.
I'm available. It'd be interesting to digest what the governor's going to say, because it may put some parameters around where we're going, and no matter what we do. I wouldn't mind having a joint meeting with the mayors, just to, because we'd all be kind of listening to each other anyway. So that, I don't know that we'd be able to prepare much. But if we all, got on a Zoom meeting or whatever we did, everybody can just take turns saying their piece, and then the media can ask questions. Because I did do this before, and there just was about a handful of questions. So we had our content, and then the questions that came, and then we were done.
But see, this is going to be a whole different level, because that was what's going on this week.
Yeah.
This tomorrow would be where, the next months and what's open, what
21
isn't,
days,
how many.
next 21 days, what we can hope for.
And all,
But are people going to want to hear about that tomorrow? Or are they going to want to see a thumbs up and a thumbs down? I
think they're going to want to hear about it, and the press will. What do you think it means for, so that she says we'll open all personal services. Well, what's that include? There's a lot of business.
Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of discussions in there.
So,
yeah.
And what's our understanding of that, or whatever? I don't know. And I was thinking we'd do it in person rather than trying to. I just don't think the video ones. I watched the stuff that was on the news, and you don't look as good as you do in person. So most people don't. You actually look. But anyway, I'm just.
Be careful.
I'm just saying. Well, you can see it on the. You can see it in the videos we're watching here. I mean, you can see it on all these meetings. It's hard to get it on video. That's why. So.
Okay. All right.
So
is that really not clear? It's kind of muddy.
No, I think that's helpful. I think just what I heard the board say earlier today was that you would potentially lean towards kind of delineating lanes in the road. And it might be helpful if you feel like it's something we could do before this meeting wraps, is to maybe just generally assign who might talk about what, and then I could work with each of you individually to kind of flesh out the substance under that topic, whether that's, providing some additional framework later tonight, and then maybe touching base with you in the morning, just so we kind of have a chance to prepare. But if that's not something that's helpful to touch on today, we definitely don't need to.
Well, so we can pick 3 lanes and kind of general areas at this point in time.
Right. And as Commissioner Henderson pointed out, generally how those were framed is one person digesting what we heard back from the state, one person talking about what that will mean, and then the next person talking about what are the next steps for specifically business owners and residents, and that Emily Freeland from Health Services would probably be available to help provide some context in that third bucket. So I don't know if there are particular areas of interest that each commissioner might want to.
Well, I think there's plenty in the what happens next for both a commissioner and Emily, because there's what happens big picture, and then there's what happens specific, industry specific.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then we also have the ability to kind of comment if we we may not agree immediately, but if we have an hour to talk about it beforehand, then maybe we can see what you hear, what we think.
I can start off with what we've heard from the governor, just as the lane.
Okay.
And then, yeah, we can all take turns.
I'm not talking because I have my mask on, remember?
Why can't you talk with your mask?
Because you can't hear me.
I can hear you. You're surprising.
What's left, Whitney?
So
middle?
the second piece would be kind of interpreting what that means in terms of 21 days of being in
sure.
phase one, that we would be watching data to see what
Oh, yes.
numbers might do, and that if it was, and obviously this would be dependent on what it is that we hear from the state would kind of inform the second section. If the state didn't approve the plan, the second section would probably look more like we plan to address perceived deficiencies and reapply.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't know right now what they're going to say.
Right.
To
Which
be
makes
honest.
this.
Okay, so then I'll prepare for the third one.
Is that
Is that all right? What happens next?
okay? That sounds
So-
great.
So we'll just start with this little core of questions, and then tomorrow we'll
Flush them out.
flush it out. Okay.
And I
Does that
think
sound good?
Mm-hmm.
yes.
That's good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Whitney. Okay. Okay, may I adjourn the meeting now?
Mhm.
Thank you very much.